The vast years were like a flowing river, never to return. Unknowingly, Hanju's age had reached 240 million years old. His cultivation level had increased again. This feeling was really good. Hanju habitually checked his emails. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure X-72. Your good friend Zhao Shuangxuan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your enemy, the 9th Chaos Soul Fragment, has suffered damage to his cultivation. Your son Han Huang has absorbed the supreme rules and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Ji Xianxia is lost in the river of spacetime. Your good friend, the formless transcendent deity, was attacked by a transcendent existence. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has absorbed the nebulous primordial qi, and his soul has begun to transform. Your disciple Jiang Juesher has comprehended a great creation. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Chaotic Consciousness has created a great creation. His providence has increased greatly. These years were not as chaotic as before. The chaos began to rest after experiencing the calamity of the ultimate evil chaotic devils. Hanju seemed to have returned to the time when the heavenly Tao restarted. Hanju patiently checked his emails. Then, he looked outside the Taoist temple. Some disciples left the Tao field. To them, listening to Hanju's lecture was worth it. The 9 divine stars and Shani were cultivating in the Taoist temple. Hanju was very satisfied with their attitude. His gaze landed on the ultimate origin world. Although infiltrated by spies from other great Tao worlds, the ultimate origin world had always been stable. The 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials were about to become ultimate origin fiend celestials. Even if their potential was inferior to Hanju, the true ultimate origin fiend celestial, they could still surpass the chaotic fiend celestials. The ultimate origin world was temporarily safe. Even if the Tao creators saw the ultimate origin world's potential, it was still far inferior to the chaos, and it was close to the chaos. The ultimate origin world's fate would definitely be the same as the consciousnessless, transcendent, and Shurtian worlds as long as it collided with the chaos. Hanju shifted his gaze to the chaos. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. Dark Forbidden Lord. Countless dark forbidden lords actually appeared in the chaos. There were also many factions claiming to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Heavenly Tao Darkness sect that had disappeared back then also reappeared. What happened? Hanju began to deduce, and his expression became strange. It was actually the 9 extremes orthodoxy, Zhao Shuangxuan, who had reincarnated the 8th chaos memories, Yu Yuan, who had inherited the first chaotic will, and the 9-headed divine spirit actually declared that they believed in the Dark Forbidden Lord and even wantonly beautified him as if he was a savior. Hanju was dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? What kind of idea was this? He deduced seriously, and the more he deduced, the stranger his expression became. They actually want to use the Dark Forbidden Lord to resist me? How arrogant. Zhao Shuangxuan still had a good impression of him, but he was already prepared to guard against him. Could it be that he thought Hanju would make a move if he fought Han Huang to death? Hanju put himself in Zhao Shuangxuan's shoes. He indeed had to be wary of this level. If it were him, he wouldn't place his hopes on the other party not fighting with the juniors. However, the 9th chaos did not instruct Zhao Shuangxuan. Was he most afraid of the Dark Forbidden Lord now? Hanju had no intention of interfering. He naturally wouldn't stop them from beautifying him. Zhao Shuangxuan would have wasted his efforts as long as he ignored him. Hanju looked at the Creation Emperor Court of the Transcendent Domain. Han Huang and Han Ling had also been very well behaved during this period of time, especially Han Huang. He was probably too stimulated by the ultimate evil chaotic devil. In addition, the formless transcendent deity began to do things for Hanju and let Han Huang comprehend his supreme rules. Investing in Han Huang was a show of goodwill to Hanju. He observed Han Huang. This kid was already a unique existence below the Tao creator realm, but he was still far from becoming a Tao creator. The creation and construction of the great Tao world took a long time. This was also why there were only 5 Tao creators since ancient times. Hanju was different. His system was the greatest creation. His great Tao world had begun to take form a long time ago, and his physique far exceeded the primordial fiend celestial. I wonder when the next Tao creator will appear and who it will be. Hanju thought curiously. He didn't use the system's derivation function. It was more interesting to leave some unknowns. A new Tao creator could not threaten him. After that, Hanju closed his eyes and continued his seclusion. He wanted to see if he could reach the perfected Tao creator realm before turning 300 million years old. In a vast world, the sky was like jade. The undulating mountains formed a natural chasm in the sky. On the top of a huge peak sat a Tao palace. A plaque hung on the door with 3 words printed on it. Purple Firmament Palace. Thousands of cultivators in Taoist robes meditated in the palace, facing the same direction. Hong Jun sat at the head of the table. He had white hair and an indifferent expression. His entire body emitted an extraordinary aura. A Taoist asked, "Teacher, now that the great Tao immeasurable calamity is about to descend, the ultimate evil chaotic devils slaughtered countless people in the chaos previously. There's already a calamity. What's the true great Tao immeasurable calamity?" All the Tao seekers in Purple Firmament Palace looked at Hong Jun. Hong Jun was the Tao ancestor's reincarnation, and he had preached the Tao for 100 million years. He was already famous. In the eyes of these Tao seekers, Hong Jun was already a chaos expert who had attained the Tao and stood at the peak. Hong Jun replied, "The great Tao immeasurable calamity can't be predicted, but it will definitely be the most difficult calamity ever. You should be thinking about when it will descend. That will only increase your worries." His words caused a commotion among the Tao seekers. With our potential, how many years will it take us to catch up to the ultimate evil chaotic devil? The entire chaos was almost destroyed. What can we do? In the chaos, the 9 extremes orthodoxy, the creation emperor court, the northern chaos, and the Tao adult sect are the strongest. However, it's very difficult for us to join them. Sigh. I suddenly feel that cultivation is meaningless. We can't change anything. No. Fellow Taoists, you still have to have faith. You might not be able to do it alone, but what if there are 10,000, a million, or even billions? Hong Jun did not interrupt their discussion. After a long time, after all the Tao seekers lost interest, the Purple Firmament Palace quietened down. Their gazes landed on Hong Jun again. They could only rely on this person in front of them. Those legendary chaotic mighty figures were too far away from them. Hong Jun said slowly, "I've experienced several great Tao immeasurable calamities. Although this immeasurable calamity will be far greater than before, don't worry, I'll take action. All of you can cultivate well in the Purple Firmament Palace. There might be a chance." The Tao seekers looked at each other. Many of them smiled. This was the guarantee of Hong Jun's protection. A clap sounded at this moment. All the Tao seekers turned around and saw a figure walking through the door of the Purple Firmament Palace. This figure was extremely majestic and had disheveled hair. He emitted a great power as he walked. Hong Jun narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why are you here?" The newcomer laughed. "I'm here to take back my things." He was Pangu. Hong Jun narrowed his eyes and said, "All of you leave. I have something to talk about with this old friend." The disciples of Purple Firmament Palace were evacuated, leaving only Pangu and Hong Jun. The Heavenly Tao's founder and the Heavenly Tao's strengthener met. The atmosphere was subtle. Hong Jun was not surprised or flustered to see Pangu. Pangu stopped less than 100 feet away and said, "You should know why I'm here." Hong Jun said, "I know what you want, but that thing is not in my possession. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left the Heavenly Tao." Pangu stared at him. "What about the jade slip of creation? It must have absorbed the Heavenly Tao's transcendent rule." "It's precisely because there is no transcendent rule that the Heavenly Tao has intelligence. The only one who can snatch it is you." Hong Jun shook his head. "The chaos invaded the Heavenly Tao many times during my Tao integration. The Heavenly Tao was damaged several times. My cultivation level in the past was insufficient and I didn't know about the transcendent rule." Pangu stared at him, his eyes becoming dangerous. Hong Jun was fearless. Killing intent began to fill the Purple Firmament Palace. Even the swaying candlelight stopped moving. The atmosphere was oppressive. Hongjun said, "It's not feasible to walk the path of the great Tao world after attaining creation. Transcendent, consciousnessless, and Shirtion have already been devoured by the chaos. We should think of another way." Pangu asked, "What other way?" Hongjun stared at him and said, "Snatching the karma of the calamity and creating the chaos creation." Pangu frowned. "We have always fought for the present and rules, but there are not only rules in the world, nor are there only the present," Hongjun said slowly. He stood up and said, "Pangu, you are the heavenly Tao's ancestor and I am the heavenly Tao's Tao ancestor. We will have a chance of survival if we join forces. I will be killed by the Tao creator once I appear in my true body. It's useless even if I take your transcendent rule." Pangu asked, "You want to walk the path of the chaos?" Hongjun said, "No. Compared to the primordial chaos, the chaos is about the perfection of rules. If we want to replace the chaos, we have to gather more creation. The heavenly Tao could have replaced the chaos, but the chaos discovered it in time. Why can the heavenly Tao replace the chaos? I think it's because of the heavenly Tao race. There are no heavenly Tao races in the chaos. There are many races in the chaos. It looks good, but it actually caused the chaos to be unable to advance. What's the difference from the past even though the chaos has been flourishing? Once the various races of the chaos become stronger, they will be slaughtered by the evil devils and return to their original state. Such a balance should be overturned. We can absorb the chaos providence and create a new creation if we can create a race that unites everything and overturn everything with the chaos creation. The chaos can't stop it even if it wants to." Hongjun's words were powerful, causing Pangu's brows to gradually spread. Pangu asked, "If that's the case, how can the chaos let this race grow up?" Hongjun said, "I'm looking for a supreme treasure that can change karma and providence. We'll make this race pretend to be a chaotic race and then wait for it to become unstoppable before revealing its true identity. All these years, my soul has been scattered everywhere looking for this treasure. I will continue to search while you inspect the heavenly Tao race. Choose one." Pangu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Hongjun looked at him and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. 10 million years later, Hanju, who was now 250 million years old, opened his eyes. He suddenly disappeared and his main body appeared in the ultimate origin world. The ultimate origin world had been expanding. As it became stronger, it flew faster and faster towards the chaos. The pressure of the chaos on the great Tao world was too strong, but luckily, the ultimate origin world was sufficiently far away. Not to mention the ultimate origin world, even the purity great Tao world was some time away from colliding with the chaos. Hanju stood at the peak of the ultimate origin world and looked down. The 7 supreme rules were above the 3,000 great Tao of ultimate origin. Under Hanju's gaze, a new supreme rule was about to be born. There were only 7 supreme rules in each great Tao world: karma, providence, slaughter, creation, destiny, reincarnation, and spacetime. Perhaps there were differences, but they were probably the same, especially karma, providence, and creation. These 3 supreme rules were the core. Hanju was curious about what the ultimate origin world's 8th supreme rule was going to be. This new supreme rule was already about to be born before he appeared, so he did not have to wait long. The 8th supreme rule was actually the Devour rule. It was very similar to Hanju's great Tao of Devour but was even more advanced. The ultimate origin world could devour other great Tao worlds with this supreme rule. Could it be that one of the supreme rules of the chaos was devouring, so it could devour those great Tao worlds? Didn't this mean that the ultimate origin world was about to catch up to the chaos? However, the ultimate origin world was still approaching the chaos, which meant that its power was stronger. Otherwise, it would be the chaos approaching the ultimate origin world. Hanju watched for a while. He left after the 8th supreme rule stabilized. He did not return to the Tao field. Instead, he wandered in the blank domain. After leaving the blank domain, he stopped and said, "Show yourself." With that, a figure appeared behind him. Hanju looked over. It was a figure he had never seen before. Tao Creator. Could it be the most mysterious yin-yang purity nirvana deity? Hanju immediately used the simulation trial test. Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. Mid-stage Tao Creator, Chaotic Deity, Blank Guardian, Ancestor of Terror, transcends the chaos and exists in eternal spacetime. Indeed, it's him. Hanju asked, "What do you want?" The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity was surrounded by black and white qi. The qi turned into mist, and his body looked very small, but his aura was very strong. "I want to see how strong you, a junior, are. You're so strong that that existence thinks you're second." The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity snorted. "Second place?" This was killing him with flattery. Hanju asked, "I naturally can't be second." "Who said that? Want a curse?" "Ninth chaos." The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity smiled. His tone was a little strange. Hanju remained silent. That was not flattery, but instigation. Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. Find a place to spar? The aftermath of a Tao creator-level fight would be terrifying. It would definitely affect the chaos and the other great Tao worlds. Hanju said, "Lead the way." In any case, he had already split his will. He could revive even if he died. Tao creators could only spar and not kill each other. Perhaps after Hanju became a creator lord, he could decide the life and death of Tao creators. The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity turned around and left. Hanju followed closely behind. Just as they left, the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, and the immeasurable destruction venerable appeared. Tsk, they are indeed going to fight. Who will win? It's hard to say. Purity Nirvana is always in seclusion. He fought against the chaos back then. He must be stronger now. Indeed, his aura shocked me. However, the divine might heavenly sage is not simple either. His aura is ethereal no matter when we look at him. He doesn't look strong, but we can't see through him. This means that the difference between us is extremely great. The three Tao creators began to discuss. They weren't sure who would win. Hanju entered the depths of the blank domain under Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity's lead. This place was far from the chaos, the ultimate origin world, and the purity great Tao world. Even if the Tao creators fought here, the other waves would find it very difficult to threaten the various great Tao worlds. It was really too far. It would take tens of thousands of years for a great Tao supreme to rush over. Hanju activated all his supreme treasures and distanced himself from the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. He agreed to this battle to intimidate the ninth chaos. Recently, many chaotic spies had appeared in the ultimate origin world, including cultivators from the Nine Extremes orthodoxy. There had to be a conspiracy behind this. Although the ultimate origin world was inferior to the chaos, Hanju was not afraid of the ninth chaos. He had already reached the late-stage Tao creator realm and the ninth chaos was injured by his curse. He could still resist even if he couldn't insta-kill him. In any case, the ninth chaos was already filled with hatred towards him. Showing his strength appropriately was also a deterrent. The black and white qi around the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity began to spread. It quickly circled around a scene of the great Tao world, as if chaos had descended into this pale void. "Let me see how powerful the second Tao creator is." The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity smiled, his tone filled with disdain. This fellow was so arrogant. Hanju frowned. Logically speaking, a Tao creator shouldn't have such a bearing. Could it be that the other party was deliberately provoking him to see what he was capable of? It seemed that the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity and the ninth chaos were closer than he had imagined. Otherwise, the ninth chaos wouldn't have let the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity attain the mid-stage Tao creator realm. Hanju didn't say anything and directly used Ultimate Origin Soul Oblivion. 7 blades of divine punishment appeared around him. The 7 red blades surrounded his body. Sometimes they grew longer and sometimes shorter. A terrifying sharp aura surged towards Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. At first glance, Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity knew that this mystical power was extremely piercing and could not be blocked. Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity's body suddenly dissipated. The black and white mist surged violently towards Hanju from all directions. It had the domineering aura of devouring the world and of being unstoppable. Hanju's eyes narrowed. 7 divine punishment light blades suddenly swept in all directions. Their speed was so fast that countless afterimages could be seen. It was as if they split into billions of light blades and forcefully dispersed the black and white mist. The black and white mist that covered nearly half of the blank domain was instantly dispersed, leaving only a trace of remnant chi. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity suddenly appeared behind Hanju. A hand covered in strange Tao patterns stretched out. In an instant, a black and white vortex appeared behind Hanju, as if space was distorted and wanted to disperse his body. Swish! A divine punishment light blade attacked and tore apart the yin-yang purity nirvana deity and the black and white vortex. Hanju couldn't be bothered to turn around. He was invincible once the ultimate origin soul oblivion was activated. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity kept moving and appearing. Every time he appeared, he would be found by the ultimate origin soul oblivion and destroyed time and time again. However, he persevered and tried his best to find a flaw. This scene shocked the 3 Tao creators in the distance. What mystical power is that? It's not as simple as speed. The enemy will immediately be attacked when they appear. Feels like karma. The divine might heavenly sage's mystical power is very strong. I'm inferior. Hanju and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity knew about the 3 Tao creators watching the battle, but they didn't care. Since the yin-yang purity nirvana deity dared to challenge Hanju, he was already prepared to fail. As for Hanju, he felt that he wouldn't lose. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity appeared again. He spread his arms and black and white chi surged out. Hanju's vision instantly turned black and white. When the black and white became clear and various colors surged into his vision, he was pulled into the cycle of reincarnation. The experiences of reincarnation appeared in front of him. He was like a spectator watching himself undergo reincarnation. Hanju snorted. Child's play. With that, the cycle of reincarnation shattered and his vision returned to a blank domain. The yin-yang void destruction deity appeared in front of him. He held a bone staff in his left hand as he forcefully blocked the ultimate origin soul oblivion. He formed a seal with his right hand. The square shape had the profundity of the ultimate origin heaven seal as it collided with Hanju. This time, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity succeeded. Hanju was struck by the mysterious seal. His soul suffered an impact and was forcefully forced out of his body. Hanju looked over. His body was 1,000 feet away. What a domineering mystical power. Even I, a late-stage Tao creator, can't resist it. Hanju thought in surprise. However, this was the only thing impressive about it. Even if his soul and body were separated, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity could not withstand the ultimate origin soul oblivion. The mysterious bone staff blocked the ultimate origin heaven seal once and was scattered the second time. Hanju smiled as his soul shrank into his body. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity split into countless clones that covered a radius of billions of kilometers. There were countless of them and they all attacked Hanju. 7 divine punishment light blades swept back and forth, destroying one yin-yang purity nirvana deity after another. At this moment, a yin-yang purity nirvana deity in the distance raised his arms and shook the dharmic powers in his body. He actually tore a hole in the blank domain. This hole was black, and strange white lightning interwove within. Spatial power. This spatial crack was not torn apart by the blank domain, but an alternate space had descended into it. Hanju saw the truth at a glance. He was about to attack when the hole suddenly expanded and quickly devoured him. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity and Hanju fell into the endless spatial vortex at the same time. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity was still constantly attacking him. He still persevered even though he was destroyed by the ultimate origin soul oblivion countless times. Hanju relied on his supreme treasures and the ultimate origin soul oblivion and was not injured at all. On the other hand, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity had already been destroyed tens of millions of times, but he was not affected because he was a Tao creator. The surrounding space reversed and a spatial torrent appeared above Hanju's head. Billions of stars entered his eyes. In an instant, Hanju suddenly landed on a piece of land. The galaxy hung upside down in the sky and the ground under his feet was endlessly barren. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity descended at the end of the horizon. With a wave of his sleeve, black and white chi condensed into a terrifying beam of light that shot over. The mountains along the way shattered and the ground was severed. A divine punishment light blade dispersed the black and white light. Yin-yang void destruction deity appeared above Hanju's head. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity raised his right hand. Countless stars of different sizes appeared in his palm. He threw them down. The stars suddenly expanded the moment his body was destroyed by the ultimate origin soul, as if countless real stars were raining down. Some were 100 million times larger than the sun, dense and mighty. Hanju looked up, and two sword chi shot out from his eyes. The sword chi soared into the sky. In an instant, countless sword chi interwove in this strange world, slicing the terrifying starry rain into dust. The ground under Hanju's feet collapsed at this moment. The soil and rocks dissipated like smoke. Endless magma appeared below. Scorching air rose and burned until space distorted and collapsed. A mysterious suction force pulled him down. The suction force in the endless magma was very strong. Ordinary Tao creators might not be able to block it, but it was like the power of a child to Hanju. He remained calm and didn't move. His gaze landed on the constantly destroyed and reborn Yin-yang purity nirvana deity. "Is that all you're capable of?" Hanju asked. As soon as he finished speaking, this strange world shattered like a mirror and endless darkness attacked. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity appeared again and continued to cast spells, pulling Hanju into the river of destiny. The endless river of destiny occupied the entire dark void. Hanju looked at the river of destiny as he resisted Yin-yang purity nirvana deity's attack. He saw the reincarnation of his children and disciples, saw those old friends who had already died still struggling in the mortal world. He even saw his future friends turn against each other and fight to the death. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity followed the river of destiny and attacked. Countless dermic powers arrows broke through the water surface and shot at Hanju. The arrows were long and each carried a spatial line. The monstrous providence in a spatial line condensed on their arrows, causing them all to erupt with terrifying power. Hanju's eyes narrowed. The ultimate origin heaven seal suddenly appeared and blocked all the arrows. The Yin-yang purity nirvana deity had just been reborn when the ultimate origin soul oblivion was pulled over by a terrifying suction force. His soul and body were directly stuck to it. An invisible force sealed him, making him unable to move. How can this be? The Yin-yang purity nirvana deity was shocked. He wanted to kill his body and revive, but he could not. His soul and dermic powers were all imprisoned. He looked at Hanju in disbelief. Hanju walked over on the endless and majestic river of destiny. The Yin-yang purity nirvana deity was a little stunned by his figure. In a daze, the Yin-yang purity nirvana deity recalled the scene when he challenged the ninth chaos. It was the same then. No matter how many times he was reborn, he could not hurt the ninth chaos and was finally suppressed. However, that was because he had yet to break through. Now that he had already surpassed the Tao creator and taken a huge step forward, he thought he would be calm even if he faced the ninth chaos again. However, reality gave him a warning. Hanju's strength made him feel helpless. From the battle until now, only dozens of breaths of time had passed for mortals, but he had already died hundreds of millions of times. If not for the fact that the Tao creator would not die, he would not be Hanju's match at all. Was this the strength of the second strongest Tao creator? The Yin-yang purity nirvana deity gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. Hanju was expressionless. The divine light emitted by the supreme treasure on his body covered his face. Even the Yin-yang purity nirvana deity couldn't see his expression. "Is it just a spar?" Hanju's voice sounded softly, but it was filled with endless killing intent. He wanted to force the Yin-yang purity nirvana deity to bow his head. The Yin-yang purity nirvana deity was angry. "What? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability?" Hanju raised his right hand, and the eighth divine punishment light blade appeared. The previous 7 great divine punishment light blades represented the 7 supreme rules of the ultimate origin world. Now that the 8th supreme rule had been born, His ultimate origin soul oblivion also gave birth to a new power. Devouring power. Hanju said, I can't kill you, but I can devour your great Tao world and your transcendent rule, making you my slave forever. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity panicked. The ninth chaos treated the other three Tao creators like this. The reason why he survived was that he had begged the ninth chaos for mercy. He was like an ant begging the heavens for mercy. It was a humiliation buried deep in the yin-yang purity nirvana deity's heart. Even the other three Tao creators did not know about this. A Tao creator was actually so shameless. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity was furious as he recalled that traumatic scene. He couldn't do it a second time. The furious yin-yang purity nirvana deity emitted a terrifying aura. The black and white chi actually transformed into a scarlet murderous aura. His black and white body also turned blood red. It seemed like he was about to explode. Hanju felt bored and couldn't be bothered to delay. 8 divine punishment light blades attacked the yin-yang purity nirvana deity nailed to the ultimate origin heaven seal. Boom! The yin-yang purity nirvana deity was instantly dispersed and his body and soul were destroyed. The 8 divine punishment light blades did not continue to move. Instead, they emitted a 7-colored light and condensed the yin-yang purity nirvana deity's soul in the divine punishment light blade. Then it ate and devoured it. Blank domain. The chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, and the immeasurable destruction venerable looked at Hanju walking over with mixed emotions. Hanju seemed to be strolling in the courtyard, but every step was very fast. He arrived in front of them in a few steps. Where's the yin-yang purity nirvana deity? The chaotic consciousness asked. Hanju said, fellow Taoist yin-yang sparred with me to a draw and left. They were on par? The 3 Tao creators almost lost their composure. They clearly saw Hanju suppressing the yin-yang purity nirvana deity. The battle between the 2 Tao creators was like a sage fighting a mortal. Yin-yang purity nirvana deity couldn't hurt Hanju no matter what he did. The difference? They felt despair just from the yin-yang purity nirvana deity's perspective. Hanju nodded slightly at them and quickly disappeared. The immeasurable destruction venerable couldn't help but ask, what happened just now? Is the yin-yang purity nirvana deity dead? The chaotic consciousness said firmly, impossible. A Tao creator won't die. There's only one possibility. He escaped and doesn't dare to pester anymore. The formless transcendent deity nodded. They could live until today because of the Tao creator's indestructible trait. Third Tao field. The 9 divine stars and Shani were chased out of the Taoist temple. They didn't have any doubts and thought that Hanju wanted to comprehend a mystical power, so they began the simulation trial to spar. Hanju sat on the lotus throne and silently used the ultimate origin heavenly prison. In front of him stood a divine punishment light blade, which contained the yin-yang purity nirvana deity's will. The Devour Supreme Rule was actually so powerful. No wonder the 9th chaos could subdue other Tao creators. This supreme rule should not be as simple as devouring. It was only because it seemed to devour the great Tao that Hanju gave it such a name. This supreme rule would be born naturally in the great Tao world after one reached the late-stage Tao creator realm. It was really powerful. After being trapped by the Devour Supreme Power, although the Tao creator would not die, his consciousness would not be able to escape. His connection with his other clones and will was even severed. This gave Hanju a chance to use the ultimate origin heavenly prison. Can the mid-stage Tao creator be enslaved by the ultimate origin heavenly prison? Hanju asked in his mind. Yes, but it will take a long time. Hanju's eyes lit up. Fortunately, he had upgraded the primordial heavenly prison back then. Otherwise, it might still be useless against a Tao creator. As for how long it would take, Hanju didn't care at all. What he did not lack the most was time. The 9th chaos sent you a dream. Do you accept? A notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Hanju hesitated. He knew what the 9th chaos was here for. Can I subdue the 9th chaos like I subdued the yin-yang purity nirvana deity? Hanju asked silently. 50 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Can I defeat the 9th chaos? 50 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Hanju was not surprised. He had already thought so. He wanted to confirm it just to be sure. The ninth chaos sent you a dream. Do you want to continue? Again. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still chose to accept it. The dream was a blank domain. Hanju saw the ninth chaos. It was still so mysterious and didn't seem to be affected by the curse or mental demons. The ninth chaos asked, "Where's the yin-yang purity nirvana deity? Let him go." Hanju said, "I sparred with him and we felt like old friends at first sight. I invited him to my Dao field as a guest. Barge into my Dao field if you have the ability." He believed that the ninth chaos had once thought of barging into the Dao field, but he failed. Then let him out first. I have something to tell him, ninth chaos said forcefully. Hanju said, "No, we'll talk about it after some time." Silence. The dream fell silent. Hanju could feel the ninth chaos aura fluctuating. It seemed that the mental demon's appearance caused him to no longer be as calm as before. Hanju wasn't in a hurry and let the ninth chaos steam. In terms of pressure, the ninth chaos should be the greatest because he was about to lose his authority. The ninth chaos said, "All right, tell him to come to find me when he comes out." The dream shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and his expression became subtle. It seemed that the ninth chaos had not lost his mind. The ninth chaos was probably waiting for the endless era to arrive before forcefully becoming a creator lord. Hanju couldn't deal with him either. He couldn't kill the ninth chaos or even suppress him. Their battle would be endless. They still had to be wary of each other and couldn't even cultivate in peace. The current situation was the best choice for both sides. Next, it depended on who broke through earlier. Hanju slowly closed his eyes and continued cultivating. As for the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, he was still sealed in the ultimate origin soul oblivion waiting to be enslaved. A huge crimson star landed in the lonely void. A mysterious red mist filled the surroundings. In the star, the ground was barren, but it was dotted with lakes of different sizes. The lake's surface was frozen, contrasting with the seemingly scorching ground. A naked human youth landed on all fours like a monkey. He only had a trouser dress made of beast skin tied around his waist. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. His eyes were murky like dust. The human youth looked extremely tiny under the sky, like an ant wandering aimlessly, lonely and desolate. After an unknown period of time, the human youth was tired. He stopped at the edge of a small lake and began to lick the frozen surface with his tongue. Soon, his tongue stuck to the ice and he subconsciously retracted it. Blood surged from the wound that formed and he rolled back in pain. The blood landed on the ice and burned a huge hole. Immediately after, the entire surface of the lake began to melt. Mist rose. The human youth did not notice this scene. He was covering his mouth and rolling on the ground in pain. After the pain subsided, he slowly turned around. However, the scene in front of him left him stunned. The surface of the lake was shimmering. A refreshing breeze blew over, making him feel refreshed. The human youth immediately rushed over and sprawled in the river by the lake. He wolfed down the food until his hair was wet. At this moment, a voice sounded, "You came by foot. What do you want?" The human youth suddenly looked up and saw a white-haired old man standing at the side, stroking his beard and smiling. It was the leader of the nether race, Han Yu. He had already completely fused with the ultimate origin providence and become an ultimate origin lifeform. The human youth squeaked and danced excitedly. Han Yu smiled and asked, "You want to seek the Tao? You want to fly into the sky and enter the ground?" The human youth nodded desperately. Han Yu sized him up and sighed. "I didn't expect an existence like you to be born in the ultimate origin world. I'll give you the title of human race ancestor." Human ancestor? The human youth did not understand, but he felt that it was a good thing and was even happier. He began to circle around Han Yu. Sometimes he scratched his ears and cheeks, and sometimes he pulled his pants and belt. Han Yu waved his sleeve, and a beam of light surged into the human youth's forehead. The human youth froze. He returned to his senses after a long time. He looked at Han Yu and asked, "Are you very powerful? Can you fly and break through the ground?" Clearly, he had seen how powerful the cultivators of the ultimate origin world were. Han Yu smiled. "Of course I can. I can teach you." "Really? You can be considered determined to have walked here, but I hope that you can seriously consider the meaning of your existence during your cultivation," Han Yu said seriously. The human youth seemed to understand. Han Yu sighed upon seeing how simple he was. This was the first person in the ultimate origin world. In the heavenly Tao, the human race was fabricated by Nuwa, but this youth was a natural product of the ultimate origin world. The human youth had no parents. He was born at the bottom of a lake and had absorbed millions of years of heaven and earth spirit chi. His body was different from ordinary people, but he did not know how to use his dermic powers at all. Han Yu held the human youth's hand and walked into the distance. "From now on, your name is Ju Yi." All right. I have a name too. Call me Master from now on." "Master. Good disciple." "Master, where are you bringing me? How can I fly?" "You'll know in the future." 10 million years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at the ultimate origin soul oblivion in front of him. The Yin-Yang purity nirvana deity had yet to be successfully enslaved, as expected of a mid-stage Tao creator. However, he could wait no matter how long it took. Han Ju started to check his emails. All these years, Li Daokong, Zhao Shuangxuan, and Ji Xianxia had been exceptionally active. Han Ju could understand the first two, but Ji Xianxia surprised him. Unknowingly, Ji Xianxia had actually become a great Tao Supreme. He had been traveling through space and time and the river of destiny, absorbing the power of space and time, never returning to the chaos. Ji Xianxia had fallen in the past and future. He had once challenged Laozi's past self, but the present Laozi had crossed space and time and almost killed him. As for why he didn't kill him, it was probably because of Han Ju. From now on, Ji Xianxia didn't dare to do anything in the past. At most, he would go and absorb power. As for the future, Ji Xianxia did not dare to act recklessly. Han Ju was still looking forward to Ji Xianxia's experience. He also wanted to see if there was an example of his disciples relying on themselves to rise. Although the spirit chi in the Tao field was very abundant, cultivation had to rely on one's own creation after reaching the great Tao sage realm. It was not something that could be achieved through bitter cultivation. Han Ju sensed Ji Xianxia's dermic powers and saw that he was almost catching up to Tao sovereign. "My descendants have their own future. Let them be." Han Ju thought silently. It had been a long time since he interfered with his descendants and disciples. Han Ju looked at the chaos after reading the emails. Peace returned to the chaos after the ultimate evil chaotic devil was suppressed. Although more than half of the living beings were killed, Han Ju discovered that the providence of the chaos was actually increasing very quickly. Not only that, but the chaos was expanding. To be precise, it was not expanding. It was more like it was being torn apart. The chaotic space was collapsing layer by layer. The spirit chi also spread out and became thin. It seemed that the ninth chaos was preparing to tear the chaos apart. Of course, it was not simply tearing it apart, but an increase in creation. It broke through the restrictions of the blank domain on the Great Tao world, causing it to be distributed to every corner of the blank domain, which would usher in the endless era. The chaos was already endless to living beings below the Great Tao Sage realm. The blank domain was even larger. Even the Tao creators did not know how big it was. However, one thing was certain. The current blank domain was led by the chaos. Other than that, the other Great Tao worlds were not big and could not threaten the chaos. It was unknown if the arrival of the endless era still needed Han Huang's strength. Han Ju looked forward to who the seventh Tao creator was going to be. Chaotic consciousness, Yin-Yang purity nirvana deity. Chaotic consciousness, immeasurable destruction venerable, formless transcendent deity, divine might heavenly sage. Han Ju decided to wait in anticipation. He looked at the ultimate origin world next. The ultimate origin world was still steadily developing. Humans even appeared. The ancestor of the human race, Ju Yi, had obtained Han Yu's legacy. It was equivalent to obtaining Han Ju's inheritance. After attaining the Tao, he created the human race and attained freedom in a few million years. Such potential was already very good. He would probably have already become a great Tao sage in the chaos. Han Ju didn't care about his name. He saw through Han Yu's thoughts and knew he wanted to please him. Han Ju might take care of him in the future because of his name. Unfortunately, he didn't have that thought for now. Han Ju continued cultivating after seeing that everything was fine. 2 seclusion cycles passed in the blink of an eye. This meant that 20 million years had passed. The Yin-Yang purity nirvana deity had yet to be successfully enslaved. Han Ju had no choice but to continue waiting. The chaos regained its vitality after so many years. With more living beings, there were also more battles. The great Tao immeasurable calamity was uttered by all living beings again. The 9 extremes orthodoxy roped in many dark believers after claiming to believe in the dark forbidden Lord. However, many troubles also followed. At least, they had severed the path of unifying the chaos. All living beings were still very resistant to the dark forbidden Lord. They felt that he was not a good person just from his name and style. However, Zhao Shuangquan was already obsessed. He swore to gather the power to resist the divine might heavenly sage. As for unifying the chaos, it was no longer that important to him. Han Ju began to ignore the chaos. He only wanted to break through and enslave the Yin-Yang purity nirvana deity now. 20 million years of cultivation allowed Han Ju to get closer and closer to breaking through. He wanted to see what would happen first, his breakthrough or the successful enslaving of the Tao creator. Han Ju closed his eyes. On the other side, the 9 divine stars and Shani had already established their own Taoist temples at the side. After all, they had been chased out for so long. It was impossible for them to not have a home. Han Ju's seclusion made the disciples guess. Even the Tao companions were guessing. Han Ju's women would gather in Xing Hongshuan's Taoist temple every once in a while. Other than discussing the Tao, they would also chat and discuss some chaotic matters. Qing Luaner sighed. Husband hasn't come out for a long time. Did something happen? Liao said. He should be breaking through. Tao Comprehension Sword chuckled. He rarely looked at us in the past. Get used to it. She and Liao often felt like they had been forgotten by Han Ju before the Tao field was opened. Fairy Shi Xian sighed. What realm will he reach if he breaks through again? The women sighed. Liao, who was the most motivated in cultivation, was even more fascinated. At this moment, a voice came from outside the Taoist temple. Mothers, I'm here to visit. I have something to ask of you. Han Yunjin was Liao's son. All the women doted on him, even surpassing the other children, including Xing Hongxian. Although Han Huang was outstanding, Han Yunjin was the only one who often returned to visit them, unlike their other children who would not return after going out and could only meet during the chaotic assembly. Come in, Xing Hongxian said. She was the master of the Taoist temple, so she naturally had the right to speak. Han Yunjin entered the temple and bowed respectfully to each mother. His posture was very respectful. Even Tao Comprehension Sword beamed. Tao Comprehension Sword smiled. Yuer isn't here. Otherwise, she would definitely be asking you questions. Perhaps because of their similar personalities, Tao Comprehension Sword and Chang Yuer were very close. Han Yunjin smiled. She wants to take in some women from the Han family as her disciples. I've already chosen a batch of female disciples for her. Liao asked. Just say it. What is it? Han Yunjin paused for a moment before saying, Recently, I heard that a woman wants to marry second brother. This woman's father is the master of a chaotic overlord force. In order to attract second brother, he prepared to attack the heavenly Tao and wanted to force him to appear. Speaking of this, he was speechless. He did not expect the heavenly Tao to suffer such an undeserved calamity. He had no choice but to come to the Tao field because of the sages. Xing Hongxian frowned. Is this woman so domineering? She naturally paid attention to her daughter-in-law, but this matter made her very unhappy. She wasn't the only one. The others were also very unhappy. Qing Waner said. Perhaps this is the reason why Huanger doesn't like her. Xian Qingjun smiled. It's not easy to subdue such a woman. Back then, I had the same attitude towards your father. I didn't really like him then. Han Yunjin smiled bitterly. Mothers, it's mainly the heavenly Tao now. Most of the descendants of the Han family are in the heavenly Tao. The Han family will be affected if the hidden sect doesn't make a move or if second brother doesn't return. Xing Hongxian snorted. Sisters, why don't we go? We should do something after cultivating for so long. Xian Qingjuan's eyes lit up. She was the demon lord back then. Qinghuaner was a little nervous. She had never fought. Dao Comprehension Sword looked at Liao. Liao nodded slowly under Han Yunjin's expectant gaze. The strongest among the women was Liao. She had to take the lead. The women grew confident since she agreed. After all, they were facing a chaotic overlord force. They were convinced by Liao's strength. They had sparred with each other in the simulation trial. Han Yunjin smiled. He admired his mother the most. As a woman, she had a tenacious will that was not inferior to his father. Han Yunjin left after exchanging some pleasantries. The women chatted about the situation in the chaos. They were also very curious about the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun, and Liao had already begun to establish their great Tao worlds. So they were all looking forward to the endless era. Han Ju was immersed in cultivation. A black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him before his seclusion ended. He opened his eyes with a strange expression. Summoning me? Han Ju was a little unhappy. He wanted to break through in one go, but his rhythm was interrupted. However, it was Xing Hongxian who had summoned him. He had to help her. He looked at the other end of the black vortex. It was the heavenly Tao. At this moment, countless figures floated in the vast void outside the heavenly Tao. All sorts of vast Dharma treasures were mixed in. Several chaotic cities and chaotic heavenly roads had already been destroyed. The cultivators on the heavenly Tao side had their backs facing the heavenly Tao. Their number was great, but the aura gathered together was far inferior to the enemy. Countless corpses floated in the void between the two sides. Most of them were heavenly Tao lifeforms. Liao, Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun, and the other women stood among the sages. All the sages looked at the black vortex in front of Xing Hongxian. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Would that existence really come? How many years had it been? He missed the atmosphere when he discussed the heavenly Tao with Han Ju. At that time, he felt no pressure with Han Ju around. In the past, when Han Ju was around, he would be wary. Now that Han Ju was gone, he was restrained and didn't dare to completely carry out his ambitions. Are you summoning Han Huang? Very good. I'll wait. A laugh sounded. The speaker was in a pavilion. She stood in front of the guardrail in a gorgeous dress. Her face was beautiful and her posture was arrogant, like an empress looking down on all living beings. She was called Goddess Mingji, and she was very famous in the chaos. She was extremely powerful. Below the pavilion was a seven-headed beast as big as a star. It had a body like a huge turtle and 7 heads like dragons, tigers, cheilants, and so on. In front of the 7-headed beast stood 3 great Tao Supremes and dozens of great Tao sages. Just the 3 great Tao Supremes were enough to suffocate the heavenly Tao. One of them had even reached the perfected great Tao Supreme realm. His aura was even more dazzling than the bright sun. Many mighty figures appeared in the heavenly Tao, but they had already established their own sects, causing no one in the heavenly Tao to be stronger than Liao. Liao could resist the 3 great Tao Supremes, but the heavenly Tao was at a disadvantage in the great Tao Sage battle. Is that senior summoning the divine Punisher Han Huang? It's said that they are all the Tao companions of the divine might heavenly sage. The one using the summoning mystical power is Han Huang's biological mother. They look so young. They're courting death. When Han Huang comes, it will be a calamity. Why isn't he out yet? The heavenly Tao sages discussed. The cultivators behind them also spoke, but their knowledge was shallow. Many of them had never even heard of Han Huang. They only knew that this was a calamity for the heavenly Tao. After the cruel battle just now, they knew that the heavenly Tao was about to lose. They would all die if they did not invite the chaotic mighty figures. The black vortex was silent. Only space fluctuated and nothing appeared. The entire void fell silent for a time. Seconds passed. The black vortex still did not move. Xianxia frowned. Xian Qingjun, Li Yao, and the other women were also a little flustered. Could it be that there was a mistake in the mystical power and they could not summon their husband? Or was he busy cultivating in seclusion and could not be distracted? It was troublesome no matter what. The waiting goddess Mingji's expression changed from anticipation to anger. She thought of the man who had saved her but despised her. Could it be that he had already sensed her and deliberately did not come? That's right. With his personality, he did not care about anyone at all, much less have any burden. If he came today, wouldn't he be telling the enemy that the heavenly Tao was his weakness? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her beautiful face turned cold as she said, "Do it! Destroy the heavenly Tao!" Humph! Her subordinates roared. The great Tao sage mobilized his dermic powers again and prepared to attack. However, the three great Tao supremes did not move. Their expressions were extremely ugly as they stared at the black vortex in front of Xianxia. The great Tao supreme in the middle asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The originally restless chaotic army fell silent again. Goddess Mingji narrowed his eyes at the black vortex and looked happy. Was he coming? Han Huang. I'll immediately retreat as long as you say the word, Goddess Mingji said, causing the gazes of the heavenly Tao to land on the black vortex. Xianxia snorted. I didn't summon my son. Goddess Mingji was stunned and her expression turned extremely ugly. She felt like she was being played. What a waste of time. Hurry up and flatten the heavenly Tao. Goddess Mingji shouted hysterically. She sounded crazy and no longer as graceful as before. The chaotic army was about to take action when a cold snort sounded. Other than the three great Tao Supremes and Goddess Mingji, the entire chaotic army was suddenly reduced to ashes. Even the seven-headed beast under Goddess Mingji's feet was destroyed in body and soul. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Goddess Mingji, scaring her so much that she was unable to move. The three great Tao Supremes were even more so affected. The heavenly Tao was dumbfounded upon seeing the chaotic army being instantly destroyed. What happened? Who came? The heavenly Tao sages guessed the truth. All of them were excited, but they did not dare to speak, afraid that they would appear rude. Tao Comprehension Sword heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. She muttered, I knew it. It's impossible for him to ignore us. Xianxia smiled proudly. Little girl, are you going to continue being arrogant? She was very unhappy with Goddess Mingji. This woman wanted to pursue her son, but she dared to kill his mother. She couldn't have such a daughter-in-law. Goddess Mingji did not answer. She just stared at the black vortex. At this moment, the three great Tao Supremes felt relieved. The leader hurriedly bowed. Thank you for your mercy, Senior. We will never invade the heavenly Tao again. With that, the three great Tao Supremes immediately turned around and transformed into beams of light, bringing Goddess Mingji away. The black vortex in front of Xianxia shrank until it disappeared. The heavenly Tao was in an uproar and cheered. We're saved. It must have been the Divine Might Heavenly Sage just now. Is the Divine Might Heavenly Sage really so powerful? I didn't even see him. That's an existence that surpasses the chaos. How terrifying was that ultimate evil chaotic devil? But wasn't he easily suppressed? Why did he let that demoness go? Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju was calculating the karma between Goddess Mingji and Han Huang. The reason why he didn't kill her was that Goddess Mingji and Han Huang were actually fated. Marriage was also related to karma. Different cultivation levels could see marriage further away. Han Huang did not have any feelings for Goddess Mingji, but he had never had a woman before. He had never even been tempted. Hanju hoped that Han Huang would have this experience to stabilize his Tao. As for how long Han Huang and Goddess Mingji would be together and what the outcome would be, he did not care. What's the big deal? Continue cultivating. Hanju snorted and continued to break through. Year after year passed. Hanju welcomed his 290 millionth birthday and accumulated another creation heaven's chosen attempt. He felt the pressure. He had originally hoped to break through before becoming 300 million years old. Now he was already close to it. Hanju had no choice but to take out the Book of Misfortune and curse the ninth chaos. He naturally had to cause trouble to the ninth chaos if his breakthrough was slow. Hanju's lifespan began to decrease after cursing for 5 days. Just like before, Hanju cursed the ninth chaos until his cultivation was damaged. Cracks appeared in the chaos again and a large number of evil devils appeared. Tens of thousands of years later, such a situation also happened in the ultimate origin world. A large number of spatial cracks appeared and some unknown evil devils were born, bringing calamity to all living beings. Hanju did this on purpose as if he was also cursed. As for how many living beings would die, he did not care. The ultimate origin world would eventually face its own calamity. This calamity was equivalent to bringing it forward. From Hanju's point of view, the life and death of the living beings in the ultimate origin world didn't affect him unless the entire world was destroyed. Then Hanju continued cultivating to break through. Apart from Hanju, no one knew that the ninth chaos was cursed. The ninth chaos had never looked for other Tao creators. Although the chaos was lively, the blank domain was strangely silent. In a mysterious dark space, the evil heavenly emperor stood in front of the formless transcendent deity. His head was lowered as he did not dare to look at the other party. The formless transcendent deity said, "Are you ready?" The evil heavenly emperor said, "I'm already prepared. I won't regret it even if I die." If you succeed, not only will you attain the Great Tao Supreme Realm, but you will also create your own Great Tao world. This will pave the way for you in the future. Remember, no matter what you see or encounter, even the feelings of your body are fake. Keep your faith firm. I understand. A pillar of light descended from the sky and landed on his body as soon as the evil heavenly emperor finished speaking. His body was instantly destroyed and his soul knelt in the pillar of light, trembling in pain. He did not scream or wail, but it was obvious how torturous it was from the looks of his struggling soul. A figure appeared beside the formless transcendent deity at this moment. It was a stone statue man. It was burly and strong, as if it was wearing armor. A pair of abnormally huge stone wings could be seen on its back. "Father, do you really trust him?" the stone statue asked unhappily. The formless transcendent deity replied, "Yes, and I look forward to it." "Why?" "Because I watched him grow. Also, he has another use." "What use?" "You shouldn't know." "Father, now that the various great Tao worlds are fighting, we want to be stepping stones for the chaotic lifeforms." "Is that really good?" "Your favor for the chaotic geniuses has already far exceeded all living beings. You can't even defeat the nine-headed divine spirit, so how can you shoulder the responsibility of all living beings?" The stone statue was furious, but it could not refute. "I have a mission for you. I will reconsider it if you succeed." "What mission?" "Join the Nine Extremes Orthodoxy and investigate the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity." "All right." The stone statue immediately disappeared. The formless transcendent deity looked at the evil heavenly emperor again and waited quietly. In the Taoist temple of the third Tao field, you are 300 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and devour all the other Great Tao worlds. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. Hanju opened his eyes and looked defeated. He had failed to break through within the estimated time. Damn it, he was only 100,000 years away. He was about to break through. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. Please choose the system function you desire to upgrade. Hanju looked at the notification in front of him and silently made his choice. The derivation function has begun to upgrade. Hanju's expression softened. He hoped that after upgrading, even an ultimate Tao treasure would not be able to block it. Hanju looked at the ultimate origin soul oblivion ahead. The Yin-Yang purity nirvana deity had yet to be successfully enslaved. It seemed that he had still underestimated the long time the system had given him. He continued to cultivate. 1,000 years later, the derivation function was successfully upgraded. The derivation function has been successfully upgraded. It can ignore the ultimate Tao treasure's karma protection. Awesome. Hanju smiled. Should he try it? Forget it, I'll break through first. Nothing was more important than his cultivation. Information was minimal as long as he was strong enough. Hanju focused on cultivating. 50,000 years later, Hanju began to break through. He successfully broke through a little more than 3,000 years later. Perfected Tao creator. Hanju felt a long-awaited transformation. He was not the only one. The entire ultimate origin world began to transform. The ultimate origin chi sword. The ultimate origin lifeforms who had just eliminated the evil devils thought that it was a reward from the heavens. This matter would become an ancient legend in the future. Hanju checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 300,054,049/7, 299, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, race. Ultimate origin fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation. Perfected Tao creator, perfect sage. Technique. Primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin, constitution. Extreme Tao ultimate origin. Body. His lifespan increased again. Hanju suddenly felt a little vexed. Should he curse the 9th chaos before breaking through? Forget it. Actually, he had always yearned to fight the 9th chaos. He naturally had to have a satisfying victory to celebrate becoming a creator lord. This was also the reason why he would not go overboard every time he cursed the 9th chaos. He wanted to delay the other party's cultivation progress, but he did not want his cultivation level to fall too much. Only the 9th chaos could be an opponent on the path of invincibility. Hanju treated him as the ultimate boss. Facing such an existence, it would be too regretful if he didn't fight him. Hanju's cultivation finally stabilized after hundreds of thousands of years. He felt more than 100 times stronger compared to when he was a late-stage Tao creator. Even if it was a minor realm, the higher one went, the greater the difference. Hanju started the simulation trial. He challenged the Yin-Yang purity nirvana deity. After all, this fellow was at the mid-stage Tao creator realm. He was stronger than the formless transcendent deity and the immeasurable destruction venerable. 100,000 Yin-Yang void nirvana deities. Instant kill. Tao creators were not undying in the simulation trial. There was only a pure comparison of strength. Hanju directly raised it to 1,000,000 Yin-Yang void nirvana deities in one go. He finally felt a little pressure. It took him 1/3 of a second to kill them all. 2,000,000 Yin-Yang void nirvana deities. This time, the pressure was great. All the great Tao worlds would probably be instantly destroyed when that vast power gathered together, including the transcendent rule, destroying the past, present, and future. Awesome. Hanju finally felt his blood boiling. Hanju's mood returned to normal after playing the simulation trial for a few days. He didn't leave the Taoist temple. Instead, he continued to wait for the ultimate origin heavenly prison to end enslaving the target. He looked outside the Taoist temple. The 9 divine stars and Shani were gathered together to cultivate. Their cultivation levels were at least at the mid-stage Great Tao Supreme Realm. Hanju wondered if he should tell them to go train outside. Could be seen that these guys also yearned for the chaos. Hanju created a clone and went to teach the 9 divine stars and Shani. Time passed. Millions of years later, the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity was finally enslaved. Inyang Purity Nirvana deity has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability: max. The ultimate origin soul dissipated and the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity condensed his main body. He knelt in front of him respectfully. Hanju asked some questions and instructed some things before sending the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity back to the blank domain. The Inyang Purity Nirvana deity appeared in the blank domain. Just as he was about to fly back to his Great Tao world, the immeasurable destruction Venerable sent a voice transmission to him. The 2 Tao creators appeared in a mysterious space. What happened earlier? The immeasurable destruction Venerable asked. After I lost, I went to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's Tao field to listen to the Tao. The Tao discussion during this period of time has benefited me greatly. I'm preparing to enter seclusion. Just listening to the Tao? Yes, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage is an ascetic. He warned me that if I find trouble with him again, he won't be so easy to talk to next time. I also promised not to scheme against the ultimate origin world. The Inyang Purity Nirvana deity's answer made the immeasurable destruction Venerable less confused. That's right. The battle between Hanju and the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity was not a spar. They were clearly angry. If that was the case, how could they discuss the Tao after the battle? The immeasurable destruction Venerable gloated upon hearing that the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity had been warned by Hanju. He had always been unhappy with the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity. He had been bullied by this fellow before. The Inyang Purity Nirvana deity snorted. Is there anything else? If you want to see a joke, I can let you experience my previous feelings. Nothing had changed. He was still so domineering and arrogant. The 2 Tao creators chatted for a while before leaving. The immeasurable destruction Venerable came to another mysterious space. The chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity were waiting here. How's the situation? The chaotic consciousness asked. He's fine. He was warned by the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage can enslave the enemy. Has he been? Impossible. We are Tao creators. Even the chaos can only suppress us. How can we be enslaved? I see that his temperament and words haven't changed. True. It sounded impossible to enslave a Tao creator and make him loyal to him. Unless the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity was convinced, it was impossible for him to serve Hanju willingly, especially after his defeat. The formless transcendent deity said, "We should wait and see." The chaotic consciousness and the immeasurable destruction Venerable nodded. Clearly, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage and the 9th Chaos would definitely fight in the future. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage's performance shocked the 3 Tao creators when he battled the Inyang Purity Nirvana deity. This child could already resist the 9th Chaos. The chaotic consciousness sighed. Where did he come from? Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient existence before us? The formless transcendent deity and the immeasurable destruction Venerable nodded in agreement. They couldn't answer. At least, they thought that Hanju definitely had another identity. It was impossible for him to become so powerful in just 300 million years. Perhaps Hanju was the legendary primordial fiend celestial? No matter what, they realized that Hanju was no longer someone they could scheme against. They could already see an unprecedented battle coming. What they could do now was to protect themselves and all the living beings in the Great Tao world. 310 million years old. Hanju called the 9 divine stars and Shani into the Taoist temple. The 10 descendants were very excited. How many years had it been? They had finally returned. They looked at Hanju carefully. After so many years, Hanju didn't change at all, but they felt that he had become stronger. The ancestor had been in seclusion for so long. It was impossible for him to not have gained anything. 9 divine stars. I'll send you on a mission. Go to the chaos and capture the ultimate origin fiend celestial, Hanju said. The ultimate origin fiend celestial was the ultimate origin cultivation potential nurtured by Han Ling. Now in the heavenly court, this fellow used the name of the ultimate origin fiend celestial and insulted Han Ju. It was a good opportunity to train the 9 divine stars. Han Zhongdao asked, "Are you going to reveal our identities?" Han Ju said, "You can use the name of 9 divine stars, but you can't mention me or the hidden sect." Understood. The 9 divine stars were all excited and rubbed their palms together. They could finally take action after waiting for so many years. Shani looked at Han Ju in anticipation after the 9 divine stars left. Han Ju said, "Continue cultivating. The Tao of curses is different from the 9 divine stars. You have to hide in the dark in the future and stay by my side." Shani felt bitter, but he did not dare to refute. Han Ju smiled. "I'll bring you out for a walk when I'm free in the future." Shani hurriedly thanked him. Han Ju started to check his emails. Transcendent existences appeared less frequently, but the battles in the chaos increased. Han Ju noticed an email. "Your good friend Tao Ancestor obtained the help of your good friend Pangu to create a creation race. His providence has increased greatly." Creation race? Han Ju was secretly curious. He deduced. He discovered that Pangu and Hong Jun had joined forces to create a human race. It looked identical to the human race, but its physique far exceeded that of the heavenly Tao human race. This new race was called the Tao Heavenly Race. The Tao Heavenly Race was not in the heavenly Tao but in a corner of the chaos. They didn't reveal themselves for the time being. The talent of this race was almost comparable to the chaotic fiend celestials. It contained Pangu's blood essence and the Tao ancestors' great Tao comprehension. It was indeed impressive. Han Ju was only interested and had no intention of interfering. Pangu and the Tao ancestor were already not on the same level as him. In addition, the two sides were not enemies, so he naturally would not suppress them. No one's cultivation speed could catch up to his. Han Ju naturally wouldn't suppress the juniors. It was meaningless to be too invincible. It was also interesting for juniors to overestimate themselves and challenge him occasionally. Previously, he was not strong enough and didn't want to be disturbed. However, he was about to become invincible and naturally needed someone to disturb him. It was not embarrassing to posture. At the same time, Transcendent Domain Creation Emperor Court. Han Huang had just fused with a power that transcended the supreme rules when his cultivation level increased greatly. The formless transcendent deity had only given him the power divided by the supreme rules, not the supreme rules themselves. Otherwise, the transcendent domain would have collapsed. Han Huang opened his eyes as killing intent flashed across them. His mentality also changed as he became stronger. He had looked down on the other races ever since he was born, but he wouldn't take the initiative to bully them. However, now he suddenly felt a little lonely. "Looks like my heart is not strong enough. I have great cultivation but no Tao heart," Han Huang muttered to himself. He would think of his father every time he was puzzled. His father had never lost control or complained according to his understanding. No matter how exciting and chaotic the outside world was, he had always been immersed in his seclusion cultivation. He wanted to do the same, so he had not gone out to do anything all these years. However, as time passed, he could not help but feel hostility. Han Huang felt that something would happen to him if this continued. Once he lost control, it would not be good for him or all living beings. He felt lonely and developed killing intent. Now, he also felt that he was terrifying. However, the thought of destroying all living beings in the chaos appeared in his heart. It was very difficult for him to extinguish it. Han Huang stood up and moved to the heavenly court. Heavenly court, Imperial Garden. Han Huang and the evil heavenly emperor drank immortal wine. The evil heavenly emperor had already become a great Tao supreme. His every move was domineering. Compared to the aura of power in the past, it was now absolute confidence caused by strength. Han Huang expressed his distress. The evil heavenly emperor frowned upon hearing that Han Huang actually had such hostility. The evil heavenly emperor said in a low voice, "Looks like the primordial fiend celestial is more terrifying than I imagined. No wonder there was chaos after the primordial destruction." Huang you can be the primordial fiend celestial, but your father can't be a chaotic fiend celestial. If he can suppress his hostility, why can't you? Han Huang smiled bitterly. There can only be one primordial fiend celestial in the chaos. Father gave me his bloodline before I was born. I see. No wonder you were nurtured for so long. I'm afraid of letting father down, so I don't dare to act according to my personality, Han Huang said worriedly, not losing his usual arrogance. The evil heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. Is it possible that the situation you're encountering now is not from your bloodline, but the great Tao immeasurable calamity? The great Tao immeasurable calamity needs the primordial fiend celestial. In my opinion, it's definitely not as simple as the rumors. It must be some connection between the primordial fiend celestial and the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Han Huang was moved. That wouldn't be his problem if that was the case. The evil heavenly emperor said earnestly, Huang you should find your father. I don't know why you don't like to trouble your father. You're not the only one. Tuor is the same. From my point of view, your father won't mind helping you. The evil heavenly emperor thought of his sons and gritted his teeth. They were either unfilial or wanted to overthrow him, especially Long Hao. Fortunately, he had entrusted Long Hao to Hanju back then. Long Hao's respect for Hanju far exceeded his. This kid was probably willing to let Long Hao die. Han Huang was silent. The evil heavenly emperor raised his wine cup and did not disturb his thoughts. But father is very afraid of trouble. He's usually busy in seclusion. Han Huang frowned. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. That was in the past. He was not strong enough, so that was naturally the case. Now, who do you think is your father's match? Han Huang was enlightened. That's right. That was in the past. Han Huang had been wandering the chaos for so long, but he couldn't think of anyone who could match his father. Even the Transcendent Lord had said that he was not his father's match. As for the ninth chaos, Han Huang had never heard of it. The ninth chaos was an unknown existence to him and the evil heavenly emperor. They had never even heard of a legend. Han Huang immediately stood up and left after figuring it out. The evil heavenly emperor shook his head and laughed. This brat is really anxious. He still has to look for his brother to drink. Speaking of which, when should I go and drink with his father? 10 million years later. Hanju opened his eyes and felt Han Huang waiting outside. He had been waiting for millions of years. He called Han Huang in as he started to check his emails. Your descendant Han Zhongdao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your descendant Han Fan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your descendant Long Minggu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your daughter Han Ling received a dream from a transcendent existence. Her cultivation has increased. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by a purity cultivator X40982182. Your disciple. Your good friend Huang Zuentian created a primordial mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo has entered the river of destiny. The emails were really lively. Hanju read them with relish. Han Huang came in front of him and bowed respectfully. Father, I'm here to find you. I need your help. Tell me. I've been feeling hostility recently. I keep thinking. Han Huang talked about his situation, attracting Hanju's attention. Speaking of which, although they were both primordial fiend celestials, Hanju was a postnatal primordial fiend celestial that had evolved. Han Huang was different. He was born as a primordial fiend celestial. In a sense, Hanju had different thoughts from him. Even if an azure dragon was raised by mortals, it was impossible for it to treat everyone as its own. This was the difference in the bloodline. Hanju had no choice but to use the derivation function. Why does Han Huang want to destroy all living beings in the chaos? 500 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The great Tao immeasurable calamity's karmic influence involves the blank domain's transcendent rule. There were transcendent rules in the blank domain? But this made sense. The birth of everything had a source, after all. The chaos was born in the primordial chaos, and the primordial chaos was born in the blank space. Hanju didn't know how the blank space existed for the time being. From the looks of it, the great Tao immeasurable calamity needed Han Huang to go berserk and cause all living beings to fight him. They would fight until the chaos shattered and the endless era arrived. It was impossible for Han Huang to directly shatter the chaos. In that case, there was no choice. Hanju said meaningfully, "Since you can't control it, do as you wish." Han Huang was stunned, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Hanju said, "Who doesn't have negative karma on the path of cultivation? The rules need order, and order will definitely be tainted by the slaughter calamity. Perhaps you have let down all the living beings in the chaos, but you will be the #1 contributor to all the beings in the future of the endless era. A new race will definitely appear in the endless era. A new world that executes destruction and slaughter is also part of the natural order. All living beings can accept death by the rules. All living beings just can't accept being killed by other living beings. However, you will transcend living beings after crossing this hurdle." Han Huang frowned as the killing intent in his eyes began to burst out. He naturally wouldn't restrain his killing intent with Hanju's support. In fact, the reason why he didn't want to attack all living beings was that he was afraid his father would be disappointed. Now that he actually supported him, what couldn't he figure out? This is the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Fight with all living beings and destroy the chaos. Hanju smiled. Although he said it heartlessly, it was the truth. Han Huang asked, "Then, what will happen to me when the endless era arrives? I really don't have to pay the price." He was not stupid. He had heard many legends of the heavenly Tao's immeasurable calamity. Although the devil ancestor, the ancestral magus, the demon emperor, the devil emperor, and so on pushed for the calamity, all of them did not end up well. The ones who benefited were only those existences who secretly controlled everything. Hanju said, "Yes, someone will definitely kill you in the name of righteousness to obtain a huge opportunity." Han Huang took a deep breath upon hearing his father's answer. He also felt pressure, but he felt more motivated. "Come and kill me. I want to see who can kill me." Han Huang looked at his father and saw him smiling. The pressure in his heart vanished. If his father was not worried about him, what was he worried about? He would be truly invincible in the chaos if he could survive the great Tao immeasurable calamity and laugh until the endless era. He would not let down the name of the primordial fiend celestial. Han Huang stood up and bid farewell. He had waited for millions of years for these words. Hanju looked at his departing figure and sighed secretly. "Brat, you don't even know how to greet me. Can't you talk to your father more? Ask me how strong I am now, not giving me a chance to show off? Then you have to suffer more in the great Tao immeasurable calamity." Hanju snorted. He would definitely delay his arrival if Han Huang was suppressed. Shani asked after Han Huang left, "Ancestor, can I make a move when the time comes?" Ancestor Han Huang was going to stir up the great Tao immeasurable calamity and would definitely attract countless hatred. He felt that he could help him. After following Hanju for so long, under his influence, Xianxia's situation was also very high. He was not high and mighty, but he thought from the perspective of all living beings. The great Tao immeasurable calamity looked like a calamity and was a devastating disaster for all living beings, but they had never seen it. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Countless great Tao worlds like the chaos would be born when the endless era arrived. The number of living beings would multiply endlessly. Sacrificing oneself to help the greater one. Why not? Even mortals knew how to sacrifice a small number to benefit the majority. Everything focused on the majority. Hanju closed his eyes and said, "We'll see. It's not impossible." Shani immediately beamed. He had been always cultivating and had never made a move. It was too uncomfortable. One couldn't curse the enemy behind their back in the simulation trial. If the enemy attacked directly, the great Tao of curses would be useless. Hanju began to observe the chaos and the ultimate origin world. Creation Emperor Court, Heavenly Hall. Han Huang told Han Ling his intentions, and Han Ling fell silent. After a long while, Han Ling sighed. "Must that be the case?" Han Huang smiled. "I have to. Instead of giving the advantage to others, why don't I give it to you?" I'll tell you in advance. This way you can lessen the burden. Han Ling frowned. What will you do if I stand on the same side as all living beings? Ha ha ha. Han Huang laughed loudly. Fourth sister, do you think I'll die? Impossible. With that, he turned around and left. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, Don't tell Han Yi about this. I need this kid to face me with all his might. Han Ling looked at Han Huang's departing figure with flickering eyes. That day, Han Ling gave the order that Han Huang would betray the Creation Emperor Court and become enemies in the future. The entire Creation Emperor Court was in an uproar, but there was no chaos. After all, the Emperor was also an invincible expert comparable to Han Huang. She had once repelled the entire 9 Extremes orthodoxy alone. Although Han Huang's departure was a huge loss, it could not shake the Creation Emperor Court's foundation. Apart from the Emperor, Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bahen also rose and had the potential to become experts like the Emperor and Han Huang. Below the 3 of them, countless experts and geniuses were trying to break through. Although the current Creation Emperor Court had not expanded, its foundation had increased crazily. The various factions in the transcendent domain were terrified. An unprecedented colossus was rising. Han Huang vanished without a trace after betraying the Creation Emperor Court. 10 million years later, Han Huang married Goddess Mingji. Goddess Mingji's father represented his faction and announced that Han Huang would be the leader. For a time, the entire chaos was in an uproar. Han Huang, who had disappeared for a long time, had transformed into the master of an overlord faction. This faction was renamed the Primordial Chaos. The Primordial Chaos covered dozens of domains in the chaos. They had more than 500 Great Tao Sages and more than 10 Great Tao Supremes. Less than 5 factions could compare with them in the entire chaos. The situation in the chaos began to change after Han Huang established his faction. The Primordial Chaos had already appeared. The Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity was not far away. All the mighty figures knew that Han Huang would stir up the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity. But they did not know when it would happen. They didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke him. 10 million years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju had been in seclusion for 50 million years, and he had reached 370 million years of age. He was trying to break through to the Creator-Lord realm. Hanju looked forward to this realm after reaching the perfected Tao Creator realm. However, although his cultivation level was still increasing, he needed help finding the opportunity to break through. He felt that he was missing something. Hanju opened his eyes and started to think. What was lacking? The 9th Chaos wanted to rely on the Endless Era to become a Creator Lord. What it needed was for the chaos to shatter and break through to the blank domain. Could it be that he had to do the same? Wouldn't the blank domain only accommodate one Creator Lord then? No, he didn't have to start the Endless Era. That was only the 9th Chaos guess. Hanju's ultimate origin world was far from the limit. It seemed that the hope of breaking through still rested on it. Hanju immediately left a clone and jumped into the ultimate origin world. Although there was no Tao field in the ultimate origin world, he was not afraid of attacks. Now, only the 9th Chaos was a threat to him, and it could not kill him. Hanju opened a palace that all living beings couldn't see at the peak of the ultimate origin world, above the 8 supreme rules. His main body sat in the palace and looked down at the chaos. The 9th supreme rule was being nurtured and could be born anytime. Hanju was looking forward to this. The 8th supreme rule allowed the ultimate origin world to obtain the ability to devour other great Tao worlds. What would the 9th supreme rule be? Hanju waited patiently as he cultivated. Millions of years later, the 9th supreme rule was finally born. Hanju sensed carefully. This rule was actually similar to breaking the rules. Wasn't this compatible with the Endless Era? The ultimate origin world would keep destroying the blank domain, causing itself to expand infinitely. Wasn't that the Endless Era? Excited, Hanju immediately mobilized the ultimate origin world's power. As expected, the ultimate origin world's power could shatter the blank domain and increase his space. Space could expand infinitely. However, the Great Tao world could no longer expand because of the blank domain's restriction. Hanju wouldn't need the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity if the ultimate origin world expanded infinitely because of this. The great Tao world is the current foundation. I don't have to think about anything else. I only need to constantly strengthen the ultimate origin world to become a creator lord. However, what should I do to become a creator lord? He could sense that the great Tao immeasurable calamity's aura was approaching the chaos. It turned out that the great Tao immeasurable calamity could not be stirred up just because he wanted to. Supreme karma would descend and drive all living beings to fight. Although the chaos had experienced several calamities, there was no supreme karma of the great Tao immeasurable calamity, so the endless era had never arrived. After knowing that his Tao attainment path was safe, Hanju left a clone in the palace and his main body returned to the third Taoist temple. Shani didn't sense that he had left. The alternation between the clone and the main body was extremely fast. Even a perfected great Tao supreme like Shani couldn't sense it. Hanju had 25 creation heaven's chosen attempts now. He hesitated to use them. He gave up after thinking about it. He would use it when the endless era arrived. At that time, dozens of creation heaven's chosen would gather together and be nurtured by him. Then, he would let them out to make a name for themselves. It would be simply awesome. They had to cultivate under the divine might heavenly sage if they wanted to become a Tao creator. If such word spread, how impressive would that be? Hanju thought silently and looked forward to it. Of course, it was just a thought. He would find it annoying if that really happened. Hanju wouldn't deliberately suppress the juniors in the future, but it was best for the majority of his own people to be in the ranks of Tao creators. He could never lose his vigilance. This was how the ninth chaos was counterattacked. The ninth chaos even had the intention to suppress it. Hanju couldn't let it go completely. Hanju began to check his emails to see how his friends had been all these years. Your son Han Huang created the primordial demon soldier. His providence has declined. Your disciple Xianxia has comprehended the great Tao providence divine authority. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable was attacked by your good friend ninth chaos. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor has received guidance from your good friend formless transcendent deity. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuentian's soul has transformed into a primordial soul. His providence has transformed. Your disciple Jiang Juesher has entered chaotic reincarnation. Your son Han Huang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your descendant Han Yi was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck and was expelled by Shi Tian's rules. Primordial demon soldier? What a show. He probably wanted to nurture a force and stir up the entire chaos. Hanju was a little disdainful. He continued reading. He frowned at Su Qi's encounter. Shi Tian's rules could still expel people. It was clearly Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable's intention. However, he didn't dare to fall out with Hanju, so he didn't kill him. In that case, Hanju couldn't be bothered. It was good that Su Qi was wandering around. Could pave the way for Han Huang. The more chaotic the chaos was, the more dangerous the great Tao immeasurable calamity would be. The chances of Han Huang surviving also increased. Su Qi was equivalent to Han Huang's helper. Hanju suddenly had an idea. Should he tell the other disciples to help Han Huang and share the great Tao immeasurable calamity's creation? Many sides were fighting Han Huang. It was very difficult to obtain a great creation, but it was different. Hanju thought for a moment and felt that it was troublesome. He would let nature take its course. After reading the emails, Hanju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to visit his Tao companions. He spent thousands of years visiting them one by one. Hanju left Xing Hongshuan's Taoist temple for last. Xing Hongxian looked worried when she mentioned Han Huang. He betrayed the creation emperor court and even took in that demoness force. Will he take the wrong path? Hanju didn't hide anything and told her Han Huang's difficulties and goals. Xing Hongxian was shocked and nervous upon hearing that Han Huang was about to destroy the chaos. Husband, this is the path to death. Xing Hongxian grabbed his hand and pitifully pleaded with him. She knew that only Hanju could convince her son. Hanju smiled and said, I support him. He then explained the perspective of the chaos and the endless era. Han Huang seemed to be doing evil, but he was actually doing an unprecedented great creation. It's so dangerous. When the time comes, will those transcendent existences above the chaos attack him? Won't that cause trouble for you? Xianxia frowned. Hanju smiled. I'm only telling you. Don't tell the others. The existence who created the chaos is no longer my match, and there are only a few Tao creators above the great Tao. None of them is my match. This was the first time Hanju forcefully postured, but it was not awkward. What he said was the truth. Xianxia widened her beautiful eyes and asked, "You're already invincible?" "That's right. Isn't there always someone stronger? Are you sure there are no realms above the Tao Creator realm?" "No. The Tao Creator realm has been the limit ever since the primordial chaos was born. There's no stronger." "Wah!" Xianxia was moved. Her body trembled in shock. She had always felt that Hanju's talent was unparalleled and she had always believed in him. But what did invincibility mean? She couldn't even imagine it. Can you create living beings now? Aren't the disciples outside the Tao field? What about destroying the chaos? Is everything just a thought for you? You're undying and indestructible? I have already transformed into countless will Dharma idols that are eternal. Then, can you increase our cultivation level? Yes, but just Great Tao Supreme Realm at the most. You must rely on yourself if you want to break through to the Tao Creator realm. Therefore, it's best to stabilize your Tao heart first. Do you have a great Tao world? Of course. Xianxia kept asking questions. Hanju replied patiently, feeling extremely refreshed. His wife was the best. She understood his needs. Ask with all your might. It was also very satisfying to show off. After a long time, Xianxia excitedly pulled Hanju along to cultivate. Hanju only returned to his Taoist temple after thousands of years. Next was to wait for the great Tao immeasurable calamity to arrive. Han Huang created the primordial demon soldiers. As the number of primordial demon soldiers increased, the spies of the various factions lurking in the primordial chaos faction also discovered this matter. The various factions were alarmed and began accumulating their strength and even beginning to rope them in. As the strongest force in the chaos, the news reached their ears at the great Tao divine spirit level. The ultimate god of punishment was also alarmed and did not dare to act anymore. He gathered the great Tao divine spirits together. Han Huang wants to destroy the chaos and create the primordial chaos. This is the calamity. The great Tao immeasurable calamity's karma has arrived. We should be able to sense it. Perhaps he's wrapped in this karma. So what? We have to stop it. We'll die too if the chaos is gone. You have to know that other than the great Tao Supremes, even great Tao sages can't survive in the blank domain. I have to suppress the primordial chaos. The great Tao divine spirits discussed. Even Han Tuo, Tao Sovereign, Murong Qi, and the other great Tao divine spirits of the hidden sect were moved. Was Han Huang crazy? Itian grinned. As expected of your second brother. He defeated all the living beings in the chaos and still wants to do something greater. However, his smile was a little cold. The chaos also involved his personal benefits. The ultimate god of punishment said, Han Huang has already grown up. What should we do even if we want to suppress him? He could no longer protect Han Huang. This fellow's ambitions were too obvious. He even had no intention of hiding it. Even those at the Freedom Realm were spreading this matter. Laozi said, the chaos alone won't do. We better join forces with the other great Tao world domains. Han Huang was undoubtedly powerful, just like the divine might heavenly sage back then. However, he was stronger and more dangerous than the divine might heavenly sage. Laozi's suggestion met the great Tao divine spirits agreement. The living beings of the chaos were no longer Han Huang's match. They had to join forces with the other great Tao world domains to have a chance of winning. The ultimate god of punishment sighed in his heart. Under the excitement of the crowd, he had no choice but to start giving orders to let the great Tao divine spirits rope him in separately. The gods left after everything was said. The ultimate god of punishment returned to his space and sent a dream to Hanju. He rarely visited in his dreams, so Hanju accepted it. In the dream, the ultimate god of punishment quickly explained Han Huang's situation. This matter threatens the entire chaos. I have no choice but to take advantage of the situation, the ultimate god of punishment said uneasily, not knowing Hanju's attitude towards Han Huang. Hanju said, "It's fine. Just let nature take its course. Perform your duty as the leader of the divine spirits. If you have to do it, you can also do it." Then Han Huang, "This is his fate. I understand." The ultimate god of punishment's eyes flickered as he instantly thought of many possibilities. However, he could only think and did not dare to ask. The dream ended. Hanju didn't care and continued cultivating. Now, he only had eyes for the Creator Lord realm. The ultimate origin world kept destroying the blank domain and expanding. The ultimate origin chi in the world also increased. More and more living beings of the other great Tao worlds discovered the ultimate origin world through the netherworld. There were even situations where other living beings accepted the ultimate origin chi and transformed into ultimate origin lifeforms. Hanju only turned a blind eye to this and handed the matter to the ultimate origin fiend celestials, the ultimate origin soul race, and the nether race. Currently, these three forces already dominated the ultimate origin world and divided it into regions. The ultimate origin world's order had already been established. The life fiend celestial and Han Yu established the netherworld's order together. When the living beings of the other great Tao world entered the ultimate origin world, they would be captured by the ultimate origin netherworld and suppressed for a period of time before being released. Everything about Hanju was developing in a good direction. His seclusion no longer had a period. He began to enter endless seclusion. More than 20 million years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju was now 400 million years old. Detected that you are 400 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and devour the other great Tao worlds. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. The choices were the same. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. Hanju directly chose the system function. You chose to upgrade the Myriad Worlds projection. Myriad Worlds projection has begun to upgrade. Next was to wait. The Myriad Worlds projection did not affect him much, but it was an important reason why the hidden sect could still rally together under different circumstances. No matter where they were, the personal disciples could always meet through the Myriad Worlds projection. Their relationship had always been maintained. Even if there were conflicts, the other disciples could mediate in the Myriad Worlds projection. Hanju continued cultivating after making his choice. The chaos had been in a nervous state for the past 20 million years. The primordial chaos and the chaos had already erupted with no less than 10,000 wars. Han Huang's strength attracted countless followers who were willing to become primordial lifeforms and create the primordial chaos together. The current Han Huang was extremely powerful. Other than Goddess Mingji's faction and countless primordial demon soldiers, many primordial lifeforms joined him every day. Han Huang created a primordial pool in the center of the primordial chaos faction. One could become a primordial lifeform as long as one jumped into the primordial pool and survived. Their potential was comparable to a chaotic fiend celestial. Countless cultivators went mad after this news spread. Potential was a natural chasm that most cultivators could not cross. Cultivators of any cultivation level would have such questions. The legend of the primordial pool made all living beings suspicious, but as someone succeeded, suspicion became madness. This matter gave the great Tao divine spirits a big headache. Han Huang had never appeared. The various factions did not dare to take the lead, afraid that they would become his #1 enemy. Even the 9 extremes orthodoxy that had shouted at Han Huang quietened down. Zhao Shuangxuan seemed to be possessed and was still spreading the legend of the Dark Forbidden Lord, as if he did not know that Han Huang wanted to destroy the chaos. In short, all living beings in the chaos felt that the great Tao immeasurable calamity was about to arrive. Primordial chaos. The domain void was filled with vast purple qi as if it was really primordial chaos. In a dark hall, Han Huang was meditating. Dermic powers overflowed from his palms and constantly condensed into primordial demon soldiers. These primordial demon soldiers were like a dark version of the divine authority generals. After successfully condensing, these primordial demon soldiers retreated into the darkness beside him and disappeared without a trace. A figure flew in. It was Goddess Mingji. She appeared in front of Han Huang and said, her eyes filled with love, "Husband, you've been in seclusion for so long. You should rest." Han Huang ignored her. Goddess Mingji continued, "I know that you want to do something big, but we don't have children yet. The primordial chaos doesn't have any inheritors. This isn't good." Han Huang suddenly stood up. His terrifying aura frightened Goddess Mingji away. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she looked at him in panic. Han Huang looked down at her and snorted. "It's already your greatest honor that I married you. You still want to be pregnant with my child? Are you worthy?" Goddess Mingji felt extremely wronged and clenched her fists in her sleeves. "I'm not humiliating you. This is the truth. How many times have you been pregnant? Don't you know? A mortal like you can't withstand the power of the primordial fiend celestial. Give up early," Han Huang said disdainfully. His blood-red eyes looked filled with hostility and killing intent. Goddess Mingji gritted her teeth and said, "Then, do you plan to never have descendants? I can use my own strength to create children when I create the primordial chaos. I don't need you. Don't disturb me in the future. I'll give you another piece of advice. Retreat as soon as possible and don't try to control the situation. When the great Tao immeasurable calamity begins, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. It's not worth it." With that, Han Huang sat down again and closed his eyes to create more primordial demon soldiers. Goddess Mingji curled her lips and thought to herself, "You clearly care about me, but you're always so fierce." She felt less aggrieved when she thought of Han Huang's bad temper from the beginning. Although this fellow was fierce, he would always protect her when she was in danger. This meant that he still had her in his heart. Who else could be the wife of the primordial fiend celestial other than her? Goddess Mingji's mood became wonderful again. She snorted softly and left. Han Huang opened his eyes and watched her leave. His eyes filled with coldness. It's not time yet. The supreme karma of this great Tao immeasurable calamity is too slow. I can't wait anymore. Han Huang thought silently and began to think about how to push for the calamity. He suddenly thought of someone and smiled. His smile looked extremely evil and sinister in the dark hall. In the dark void, bones and meteors were mixed together and covered this lifeless space. A bright sun shone at the end of the void, the only source of light. A dilapidated palace floated quietly. The stone statues in front of the hall were also very dilapidated. Some had lost their heads and some had no arms. They looked strange and sinister. Su Qi was in the hall, meditating quietly. The aura of misfortune surrounded his body. His expression changed as if black worms were crawling on his face. Su Qi suddenly felt something and opened his eyes as a figure appeared in front of him. It was Han Huang. Han Huang cupped his fists and bowed to him. He smiled and said, "Senior Su, long time no see." Su Qi smiled. "Junior Huang, why are you here?" He waved his right hand, and a mat appeared in front of him. Han Huang sat down. The fellow disciples began to exchange pleasantries. They were not distant. They had met before, let alone the fact that they were fellow disciples. After chatting for a while, Su Qi asked, "Why is Junior Huang looking for me?" Han Huang smiled. "I'm prepared to destroy the chaos and create the primordial chaos. Once I succeed, there will be no more restrictions. You can also create your own great Tao world. Are you willing to help me?" He went straight to the point and stared at him, waiting for his answer. Su Qi was silent. This was very important, so he naturally had to think about it. Han Huang wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. Su Qi suddenly smiled. All right, actually, I have the same intention. Han Huang smiled even more. The two of them did not need to say anything as they looked at each other. Su Qi said, Go back and prepare. I'll find other fellow disciples on the eve of the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Just you and I are still far from enough to shake the chaos. Han Huang shrugged and left as a beam of light. Su Qi's gaze darkened as he thought, Master, is this the true mission you gave me? Helping the primordial fiend celestial is quite interesting. Helping one's own people is better than being used by others. A river filled with 7-colored light flowed in a dazzling space. There was no direction and no living beings here. There was only this endless river that came from nowhere. River of Destiny. This was the River of Destiny, the core of the chaos. Covered space, time, karma, and other rules. It also controlled the roots of the River of Destiny of the myriad worlds. A figure suddenly stepped out from the depths of the river. He wore a white robe and a huge silver bird floated behind him, like a phoenix. This person was Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was cold. He suddenly stopped and looked back when he completely stepped out of the River of Destiny. The River of Destiny was far-reaching and eternal. I'll do what you need to do, but you can't interfere in my matters, Xianxia said calmly. A sneer sounded. You're indeed strong enough now. What do you want to do? Xianxia said. The great Tao immeasurable calamity will be led by my junior Huang. This is the greatest variable in the chaos. I naturally have to help him. The mysterious voice snorted. He will die. He would have died without me. But it's different now. Up to you. You can do something for me if you push for the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Xianxia turned around and left. He vanished from the River of Destiny in the blink of an eye. The River of Destiny fell silent again. 10 million years later, Han Ju obtained another creation heavens chosen. He opened his eyes and frowned. He still wanted to become a creator lord before the great Tao immeasurable calamity arrived, but recently, the supreme karma of the great Tao immeasurable calamity had become stronger and stronger. It was obvious that someone was pushing for it. This person was Su Qi. Su Qi seemed to have gone mad. He ran rampant in the chaotic void and unleashed his bad luck to the extreme. Even a primordial chaos sage's Tao fruit would weaken if they touched him. Only a great Tao sage could directly come into contact with him. Han Ju also deduced Su Qi and Han Huang's meeting. Currently, Su Qi was not the only disciple who was prepared to help Han Huang. There were also Xianxia, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Jiang Yi, Long Hao, Murong Qi, and Fang Liang. The primordial chaos was powerful. These breaths. In that case, I have to speed up. Han Ju snorted in his heart. He prepared to increase the expansion speed of the ultimate origin world. Previously, he was only afraid of attracting suspicion, but now he didn't care. The Purity Great Tao world no longer approached the chaos ever since the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity became an ultimate origin life form. Instead, it rushed towards the ultimate origin world. This could be used by Han Ju. The ultimate origin world also stopped and did not rush towards the chaos. The chaos could no longer devour the ultimate origin world. The chaos might fly towards it instead when it became stronger. Han Ju said, From now on, you can curse as much as you want. The target of the curse is Han Huang's enemies. Shani opened his eyes and looked happy. The curse origin star did not involve karma. The current Shani had already grown to the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. Even a Tao creator could not deduce him. After all, he did not show karma in the chaos. It was time to use him after he nurtured him for 100 million years. Don't worry, progenitor. I won't disappoint you, Shani said excitedly. Only Han Ju knew his ability. Even the 9 divine stars didn't know. Han Ju ignored him. As long as the Tao creator did not attack, no one could kill Han Huang. In the past few years, the Myriad Worlds projection had also been successfully upgraded and there was a new teleportation function. The disciples could teleport to the other disciples through the Myriad Worlds projection, provided that they had already joined. Han Ju looked at the chaos. Xianxia, Tao Sovereign, and the others were leading the primordial demon soldiers to destroy the chaotic world and domains everywhere. They did not slaughter all living beings, but everything was destroyed everywhere they passed. The entire chaos had already stirred up a commotion. Han Huang was not the only one who wanted to destroy the chaos. There was also the hidden sect. The sect master of the hidden sect was the divine might heavenly sage. This made the various factions even more uneasy. However, the primordial chaos actions became greater and greater. The chaos had no choice but to counterattack, including the 9 extremes orthodoxy. Yu Yuan, who had already grown up, fought Xianxia with the power of the first chaos. What amused Hanju was that Yu Yuan actually couldn't defeat Xianxia. It seemed that he had overestimated the first 8 chaotic powers. That made sense. Before those guys died, the strongest was only at the Great Tao Supreme Realm. At their peak, their strength might not be as strong as a current Great Tao Supreme expert. Furthermore, Xianxia was already at the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm and had the power of fate. Hanju discovered that there was a deeply hidden karma in Xianxia's body. The cultivation of the main body of this karma was only a Great Tao Supreme, but this karma didn't come from the present but from the future. A future Tao creator. That person was now a Great Tao Supreme and would be a Tao creator in the future. Hanju found it strange. After reaching the cultivation level of the Tao creator, one had already jumped out of the past and future. Even if there were supreme treasures that could involve the past of other Tao creators, they would be discovered by the Tao creator. Therefore, the Tao creator usually wouldn't involve space and time. That would only offend the other Tao creators. Hanju could see it even without the derivation function. The other Tao creators could probably see it too. However, this future Tao creator had a special identity. The other Tao creators probably did not dare to touch him easily. Hanju laughed secretly. You dare to interfere with the past with your early-stage cultivation. Kid, you've underestimated the strength of the Tao creators of this period. You're even inferior to the chaotic consciousness. Hanju couldn't be bothered by that future Tao creator. It was a good opportunity to let this fellow stimulate the great Tao immeasurable calamity. If he forced the other Tao creators to attack, it would also be a lesson for this fellow to not underestimate them. It was very difficult to judge a Tao creator's strength unless they fought. After all, the Tao creator would not die and was at the highest realm. Under such circumstances, anyone could become arrogant. Hanju continued to observe the chaos as if he was watching a drama. Every good friend of his had already become involved in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Even his Tao companions were affected by karma. It was mainly because of the teleportation function of the Tao field and the myriad worlds projection, causing information transmission and contact to be more frequent. Among them, Liao had even been to the primordial chaos and seemed to want to participate in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Whatever, save 1 or 100. In any case, Hanju had already gathered their soul fragments. They could revive. Hanju watched for a while and then focused on cultivating. The situation in the chaos became more and more intense. Supreme karma was enveloping all living beings, causing their hostility to increase. The higher their cultivation level, the greater the impact. Any conflict could be magnified under the supreme karma's influence. The great Tao immeasurable calamity was about to erupt. In the primordial pool, figures stood by and watched as countless cultivators lined up opposite the pool. Cultivators jumped into the primordial pool one after another, less than 10 breaths of time apart. Xianxia sighed. Even I want to jump down. The chaotic heavenly dog chuckled. Jump. I think your potential is quite ordinary. Xianxia glared at it. Zhao Shenyuan asked curiously, why isn't Master Chicken here? It's rare for the hidden sect to act together. Tao Sovereign said disdainfully, it's just a coward. Other than the chaotic assembly, when has it ever come out? It won't dare to come out even if we promise to protect it. The others teased the black hell chicken. The chaotic heavenly dog was indignant and kept arguing for injustice, but it couldn't win against everyone. After chatting with the black hell chicken for a while, Jiang Yi asked, where's Han Huang? When will he take action? Currently, there are already 1 trillion demon soldiers and more than 100 million primordial cultivators. He'll definitely be able to overturn the chaos with the hidden sect's support. Fang Liang raised his hand. There seemed to be a wisp of green smoke in his hand, and he seemed to be playing with it. He chuckled and said, "The calamity has yet to arrive. You should be able to sense that karma power. Although it's here, it's not powerful enough. At least, it's not enough to make us go mad." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed not enough. At this moment, the primordial pool surged violently, startling the cultivators who were about to jump down. The primordial pool was very big, even larger than the entire immortal world. After the surface of the pool churned, it was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Everyone looked over and saw a terrifying giant shadow faintly discernible at the bottom. "What's that?" Xianxia asked. Long Hao said excitedly, "It's primordial despair. Han Huang told me before that other than transforming primordial lifeforms, the primordial pool's also nurturing a killing weapon." Primordial despair? Everyone looked at each other. They carefully sensed the primordial despair's aura and discovered that it was rapidly becoming stronger. The cultivators who had witnessed primordial despair were so frightened that they didn't dare to jump down anymore. "What's that? Did all the cultivators who jumped down feed this thing? That's not right. Someone did come out alive. What a terrifying killing intent. Even an ancient ferocious beast is far inferior. This ferocious beast can definitely harm the chaos." The cultivators who could come here were already prepared to be enemies with the chaos, so they were very excited after calming down. The stronger the primordial chaos was, the more it proved that their choice was correct. Most cultivators came with the philosophy of promoting the endless era. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for the primordial chaos to have its current power. Although the living beings of the chaos knew about the endless era, they did not want to die. In addition, the endless era did not necessarily have to sacrifice the chaos. The personal disciples of the hidden sect side at the primordial despair's birth. Although Han Huang was arrogant, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he was frantically accumulating strength. Just this primordial despair was enough to make all the living beings in the chaos shiver. Time passed. The cultivators continued to jump down after the primordial despair calmed down. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that the primordial despair was only hiding at the bottom of the primordial pool and did not hurt them. They were even more relieved. Hanju was immersed in cultivation and couldn't extricate himself. When the chaos was about to encounter the great Tao immeasurable calamity, the ultimate origin world also stirred up the ultimate origin immeasurable calamity and swept through the entire great Tao world. It looked like the ultimate origin world was in chaos, but to the three supreme factions it was still under control. The chaotic battle of all living beings would cause the rules to become chaotic, but as time passed and peace returned, the rules would be more stable than before. They could make up for many shortcomings in the past. This was the effect of the calamity. Not only did the calamity reshuffle the various levels of the ultimate origin world, but it also constantly found the right path in the chaos. It used providence to nurture the rules and used the rules to help create creation. Because of this, the ultimate origin world kept flying. After a certain period of time, a roar woke Hanju up. "I am the primordial fiend celestial Han Huang. From today onwards, I will announce to the chaos, transcendent, consciousnessless, and Shurtian that the great Tao immeasurable calamity has arrived. I will use the conquest spear to destroy the chaos and create an endless era. You can also make your last futile struggle for the meaning of your existence. Primordial chaos, listen up. With the primordial chaos as the center, we will fight in the chaos. If we encounter life, we will kill. If we encounter souls, we will slaughter them all. We swear to die." Han Huang's voice resounded throughout the chaos, echoing for a long time. Even Hanju's Tao field echoed with his voice. Hanju could feel that Han Huang had become stronger. According to the system value, he would have to spend at least 700 trillion years of lifespan to deduce him, and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a Tao creator. How strange. This kid's primordial world was not strong, and it was even chaotic, but his strength was increasing. Could this be the supreme karma of the great Tao immeasurable calamity? Interesting. Hanju checked his attributes panel. He was already 430 million years old, which meant that he had been in seclusion for more than 20 million years. He started checking his emails. Shani said excitedly after seeing that he opened his eyes. Progenitor Ancestor Han Huang is too domineering. Even I want to fight for him. So far, few enemies dare to attack Ancestor Han Huang. I can't even find a target to curse. Han Ju ignored him. By the way, Ancestor Han Ling also wants to deal with him. Do I need to curse her? Han Ju glanced at him. Shani shivered in fear and smiled awkwardly. I understand. What nonsense! How can you curse my precious daughter? Han Ju didn't say anything and continued to check his emails. Shani didn't dare to disturb him anymore. He continued to look at the chaos and trembled in excitement. With Han Huang's declaration of war, the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity officially arrived. The Great Tao Supremes of both sides were the first to collide in the space above the 3,000 Great Tao. Xianxia, Tao Sovereign, and the others all participated. Nearly 100 Great Tao Supremes fought chaotically, causing the 3,000 Great Tao to tremble. I'll be your match. Xianxia raised his sword and stood in front of Laozi, his arrogance soaring. Laozi held the horsetail whisk in his hand and stroked his beard. You, who stole the space-time of fate, took the wrong path. Aren't you going to repent? Xianxia had transmigrated to the past and challenged Laozi. With Laozi's cultivation, he could naturally sense it and even counterattack. If not for Han Ju, he would have directly crossed space and time to kill Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. There are thousands of Great Tao. Each person has their own future. Come. Laozi did not say anything else. The two of them transformed into two sword lights and soared into the sky. They killed their way to the peak of the chaos and began the battle. The chaos had more Great Tao Supremes, but the primordial chaos Great Tao Supremes were all very strong. For example, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Jiang Yi, Murong Qi, and the other hidden sect disciples had all proved themselves in the chaotic assembly. Not only that, but as the chaotic battle began, more and more Great Tao Supremes joined. In the myriad worlds projection, the chaotic heavenly dog appeared and said, "We're calling for help. Hurry up and teleport over to reinforce them." With that, the dozens of figures waiting in the myriad worlds projection stood up. They were all chaotic fiend celestials of the second Tao field. Guan Bubi laughed. Finally, kill. The hidden sect must dominate everything in this Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity. The other chaotic fiend celestials also laughed. The chaotic heavenly dog urged, "Stop pretending. Hurry up." Dozens of chaotic fiend celestials immediately teleported to Murong Qi's side. At the same time, in the chaos, the Great Tao sages of the primordial chaos each sent hundreds of millions of primordial demon soldiers and primordial lifeforms in different directions. The worlds along the way were destroyed by them, and all the living beings they encountered were destroyed in body and soul. Tragedy and despair were spreading in the chaos. Han Huang had yet to appear. In the consciousnessless domain, a figure broke through the ground at the bottom of the chaos and flew out with countless figures. This figure was peerlessly divine. His aura was world-shattering, like a war god who had stepped from the end of fate. His golden armor shone with great Tao divine patterns as if countless figures were meditating and chanting. Humph! Han Huang, don't be arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? The golden-armored divine shadow snorted coldly. His voice was also domineering, resounding throughout the chaos. On another side, an endless sea of blood surged out from Shirtian and swept through the void, spreading towards the chaotic battlefield. In a sea of blood, a man with a bare upper body and a lower body that was like blood. He fused with the sea of blood and his long hair fluttered wantonly. His cold and evil face was filled with fighting spirit. The two eyes on his forehead were like blood crystals that vaguely emitted a black light. Primordial fiend celestial? I want to see it. The four-eyed man in the sea of blood muttered to himself, his eyes filled with killing intent. The sea of blood moved faster and faster, vaguely expanding. Transcendent domain. The mighty creation Emperor Court army was advancing in the void. Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bahen were the three leaders. They walked at the very front. Countless Emperor God Immortals marched behind them. as well as many majestic flying Dharma treasures, spirit beasts, and ferocious beasts. Han Yao sighed. This aura is really strong. I didn't expect so many great Tao Supremes to be hidden in the chaos. Han Ba Hen said, although the ultimate evil chaotic devils slaughtered all living beings, the mighty figures did not lose much. Furthermore, geniuses kept rising. Han Yi stared ahead coldly. Han Yao noticed his gaze and teased, brother, will you betray us when the time comes? Han Yi and Han Huang had once fought side by side. Furthermore, the two of them were similar and often discussed the Tao together. Han Yi couldn't accept Han Huang's betrayal the most. Humph. How is that possible? I've always wanted to defeat him. Han Yi couldn't be bothered by him and snorted. Immediately, an endless stream of factions from the various great Tao worlds rushed to the battlefield, wanting to contain the primordial chaos. This battle was unprecedented. The space at the edge of the chaos had already begun to crack. In the ancient primordial world, purple qi was like a sea. Huang Zuentian was sitting down. Bones gathered around him, forming a circle. To be precise, it was primordial origin. He had already possessed Huang Zuentian's body and suppressed his soul. Primordial origin opened his eyes and muttered with a burning gaze. Han Huang, it seems that you're really a primordial fiend celestial. So, I failed because of you. He raised his right hand, and the shadow of Huang Zuentian's soul appeared on his palm. Tell me, what should we do in this great Tao immeasurable calamity? Primordial origin looked down at him and asked. Huang Zuentian looked up at him and snorted. Is my opinion important? I suddenly want to support Han Huang. Yo, you're very rational. If the two primordial fiend celestials join forces and create an endless era, it's reasonable for two primordial chaos to appear. If you become enemies with Han Huang and he dies, can you stop the chaotic trend of killing him? Huang Zuentian mocked. Primordial origin ignored his emotions and nodded in agreement. The primordial fiend celestial battle is not now. It will be in the endless era in the future. In that case, let's help Han Huang together. When are we leaving? Let's wait a little longer. We will bring the second wave of despair after Han Huang. Could it be that there's a power in the chaos that can turn the tide? Don't underestimate the chaos. A mysterious existence must be manipulating all of this in the background. Think about it carefully and you should be able to sense it. Huang Zuentian was silent and fell into deep thought. Primordial origin suddenly smiled. It's time for the show. A screen of light appeared in front of him, projecting the chaotic war. Huang Zuentian looked over. Tens of thousands of divine authority generals had appeared above the 3,000 great Tao. They were equivalent to tens of thousands of top great Tao sages. Compared to when he faced the divine might heavenly sage, the divine authority generals had become stronger. The one who summoned the divine authority generals was naturally the ultimate god of punishment. The ultimate god of punishment brought dozens of ancient great Tao divine spirits over to reverse the situation and suppress the primordial chaos. In the third Tao field, Han Ju was also watching the battle. However, this great Tao immeasurable calamity had just begun. It would probably last for a long time. Han Ju lost interest after watching for a while. Cultivation was more important. He had to hurry up and break through to the Creator-Lord realm. He looked at the blank domain. The Purity Great Tao world was getting closer and closer to the ultimate origin world. The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity did not stop it. He was clearly prepared to sacrifice his Great Tao world to fulfill his wish. This way, it was very difficult to hide the fact that the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity had joined Han Ju. Even if the Tao creators thought that he was coercing him, they knew that once the Purity Great Tao world was devoured, the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity would have to listen to him. Han Ju smiled and closed his eyes. On the other side, in a mysterious domain, the formless transcendent deity met the evil heavenly emperor. I'm prepared to help Han Huang, the formless transcendent deity said. The evil heavenly emperor was shocked. You? There's no need to explain. This is also your intention, right? Thank you, you senior. The evil heavenly emperor took a deep breath and thanked him in a low voice. He supported Han Huang not only because of their relationship but also because he really felt that Han Huang had a higher chance of winning. As the Creation Emperor Court headed to the chaotic battlefield to reinforce the chaos, in the transcendent domain, the evil Heavenly Emperor began to rearrange the army. The various transcendent factions were preparing for battle, but they did not expect the Heavenly Court to not support the chaos, but become its enemy. On the other side, in the Heavenly Tao, more than 1,000 Heavenly Tao sages gathered in the Universal Hall. Every one of them had a solemn expression. Qiu Shilai snorted. The battle between the chaos and the primordial chaos is already unstoppable. The hidden sect supports the primordial chaos. The Heavenly Tao should also make a choice. I think we should support the primordial chaos. Don't forget how the Heavenly Tao rose. If not for the hidden sect, do you think the chaos will support the Heavenly Tao? When the primordial chaos fails, won't the chaos suppress and even destroy the Heavenly Tao? His words were supported by the older generation of sages. Only they knew how difficult it was for the Heavenly Tao to survive in the chaos in the past. If not for the divine might Heavenly Sages' help, the Heavenly Tao would have been destroyed countless times over. However, the new sages did not think so. They had never seen the divine might Heavenly Sage on their path of growth. They only felt that the hidden sect was powerful. A sage said, "But Han Huang wants to destroy all living beings in the chaos. This is a huge sin." His words attracted the agreement of many sages. That's right. Han Huang is so cruel. If the Heavenly Tao helps him, isn't that equivalent to not being able to tell right from wrong? The past is the past. If we help Han Huang today and he wants to destroy the Heavenly Tao in the future, who will help us then? That's right. We can't lose our morals. We can't follow blindly just to survive. Sages should use their sage heart to survive. How can they not know right from wrong? Han Huang didn't say if he will let the Heavenly Tao go. Could it be that we have to beg him? The new sages became more and more excited as they spoke. More and more sages supported becoming enemies with Han Huang. Heavenly Venerate Wufa frowned and looked displeased. Han Yunjin listened as they went overboard and even began to impeach the hidden sect and the Han family. He also became unhappy. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had no choice but to say, "The Heavenly Tao is actually also a great Tao world and doesn't belong to the chaos. You have to think carefully. What will happen to the Heavenly Tao if Han Huang wins?" The new sages became restless. They subconsciously thought that Han Huang would lose. Since ancient times, evil could not defeat good. Such a philosophy was something they had accepted since they were born. In addition, the Heavenly Tao had not encountered a calamity that came close to destroying them for a long time. They were too idealistic and advocated the so-called morality used to control mortals. After all, the new sages had also grown up from mortals. Pan Xian smiled sinisterly. In that case, the Heavenly Tao might as well be divided into two camps. One supports Han Huang, and the other supports the chaos. No matter who wins or loses, the Heavenly Tao can maintain its inheritance. The new sages were silent. They weren't stupid. They could tell that the older generation of sages wanted to support Han Huang. In the Heavenly Tao, the new and old factions were not only divided by age but also by strength. The strength of the older generation of sages far exceeded the new sages. A sage stood up and asked, "What makes you think Han Huang can win? Because he's the divine might Heavenly Sage's son? Don't forget, the divine might Heavenly Sage also has descendants in the Creation Emperor Court. The legendary emperor is even his biological daughter. Perhaps the divine might Heavenly Sage won't interfere in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Han Huang will be our master if we support the primordial chaos. Think about what Han Huang can bring to the Heavenly Tao and not blindly revere the divine might Heavenly Sage." This statement was supported by many new sages. In their opinion, the older generation trusted the divine might Heavenly Sage too much. To put it bluntly, they were afraid. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, "Then let's wait and see for now. However, you have to know one thing. If Han Huang obtains an advantage and the Heavenly Tao helps him, the reward will naturally be less." This plan was supported by the new sages. As for what he had to say, they did not care. Compared to repayment, they wanted to protect their current power and lives more. Boom! 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 The 3,000 Great Tao were shaken violently by the Great Tao Supreme battle. Some Great Tao even collapsed, causing the chaotic order to begin to become truly chaotic. The Great Tao Supremes fought intensely. The Great Tao Sages also led a large group to kill. There were more than 1 million battlefields of all sizes in the entire chaos. Han Yi held the world-piercing divine origin bow and killed 1 million primordial demon soldiers with a single arrow. It was unstoppable. Tao Sovereign appeared and blocked his path. Han Yi recognized him. Senior, does the hidden sect really want to support Han Huang? Is this your intention or the progenitors? Tao Sovereign smiled. My master is busy in seclusion and won't care about the chaos. You don't have to feel pressured. In the great Tao immeasurable calamity, just fight for yourself. No matter which side you're fighting for, it's a fight for creation. Han Yi heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that Han Ju wouldn't interfere. Although he hadn't seen the progenitor for a long time, in his heart, Han Ju had always been the existence he admired the most. If not for this progenitor, he would have long fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. How could he have his current status? Let me see the ultimate Tao treasure master gave you. Tao Sovereign raised his hand, and the Dharma idol of the great Tao world appeared behind him. Han Yi smiled mysteriously. My Bao specializes in restraining great Tao worlds. Senior, be careful. Is that so? Then I want to see if you can break through my great Tao world. Tao Sovereign smiled proudly. His eyes narrowed as he moved Han Yi into his great Tao world. His great Tao world only had rules and no living beings. It was often used by him to fight. On the other side, Han Yao faced Zhang Yi. Zhao Xinyuan faced Han Bahen. A figure tore through space and appeared under the 7 supreme rules. It was the 9-headed divine spirit. He wore a black robe with flames at the edge. Only his head was revealed. His face was cold and looked quite similar to Zhao Xinyuan. 9 black crystals floated above his head and spun on their own, emitting an endless black aura. The 9-headed divine spirit looked down at the chaotic battle below and sneered. A group of worms should shake the chaos. Come out. The black mist around him suddenly entered a supreme rule. The supreme rule fluctuated and gradually condensed into a figure. It was the previous leader of the divine spirits, the primordial ancestor god, the ultimate god of punishment, who was controlling the divine authority generals to fight, seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. He was stunned when he saw the primordial ancestor god. How can this be? The ultimate god of punishment revealed a look of disbelief. He had personally killed the primordial ancestor god. How could he revive? The primordial ancestor god raised his hands and checked his body. He muttered, "Long time no see." He noticed the gaze of the ultimate god of punishment, but he was disdainful of him. If not for the dark forbidden lord, he would not have cared about the ultimate god of punishment at all. He took a step forward and bowed respectfully to the 9-headed divine spirit. Thank you for your help. The 9-headed divine spirit said expressionlessly, kill the worms that want to destroy the chaos. All right. The primordial ancestor god walked down. There seemed to be an invisible staircase under his feet. In an instant, the 7 supreme rules trembled in unison and shot out their power, landing on the primordial ancestor god. The divine spirit's true leader had returned. The primordial ancestor god had taken less than 5 steps when the power of the 7 supreme rules all added to him, causing his aura to reach its peak, and startling the entire battlefield. The great Tao supremes of both sides looked up. Some great Tao divine spirits were moved and revealed looks of disbelief. He's indeed still alive. The Holy Mother of Order looked up at the dazzling primordial ancestor god and thought. The primordial ancestor god looked at the tens of thousands of divine authority generals before looking at the ultimate god of punishment. He stole my deity position and stole my divine generals. He really deserves to die. The primordial ancestor god snorted and waved his hand. Terrifying dermic powers erupted. The supreme power was like a heavenly river that overturned and drowned the ultimate god of punishment. The ultimate god of punishment condensed his armor and raised his hand to point. A black pillar of light shot out. Two powerful dermic powers collided, causing the space to lose its color. A terrifying storm overturned the great Tao Supremes. The battle between the new and old leaders of the divine spirits was also a blood feud. All of you, continue to destroy the primordial chaos. I will personally deal with this evil devil. The ultimate god of punishment shouted angrily. He displayed his true sharpness at this moment. He rarely took personal action ever since he took over. He had almost forgotten that he was also warlike. With that, the great Tao Supremes of the chaos continued to attack the primordial chaos. The primordial ancestor god was shocked as he fought the ultimate god of punishment. He discovered that this fellow could actually mobilize the power of the supreme rules. How was this possible? He hadn't passed the deity position to him. He couldn't help but look at the nine-headed divine spirit. Could it be him? Little did he know that the nine-headed divine spirit also had mixed emotions. He also fell into the mortal world after the primordial ancestor god died. Only one existence could give the deity position to the nine-headed divine spirit. The nine-headed divine spirit did not dare to think about that existence. The ultimate god of punishment and the primordial ancestor god fought. It was difficult to tell who was stronger. Both sides grasped the power of the supreme rules, and the mystical powers they used were almost identical. The new great Tao divine spirits were all secretly shocked. They didn't expect the ultimate god of punishment to be so powerful. In the past, they were only used to his status and did not know how strong he was. The ultimate god of punishment and the primordial ancestor god's power was clearly higher than the power those at the great Tao Supreme yielded. Be it the primordial chaos or the chaos, they were both shocked. It was difficult for the two sides to decide the outcome in a short period of time. At the same time, primordial domain, beside the primordial pool, Han Huang and goddess Mingji stood side by side looking down at the primordial despair. Goddess Mingji asked with lingering fear, "Husband, how long are you going to raise it? It's already strong enough." Primordial despair was sleeping. Even so, the aura it emitted made her shiver. She had never felt such a terrifying aura. She even felt that primordial despair had already reached her husband's height. Han Huang said expressionlessly, "It can't bring true despair to the primordial chaos yet. We still have to wait." Until when? When the great Tao divine spirit dies. The great Tao divine spirit will die? Goddess Mingji was shocked. In her opinion, not to mention great Tao Supremes, even ordinary great Tao sages were undying and indestructible. It was very difficult to completely kill them, let alone a great Tao divine spirit recognized by the supreme rules. Han Huang's expression was illuminated by the purple light of the primordial pool as he said softly, "Of course, many will die." Goddess Mingji was puzzled, but she did not ask further. She chose to believe her husband. "Husband, how confident are you about this great Tao immeasurable calamity? I only do what I want to do and do my best. I don't consider success or failure because I will only win. Regardless of victory or defeat, I'm willing to follow you in life and death. You might die, and for the sake of my great cause, I won't focus on you. Even if I die, I'm willing." Goddess Mingji looked at Han Huang with a gentle expression. Her gaze could be said to be filled with love, causing Han Huang to frown. Han Ju opened his eyes. 10 million years had passed. He was getting closer and closer to the Creator-Lord realm. He could already sense the barrier. As long as he broke through that mysterious barrier, he could welcome a transformation and reach the highest realm that no one had ever reached. The ultimate origin world also expanded at an unprecedented speed in these 10 million years, almost doubling in size. The Purity Great Tao world had already arrived beside the ultimate origin world and was devoured by it. The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity silently endured it. After the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity transformed into an ultimate origin life form, the Purity Great Tao world transformed itself into the ultimate origin world. The ultimate origin chi washed the internal environment of the Purity Great Tao world. Han Ju said, "Shan-Yi, go to the 9 divine stars Taoist temple." While cursing, Shan-Yi opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up to leave. As for why he was chased away, he did not dare to ask. He walked very quickly, as if he was in a hurry to curse, afraid that it would delay him. Hanju looked at the chaos. The great Tao immeasurable calamity had already erupted completely. 90% of the entire chaos was in the flames of war. The primordial chaos and the chaos kept fighting, but in short, the primordial chaos was unstoppable and its domain was expanding. Han Huang had yet to appear, but he suppressed the chaos with his subordinates and hidden sect's fellow disciples. The chaotic factions watching the battle couldn't sit still anymore. They appeared one after another. Many new factions also rose and participated. Many geniuses born in 10 million years were filled with hatred for the primordial chaos, causing the chaos cohesion to become stronger and stronger. This was inferior to the primordial chaos. From the looks of it, if Han Huang did not make a move, primordial chaos would suffer its first defeat. However, Han Ju had already seen Han Huang's methods. It was a product condensed through the supreme rules of the various great Tao worlds. There was indeed hope of overturning the chaos and bringing despair to it. Han Ju was curious. What would the ninth chaos do? If he could see that thing, so could the ninth chaos. It would definitely prepare a backup plan. Once the ninth chaos participated, Han Ju would also make a move. Therefore, the ninth chaos had to prepare other methods to stop him. It was worth mentioning that Li Yao, Shen Qingjun, and Tao Comprehension Sword had also entered the calamity and went to reinforce the primordial chaos. Among them, Li Yao was the most famous. Even Laozi couldn't do anything to her. The current Li Yao was already at the top of the chaos. In addition, Han Ju often preached the Tao to her. Her mystical power was unfathomable. Ordinary great Tao supremes could easily lose to her. However, a force caught Han Ju's attention. Tao heavenly race. Pangu and the Tao ancestor had joined forces to create a new race. This race was also participating in this battle, but they were not only dealing with the primordial chaos but also the chaotic lifeforms. It seemed that they wanted to take advantage of the great Tao immeasurable calamity to push the Tao heavenly race to the peak. Han Ju was disdainful. The Tao heavenly race was a joke as long as Pangu and the Tao ancestor didn't become Tao creators. No matter how monstrous a race's potential was, they had to have a powerful force to support their growth. It was impossible for the ninth chaos to let them replace the chaos. Han Ju wouldn't let his son die in the hands of the Tao heavenly race. In a mysterious domain, the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, and Shurtion's immeasurable destruction venerable gathered. The chaotic consciousness said, "The yin-yang purity nirvana deity seems to have submitted to the divine might. What should we do?" Although the battle between Han Ju and the ninth chaos didn't begin, it had clearly begun. Han Ju's son, Han Huang, wanted to destroy the chaos. He also had the support of a large number of disciples. This was clearly going against the ninth chaos. Han Ju didn't stop him, which meant that he acknowledged it. Shurtion's immeasurable destruction venerable sighed. "We probably have to make a choice. We can't be alone." The formless transcendent deity sighed. The chaotic consciousness asked, "Are we going together or working separately?" The two Tao creators were silent. Although they were secretly plotting, they also wanted to take advantage of the situation. There were only so many Tao creators. Once the number of people on both sides was imbalanced, the outcome would be simple. The chaotic consciousness said, "Actually, we don't have a choice." That's right. Their great Tao world had already been fused by the chaos. They were the ninth chaos slaves. Could they still resist? The formless transcendent deity said, "This is our only chance. If we don't struggle, I'm afraid in the future." Shurtion's immeasurable destruction venerable sighed. Even a loyal lackey like the yin-yang purity nirvana deity. The chaotic consciousness 8 eyes narrowed. Support the divine might? If we fail and he surpasses the Tao creator realm, I'm afraid. What if divine might wins? The formless transcendent deity's question made the chaotic consciousness silent again. Shurtion's immeasurable destruction venerable did not say anything and also weighed the pros and cons. After a long while, the chaotic consciousness asked, "Transcendent, have you made your choice? The heavenly court is your attitude, right?" The heavenly court had already rushed to the battlefield. To the chaos surprise, the heavenly court actually wanted to help the primordial chaos, catching them off guard and even causing morale to fluctuate. A peerless expert appeared in the heavenly court and called himself the ultimate origin fiend celestial. He was very powerful and had once fought several great Tao supremes without losing. However, not long after the ultimate origin fiend celestial revealed its reputation, it was surrounded by 9 mysterious existences and suppressed, disappearing without a trace. The evil heavenly emperor was furious and had no choice but to shift the heavenly court's attention to finding the ultimate origin fiend celestial and leave the battlefield. Although the heavenly court had only participated in the battle for a short time, in the eyes of the chaotic consciousness, this was the formless transcendent deity's attitude. The evil heavenly emperor had the closest relationship with Hanju and the formless transcendent deity. It could even be said he was the bridge between the two. With the evil heavenly emperor around, the two of them had the possibility of forming an alliance. The formless transcendent deity said, "I want to be a true Tao creator." A true Tao creator. The chaotic consciousness was shocked by this sentence. Xianxia's immeasurable destruction venerable asked faintly, "But how can you be sure that the divine might will let you?" The formless transcendent deity said, "Other than the enemy, you should understand his attitude towards his disciples and children." Hanju posed almost no restrictions on his children and disciples. Cultivating wholeheartedly was indeed rare. They had also observed the ultimate origin world. Hanju also had a free attitude towards it. The more they thought about it, the more tempted they became. Thinking about it carefully, they had no grudge against Hanju and he didn't offend them. From the beginning to the end, they wanted to test Hanju many times. The formless transcendent deity said, "There's no need to say too much. There's no existence older than us in this world. Choose based on your own heart. Just don't regret it." With that, the formless transcendent deity vanished. The chaotic consciousness looked at Xianxia's immeasurable destruction venerable and asked, "What about you?" Xianxia's immeasurable destruction venerable said, "Although I have a favorable impression of divine might, I still believe in the chaos. Since ancient times, when has he ever lost? Furthermore, there's the variable of the dark forbidden lord. Consciousnessless, perhaps we will be inferior to the chaos, but how many mistakes have we made? The chaos has already tolerated us. Are you really sure that our temperament won't change drastically after becoming invincible? The more depressed he is, the more I'm worried that he will change drastically." The chaotic consciousness pondered. Time passed quickly. The war in the chaos progressed very quickly. As the battles continued everywhere, the flames of war spread to the various great Tao world domains. Order collapsed and yin and yang changed sides. The 3,000 great Tao were in chaos, causing space and time to become chaotic. Many living beings from the past and the future came. Although it did not affect the great Tao immeasurable calamity, it also made all living beings despair. When would such a chaotic situation end? The great Tao immeasurable calamity's negative karma became stronger and stronger. Boundless resentment filled the void, also producing many unprecedented evil devils. From great Tao sages to mortals, they were all wrapped in the karma of the monstrous calamity and fought endlessly. The primordial chaos and the chaos had wins and losses on different battlefields. Sages and freedom sages died one after another, but great Tao sages rarely died. As for the great Tao supremes, none of them died. This was something that all living beings below the great Tao sage realm could not see. They only saw the eternal mighty figures lead the charge. In addition to the blood feud, they naturally sacrificed their lives. Almost all the hidden sect disciples entered the great Tao immeasurable calamity, including the Han family descendants. Now, the hatred between the primordial chaos and the chaos had already reached an irreconcilable level. Hanju was still focused on cultivating. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through. On this day, Hanju, who had just turned 450 million years old, opened his eyes and frowned. "Is this your choice? You have to pay the price." Hanju muttered to himself with a cold gaze. Two powerful Tao creators descended into the chaos. Although they were not using their full strength, It was enough to change the situation of the great Tao immeasurable calamity and make Han Huang personally take action. Chaotic consciousness. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable. They divided their strength among their subordinates and attacked the primordial chaos forcefully. They were invincible and unstoppable. Han Ju immediately sent a voice transmission to the formless transcendent deity and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity. 2 against 2, very fair. The 2 Tao creators immediately took action. In less than a day, they each created an expert that far exceeded the great Tao supreme realm and rushed to the battlefield. The 4 mighty figures who had the power of a Tao creator could make the entire chaos pale in comparison. Although they were strong, they were not true Tao creators. Han Huang was stronger than them, so Han Ju wasn't worried for now. Our subordinates have already made a move. Next, let's see who breaks through first. Han Ju muttered to himself with an excited expression. Different levels fought different battles. Behind the great Tao immeasurable calamity stood Han Ju and the 9th chaos. Their battle had already changed the great Tao immeasurable calamity's meaning. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. At this moment, a rainbow flew past the universe of stars. A figure stood in the rainbow light. It was the reincarnated Tao ancestor. Hong Jun looked down and did not see his master, Liu Bei. Not stopping, he continued to rush towards the primordial chaos. Purple chi filled the primordial hall. Hong Jun looked at the majestic figure standing on the platform in front of him in a daze. What do you want? Han Huang asked with his back facing him. His tone was cold. Hong Jun said, I hope that the Tao heavenly race can become the first heavenly Tao race in the primordial chaos. The heavenly Tao race was the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. It meant that they wanted the Tao heavenly race to become the first providence race in the primordial world to control thousands of races. Han Huang slowly turned around and looked down at him. Hong Jun's seniority in this life was the same as Han Huang's. Han Huang knew his master Liu Bei, so they were also fellow disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally met Hong Jun. Hong Jun faced him calmly. He wasn't afraid or moved. Han Huang said, The primordial chaos needs the Tao heavenly race's sincerity. After destroying the 9 extremes orthodoxy, I agree to let the Tao heavenly race be the orthodox lineage of the primordial chaos and carry the first heavenly destiny. 9 extremes orthodoxy. Hong Jun was moved. He had naturally heard of the 9 extremes orthodoxy. Its leader was even from the heavenly Tao. Han Huang stared into Hong Jun's eyes with extreme dignity. The pressure was heavy. An ordinary person would probably not be able to stand steadily. Even the reincarnated Tao ancestor, Hong Jun, was shocked. How strong was this primordial fiend celestial? This aura felt even stronger than when he fought the living beings of the chaos. Could even be said to be like a completely different person. Hong Jun felt the pressure, but he knew there was no room for negotiation. Han Huang didn't trust him. He even felt a hint of killing intent in the hall. This killing intent was extremely terrifying, causing his soul to tremble. Clearly, Han Huang sensed his ambition. Hong Jun said, All right. Han Huang smiled. Very good. Then I'll wait for the good news. Hong Jun cupped his hands and bowed before leaving. Killing intent flashed across Han Huang's eyes as he looked at his departing figure. Tao heavenly race? I want to see if you're worthy. He snorted in disdain. After so many years, the Tao heavenly race should have made a name for themselves. In fact, they did not. This race only boasted that their talent was comparable to the chaotic fiend celestials and did not recruit other races. They only lived in peace and did not allow any living beings to disturb them. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that they were ambitious. Han Huang looked into the depths of the chaos. The 4 extremely powerful auras made him uneasy. He had never seen them before. Why were there suddenly so many existences that could threaten him? He suddenly felt that he had yet to see the chaos clearly. What kind of world was above the chaos? What was his father's vision? Was the mysterious existence who had created the chaos still alive? Too many doubts filled Han Huang's heart. In the end, I'm still too weak. If I can surpass the great Tao Supreme Realm and reach Father's realm. Han Huang's eyes flickered. His ambitions burned in his eyes. Everyone thought that he wanted to become the strongest existence, but in fact, his greatest wish was to surpass his father. He had to surpass his father first before looking forward to becoming the strongest existence. Time passed. Hanju was completely immersed in cultivation. He even forgot about the great Tao immeasurable calamity. A Tao creator could create everything. It was already a supreme realm and the limit that living beings could think of. He was omniscient and undying. Space-time, karma, and providence were all in their eyes. The Creator-Lord realm was even stronger. Hanju didn't know how strong he was. This was a realm that no one had ever reached. Hanju also obtained many insights when the ultimate origin world crazily devoured the blank domain and kept expanding. He saw many things that came from the blank domain. The blank domain looked blank, but it was actually abundant. It contained the basic elements of rules, creation, fate, and so on. It was as if controlling these profound substances that even the Tao creator could not see could open up everything. His ultimate origin world could even replace the blank domain and reach an endless number. What was endless? Even a Tao creator could never reach the end. This was a journey that intoxicated Hanju. He couldn't help but wonder if there was an end to the blank domain. How was the blank domain born? Everything had karma. Where did all of this come from? Hanju's will swam wantonly in the blank domain. In a daze, the chaos swept past him. However, in this instant, everything that had happened since ancient times and the future development of the chaos were in his eyes. The future was uncontrollable. No matter how powerful his cultivation was, he could only control the future that was weaker than him. However, the future of any existence could be controlled by Hanju if he reached the Creator-Lord realm. Although he had yet to master this power, just the thought was enough to make him intoxicated. Apart from those basic elements, there were indeed no other worlds and races hidden in the blank domain. Hanju saw the ancient primordial world and Huang Zuentian. Other than them, there were no living beings in the primordial world. There were even no rules. They only relied on the primordial world's remaining power to become stronger. At the same time, in the ancient primordial world, primordial origin opened his eyes and frowned. Was that an illusion? He pinched his fingers to deduce but could not deduce anything. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be mistaken with his cultivation level. However, he had absorbed too much primordial negative karma and had indeed hallucinated. Hanju's consciousness wandered in the blank domain for an unknown length of time. He felt that it was extremely long. He had seen too many scenes. It was enough to be 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more than the experiences of all the living beings in the entire chaos since ancient times. A great Tao sage would probably not be able to withstand such a memory impact. Hanju suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that he had appeared in a blank domain. There was nothing in all directions. No great Tao worlds could be seen. Hanju looked down at his hands. His control over his body was still there. However, he couldn't sense the ultimate origin world or the chaos. This state was extremely strange. It was as if he was the only one in the blank domain. Hanju's eyes narrowed. The blank domain suddenly changed. All sorts of colors appeared in the space and all sorts of distorted forms appeared, like the condensed form of the 3000 Great Tao. These gas-shaped substances moved quickly, making the entire blank domain dazzling and illusory. Even Hanju felt dizzy. He was not dizzy from vision, but a power. The basic rules of the blank domain. The so-called basic rules were Hanju's description of the core operating power of the blank domain. He didn't know what it was, but this power was very strange, enough to make a Tao creator dizzy. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Hanju. It was himself. What do you want to do after becoming a creator lord? Another Hanju stared into his eyes and asked. Hanju could feel that this was not a trick of the blank domain, but his Tao heart. He was about to come into contact with an unprecedented door. Before that, he needed to purify his Tao heart and surpass all living beings. Breakthrough. Supreme existence. What do you want to do after becoming a creator lord? Hanju wasn't confused by his Tao heart's question. From the beginning to the end, he was very determined. I won't especially do anything. Instead, I'll do whatever I want. Since I'm invincible, why set up rules for myself? Hanju replied. The other him nodded in satisfaction. A true invincible person should be unrestrained. There were no rules, strength, morals, or other restrictions. The other asked, will you continue cultivating? Yes, I will constantly climb higher and higher. I won't consolidate my status by suppressing the juniors. Hanju smiled confidently. He would be numb sooner or later as long as he lost his ambition. During the primordial era, had anyone ever thought that several Tao creators would appear? The other him, which was formed by his Tao heart, dissipated like smoke, leaving only a sentence. The Creator Lord realm is ahead. I wish you success. In the blank domain, various gaseous substances of different colors moved faster. Hanju could suddenly spy on the chaos. Time passed extremely quickly in the chaos. A second here was 1,000,000 years outside. Hanju saw Han Huang attack and shock the chaos, bringing despair to it. Then, he sent out primordial despair and slaughtered wantonly. Seeing that the chaos was about to be defeated, the 9th chaos made a move. Other than Zhao Shuangquan and Yu Yuan, 6 more chaos revived. In addition to his clone, the 9 chaos attacked together to suppress the primordial chaos. At the critical moment, primordial origin attacked to reinforce Han Huang. The 2 primordial fiend celestials joined forces to resist the 9 chaos. The 9th chaos couldn't withstand the pressure and began to personally interfere with the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Hanju frowned. It wasn't easy for him to obtain such comprehension. If he was distracted and interfered, this special Tao comprehension state would be destroyed. In other words, he would miss this opportunity to break through. Could this be one of the tests? Hanju's eyes became firm. He had to become a creator lord. No one could interfere and burden him. The 9th chaos could revive all living beings in the chaos. Why couldn't he revive his children and disciples if he became a creator lord? Hanju severed his perception of the chaos and stepped forward to comprehend the true meaning of the blank domain. Han Huang would definitely die in this great Tao immeasurable calamity without his help. Not only Han Huang, but also the personal disciples who supported him. However, Hanju couldn't give up the chance to become the creator lord for his children and disciples. His mind had been firm and selfish ever since he was weak. He would only help those close to him if he could. If he could not, he would only care about himself. Hanju had a clear conscience as he looked at everyone around him. He didn't owe anyone anything, including his wife and children. If not for him, how could they reach this level? I'll revive you all when I become a creator lord. Hanju's eyes became arrogant and confident. He would definitely become a creator lord. As this arrogance rose, the chi-shaped substances along the way surged towards him, forging his body. His body dissipated, leaving only his soul to advance. All sorts of lights overflowed from his soul, dazzling. He could clearly feel his soul transforming. He felt a power that was higher than the supreme rules of the great Tao world. This feeling was extremely strange. After walking for an unknown period of time, Hanju's soul strength reached the extreme. This was unprecedentedly powerful, making him excited. His soul stopped when it couldn't take it anymore. There were still densely packed chi-shaped substances ahead. They were still so dazzling, as if he had never stepped forward. Hanju raised his right palm and muttered, "The Creator Lord controls everything. Nothing can stop him. In that case, I'll see if my strength is enough." Boom, he struck out with his palm. It was the divine might great heaven palm. The extreme destructive power directly shattered everything in front of him. This blank domain shattered like a mirror. Absolute paleness entered his vision again. He shattered the rules of the blank domain with a palm. At this moment, Hanju had already surpassed the Creator Lord. His body condensed again and began to fuse with his soul. The ultimate origin power began to transform. A pillar of light shot out from his body. There was no end to it above or below, as if it was splitting the blank domain into two. His aura soared with unstoppable force. Hanju was immersed. A figure appeared near him at this moment. It was the 9th chaos. How is that possible? The ninth chaos shouted in shock. Hanju felt that he was too noisy. With a glance, he destroyed the ninth chaos body and soul. Even the remaining transcendent rule insignia in every corner of the blank domain perished. In other words, the ninth chaos had directly perished. Just a glance. He couldn't resist at all. This glance used the power of the rules of the blank domain. So the ninth chaos transcendent rule hidden in every corner of the blank domain had nowhere to hide and thus died. The difference between a Tao creator and a creator lord was immediately revealed. Hanju was calm and continued to enjoy the breakthrough. Not long after, the formless transcendent deity and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity appeared. They looked at Hanju in shock. He didn't attack these two subordinates. The formless transcendent deity said helplessly, "Why didn't you appear earlier? Back then, the great Tao immeasurable calamity." Hanju already knew that even though he seemed to have broken through very quickly, a long time had actually passed. The great Tao immeasurable calamity had already ended for a long time, so long that all living beings in the endless era had already forgotten the chaos. The chaos had already become a legend. Apart from his wives and children who stayed in Hanju's Tao field, Han Huang, Ji Xianxian, Murong Qi, and the others had all died in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Han Ling, Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bahen survived because they supported the chaos. All of this was very similar to the future that Hanju had deduced. Hanju indifferently said, "There's still time. You can leave." The formless transcendent deity and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that Hanju wanted to reverse space-time? However, this was the great Tao immeasurable calamity. It was independent of space and time. The supreme karma could not be reversed. Although they were puzzled, they had no choice but to leave. Hanju grew quiet again and began to consolidate his cultivation in peace. This time, it took much longer to consolidate his cultivation. Another person arrived after an unknown period of time. It was Han Ling. She emitted endless divine light. She was even more holy than the former Holy Mother of Order. She looked at Hanju and said respectfully, "Father, you're indeed still here." The pillar of light on Hanju's body was extremely dazzling. That terrifying power made Han Ling instinctively afraid. She was shocked. How strong was her father? Hanju glanced at her and said, "It's been hard on you all these years, Father." All sorts of emotions surged into Han Ling's heart, making her feel a long-awaited grievance. She wanted to say something else, but she left silently upon seeing that Hanju was busy breaking through. Too many things had happened, pulling her away from her father. Hanju understood her but didn't say anything. He could turn everything into an illusion and reconstruct the past when he successfully broke through. There was no discomfort in the process of consolidating his cultivation. Hanju was immersed and ignored the passage of time. After a long time, detected that you have already become a creator lord. You have obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, a creation heavens chosen, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, an ultimate origin spirit stone, and a Dominator Supreme Treasure. You have obtained the Dominator Supreme Treasure Dominator Brush, Dominator Supreme Treasure, a transcendent supreme treasure higher than an ultimate supreme treasure. It is condensed from the origin rule and contains the supreme power to define and dominate everything. It is only subordinate to the Creator Lord. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. Notifications appeared in front of Hanju. Dominator brush? Not bad. It suited his style. Hanju checked his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 457,890,823/10. 299, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. Race. Ultimate origin fiend celestial. Immeasurable lord. Cultivation. Creator lord realm. Technique. Primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. Creator lord. Heavenly cycle body tempering technique. Great Tao. Great Tao of extreme origin. 3000 Great Tao. Constitution. Extreme Tao. Ultimate origin body. His lifespan stopped when he was comprehending the blank domain. As expected of the Creator Lord realm. His origin lifespan stopped flowing when he broke through. In fact, countless years had passed in the chaos. Even the endless era had stabilized. Could be seen that this creation was truly magical. Hanju sensed his cultivation and asked in his mind, is the system's calculation of lifespan independent? That's right. It only calculates origin lifespan and not relative lifespan. Hanju had no intention of asking anymore. With a thought, he returned to the Taoist temple of the third Tao field. The auras of the Tao companions were still there, other than Liao. Hanju sat on the lotus throne and looked down at the endless era. The endless era was indeed exciting. A new Tao creator appeared after the great Tao immeasurable calamity ended. It was Zhao Shuangquan. This was normal. After all, the ninth chaos had personally participated in the battle. However, all of this was meaningless in front of the Creator Lord. Hanju muttered, "Ninth chaos. I still want to fight you for real. In that case, let's return to square one." With that, everything in the endless era stopped. The operating planets stopped. The endless river of destiny no longer surged. The bright sun no longer burned. Yin and Yang no longer spun. The figures traveling through the various space-time voids all stopped. Be it the past, the present, or the future, as Hanju had this thought, everything stopped. Immediately after, all the scenes began to replay. Hanju directly returned everything to before his will traveled in the blank domain. The great Tao immeasurable calamity was still ongoing. The ninth chaos was still alive. His children and disciples were still alive. This was a true change, not the creation of an alternate spacetime. Everything that had happened before did not exist. No one even knew that Hanju had broken through. The ninth chaos didn't know either. Only Hanju himself knew that he had become a Creator Lord. The corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled playfully. Chaos. How are you going to fight me? What could a Tao creator do to a Creator Lord? However, Hanju was interested in playing with the ninth chaos. At this moment, the chaos was still in a chaotic battle. Han Huang had yet to make a move. Thinking about it carefully, the great Tao immeasurable calamity had just begun. Hanju didn't plan to end everything directly. He had enough confidence to act recklessly now. From this life onwards, Hanju was never passive when fighting the enemy. Every time he attacked, he definitely had the confidence to kill the other party. Hanju might have been able to defeat the ninth chaos before becoming a Creator Lord, but he couldn't kill him. However, it was different now. His life and death were in his eyes. Hanju took out the Dominator brush. This was a brush printed with 7-colored Tao runes. The brush head was connected to the power of the 3000 Great Tao. The body of the brush was condensed from the basic rules of the blank domain. This brush could create and destroy everything. A non-creator lord would be reduced to ashes upon touching this brush. A Tao creator might be able to revive, but a great Tao Supreme wouldn't even have a chance to revive. In other words, he could crush a great Tao Supreme if he threw the Dominator brush directly into the chaos. Hanju played with the Dominator brush and felt its power. Transcendent domain. In a mysterious space, the formless woke up. Transcendent deity suddenly, what's going on? What did it feel like just now? The great Tao immeasurable calamity? The formless transcendent deity muttered to himself. He felt inexplicably uneasy, but he couldn't deduce his feelings just now. Perhaps because the situation of the chaos made him anxious, the chaotic consciousness and Shurtion's immeasurable destruction Venerable chose to support the ninth chaos. The clones created by the two sides couldn't do anything to each other. causing the situation to become subtle and the outcome even more mysterious. The formless transcendent deity couldn't help but think of Hanju. It was unknown what he was thinking. When would he make a move? At this moment he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Han Huang. This power is already infinitely close to the Tao creator realm. Unfortunately, its essence has not changed. The formless transcendent deity side. As a Tao creator, he could see very clearly that Han Huang had taken the wrong path. He was just puzzled why Hanju didn't interfere. The formless transcendent deity couldn't understand. So he stopped thinking and fell asleep to comprehend his creation. In the third Tao field, the 9 divine stars returned. Hanju's clone placed them in the Tao field. They immediately came to his Taoist temple and knelt down, waiting for him to summon them. The door opened and the 9 divine stars entered the temple. They knelt down respectfully. Han Zhongdao waved his hand and released the ultimate origin fiend celestial. At this moment only his soul was left. He was in an extremely sorry state. He opened his eyes and was stunned when he saw Hanju. Hanju's appearance stunned him. In a daze, he seemed to see Han Ling Wush, the ultimate origin fiend celestial soul, suddenly shattered and was completely destroyed. The 9 divine stars were stunned. Hanju, who was checking his emails, raised his eyebrows. The ultimate origin fiend celestial soul condensed again. He had to restrain the power of the Creator Lord's divinity. No living being could profane the Creator Lord, much less stare at him for long. The 9 divine stars had long-developed manners. They only glanced at Hanju before lowering their heads, so they didn't feel anything. The revived ultimate origin fiend celestial was still in shock and didn't dare to look at him anymore. What's going on? Who is he? Did I die just now? The ultimate origin fiend celestial recalled the terrifying feeling just now. He had never felt such terrifying suffocation. Despair filled his heart and could not go away. Hanju didn't disperse the 9 divine stars. Instead, he looked down at the ultimate origin fiend celestial and said, "The ultimate origin fiend celestial is me. You're only formed by a trace of ultimate origin chi left behind when I created the ultimate origin world, but you want to steal my name. What punishment do you deserve for this crime?" The ultimate origin fiend celestial shivered, not knowing how to answer. His name was his pride. If it was anyone else, he would definitely be furious and risk his life to protect his dignity. However, he only had endless fear and no courage in front of Hanju. Ultimate origin fiend celestial? The 9 divine stars looked at each other from the corner of their eyes. They could see the shock in their companions' eyes. So there really was an ultimate origin fiend celestial. Just as the ultimate origin fiend celestial was about to be frightened to death, Hanju changed the topic and said, "On account of our relationship, from now on your name will be Han Zhongyuan, and you will join the 9 divine stars to serve me. How about that?" The pressure that terrified the ultimate origin fiend celestial immediately vanished. The ultimate origin fiend celestial felt relieved and hurriedly said, I'm willing. At this point, the ultimate origin fiend celestial changed its name to Han Zhongyuan and the 9 divine stars became the 10 divine stars. Hanju took out 9 chaotic supreme treasures and rewarded them to the 9 divine stars. These Dharma treasures were originally ordinary Dharma treasures. They were modified by him with the power of a dominator and instantly became chaotic supreme treasures. The 9 divine stars were pleasantly surprised. They hurriedly thanked him and left with Han Zhongyuan. As for Han Zhongyuan, there was no need for Hanju to reward him. Letting him join the divine stars was already a huge opportunity. Hanju continued to read the emails. Shani came to visit not long after. He looked at Hanju and felt a little embarrassed. Hanju understood his thoughts and took out the Book of Misfortune. This Book of Misfortune was a replica. It was only at the level of a chaotic supreme treasure, but it could still compare to the true chaotic supreme treasure, the Book of Misfortune. Shani was shocked when he saw this book. Could it be? He did not dare to ask. Hanju didn't explain. Other than being interesting, the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord was meaningless to him now. Furthermore, Shani didn't dare to say it. Shani obtained the supreme treasure and left happily. Hanju came to Xing Hongshuan's Taoist temple after reading the emails. There were only 2 people in the temple. Xianxia was naturally happy and immediately came over. "I'm already invincible." Han Ju's first sentence stunned Xianxia. Although a long time had passed since their last conversation, compared to high-level cultivation, not much time had passed. He was invincible so quickly? Even Xianxia, who was confident in Han Ju, was shocked. Han Ju, through the space-time he had erased into Xianxia's mind. She saw the great Tao immeasurable calamity without Han Ju's help. She saw the 9th chaos and the formless transcendent deity. She saw the 9th chaos being glared to death by Han Ju and saw Han Ling's grievance and stubbornness. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time when she recalled all her memories. It was as if she had lived another life. She felt like it was a dream when she suddenly looked back. A future without her husband was really terrifying. Xianxia suddenly woke up and patted her chest. She said fearfully, "Fortunately, I didn't listen to the other sisters. Otherwise I would have died too. Damn it! Who is that mysterious transcendent existence?" Han Ju smiled. "The 9th chaos, the existence who created the chaos. Remember, don't say his name, or he will notice." Xianxia asked, "Aren't you already invincible? Why are you still caring about him?" "I want to fight him. Before that, don't disturb him." "What's the chance of winning?" "As you can see, he dies if I want him to." Xianxia saw his confidence. She felt that Han Ju had changed and become unprecedentedly arrogant. No, perhaps this was him. Previously, it was only because he was not strong enough that he suppressed his nature. Xianxia recalled Han Ju's attitude when facing a powerful enemy and overlapped it with his current self. She thought of her first encounter with Han Ju when she was young. At that time, she took interest in him because of his handsomeness. She didn't expect to obtain such a huge opportunity. Looking back, Xianxia was suddenly filled with pride. She had good judgment. Unlike other women, she was the first to like Han Ju and pestered him. No matter what, she didn't leave Han Ju. She had always believed in him firmly and helped him. This was also the reason why he treated her the best. Xianxia and Han Ju could see through the essence of some things, but they didn't become indifferent because of this. Instead, they cherished it even more. Even a creator lord couldn't duplicate some things, such as his feelings for Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly asked excitedly, "Do I not have to cultivate anymore?" Han Ju raised his hand and took out the Dominator brush. He waved it at her, and a mark entered her body. "From today onwards, anyone below the Tao Creator realm will die as you wish. Therefore, control your thoughts. As for the Tao Creators, they can't kill you." Han Ju spoke calmly, but Xianxia was inexplicably nervous. The human heart was extremely sinister. Xianxia also had her own dark side. She was afraid that a thought from her would destroy the chaos. She had to be careful in the future. Xianxia asked curiously, "What realm are you at now? Did you surpass the Tao Creator realm?" Han Ju smiled. "Don't ask. Leave some suspense. It's not only for you but also for the others." Xianxia hurriedly promised. "I won't tell anyone." She smiled proudly and rolled up her sleeves. "Husband, I want to go out for a walk and test how invincible I am." Han Ju rubbed her head and smiled. "Go." "No, there's no hurry. Let me experience the invincible power first." "How?" "Humph, husband only knows how to pretend. You definitely understand what I mean. Then I'll let you experience it." Several hundred years later, Xianxia left the third Tao field, and Han Ju began to preach the Tao to the disciples of the third Tao field. He deliberately controlled himself, but the disciples were still reborn. After the lecture, Han Ju visited the other Tao companions one by one. Fairy Xixin asked curiously, "Why did Xianxia go out alone? What's the matter?" Han Ju smiled. "She wants to mess around." "Nonsense. You'll know later." Han Ju left after interacting with Fairy Xixin for a few decades. He decided to take a walk. From now on, cultivating for hundreds of millions of years would not affect him much. His cultivation in the future would definitely be extremely long. Han Ju hid his identity. Even the Tao creators couldn't deduce it. He prepared to release his malice and experience a different life from mortals. He prepared to magnify his various emotions one by one. It happened to be the great Tao immeasurable calamity. It was fine to let it be more chaotic. Hanju first came to Shurtian's domain and landed in a world. The divine light on his body retracted and transformed into an ordinary face. He walked around aimlessly and killed anyone he disliked. In just 10,000 years, Hanju gained a terrifying reputation. From mortals to the great Tao Supremes, he killed anyone he didn't like and was called the killing god Shurtian. No one knew why killing god Shurtian killed for no reason. It was as if he was born bloodthirsty. As he killed, Hanju's hatred increased. The various factions in the Shurtian domain, who were originally supporting the chaos, had no choice but to return and besiege him. Shurtian's clone also descended and blocked his path. Who sent you? The immeasurable destruction venerable was majestic and domineering. Space shook the moment he appeared. Hanju ignored him and continued forward. The immeasurable destruction venerable was furious. He suddenly flashed in front of Hanju and struck out with his palm. Hanju's eyes narrowed. Immeasurable destruction venerable's body and soul were directly destroyed. The great Tao Supremes and great Tao sages who rushed over from all directions immediately stopped in fear and looked at him in disbelief. Hanju, who had released the malice in his heart, felt annoyed upon seeing the figures standing at the end of the void in all directions. He waved his right hand, and the bodies and souls of those figures were all destroyed. They didn't even have time to scream. These ancient giants who controlled the world in Shurtian's domain were helpless in front of Hanju. It was boring. Hanju was neither happy nor sad as he continued forward. He prepared to travel the various great Tao worlds and kill. His ferocious reputation became stronger and stronger. Shurtian's immeasurable destruction venerable sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju ignored the notification and continued forward. Shurtian's immeasurable destruction venerable was furious. He wanted to ignore his reputation and forcefully move Hanju out. However, he failed. Impossible. Shurtian's immeasurable destruction venerable was moved and instantly guessed the other party's identity. Tao creator. However, the other party's aura was unfamiliar to him. He couldn't see through it and could not deduce its origin at all. This was different from the feeling brought by the ninth chaos, the divine might heavenly sage, the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity. Furthermore, doing this, dark forbidden lord, Shurtian's immeasurable destruction venerable was shocked by his guess. If it was really the dark forbidden lord, he was not someone he could deal with. He immediately went to find the ninth chaos. A huge tree stood on a floating land in the depths of the blank domain. There were many branches and every leaf had a space-time dimension that seemed to be covered in water droplets. The ninth chaos meditated quietly under the tree. Shurtian's immeasurable destruction venerable had just left. The ninth chaos dispersed the mist and revealed his true body. His figure was human, but his face was extremely strange. His skin was pale and bloodless. He had no facial features. The slightly raised part of his face looked like his mouth and nose. His waterfall-like long hair scattered behind his black robe. A shadow appeared. It looked extremely similar to the ninth chaos. He stared at it and asked, "Can't you break through yet? The situation in the chaos is becoming more and more chaotic. Another Tao creator has appeared. The situation is not good." This shadow was the first chaos will. The ninth chaos sighed. "My cultivation level can't increase. I need an opportunity if I want to break through. Logically speaking, I can directly break through to a higher realm after reaching the perfected minor realm, but I failed. If the endless era still doesn't work, there might not be a higher realm at all." The first chaos was silent. After a long while, the first chaos asked again, "How can you clean up the mess if there's no higher realm? Tao creators can't kill each other. Then, we can only use the great Tao immeasurable calamity to suppress them. If even I can't break through, it's impossible for divine might to break through. He's too young. The other Tao creators have already reached the end. What makes me feel threatened are the dark forbidden lord and divine might's Tao field. The dark forbidden lord only dares to curse, which means that he's not strong enough. Divine Might's Tao field can isolate my prying. Furthermore, I can't barge in. There's actually such an existence. I can't figure it out. The ninth chaos had witnessed Hanju transmigrating from the eighth chaos to the reincarnation of the current chaos and could confirm that he had no deeper background. Therefore, he thought that the Tao field was a supreme treasure and not a manifestation of Hanju's strength. It was as if a sage felt that it was impossible for a mortal without an illustrious previous life to attain the Tao at birth. The first chaos didn't say anything else. He could only believe the ninth chaos. If even the ninth chaos could not see through it, he naturally could not resolve the problem. Primordial chaos. Xianxia rode a cloud and landed in front of a hall. 3 words were carved on the plaque of the palace. Mingji Palace. Little girl, come out and die. Xianxia shouted proudly. As soon as she finished speaking, figures appeared and surrounded her. These were all Goddess Mingji's personal guards. The primordial cultivators who belonged to Han Huang did not dare to stop her, so they let her in. Wait! Goddess Mingji's voice floated over and stopped the personal guards who were about to attack. The door to Mingji Palace opened and the dignified goddess Mingji walked over. The personal guards made way for the 2 women. Goddess Mingji said expressionlessly, I should call you mother. Now that I'm married to my husband, we're naturally family. Mother, are you still calculative about the past? Xianxia smiled. Didn't you want to kill me? Don't you feel awkward calling me mother now? Then what do you want? I want to kill you too. Hee, do you have the ability? Let's go. I won't pursue this matter on account of my husband. The marriage has to be approved by the parents. Have we agreed to this marriage? Can you control my husband? I can't control him, but I can control you. Goddess Mingji was furious. She shouted, Then come and control me. With a thought, Goddess Mingji's hair quickly turned white. Her skin shriveled and her vitality flowed out extremely quickly. Goddess Mingji's eyes widened, and she tried to mobilize her dermic powers. She wanted to stop the abnormality in her body, but she failed. The surrounding personal guards were also shocked. Goddess Mingji was a great Tao sage. How could she be so easily affected? They didn't even see how the other party did it. Xianxia smiled proudly. Will Huanger still like you if I make you lose your 10 million years of beauty? With that, she turned around and left. Catch her! Goddess Mingji shouted crazily. The personal guards used their mystical powers one after another. They didn't dare to approach and wanted to suppress Xianxia remotely. However, they were suddenly reduced to ashes just as they made their move, their bodies and souls destroyed. Xianxia didn't say anything and left. Goddess Mingji was stunned when she saw this. Xianxia was not so terrifying the last time she fought the heavenly Tao. She even felt that Xianxia was even more terrifying than her husband. She was unfathomable and unstoppable. Why was this happening? In Xianxia's domain, Hanju was suddenly tired of it as he swept around and killed countless unpleasant living beings. He retracted his malice and began to magnify his kindness. Thereafter, he wandered around Xianxia's domain again. He would help whenever he encountered unfair and unjust things. From the great Tao Supremes to the mortals, he no longer killed. Even when facing the perpetrator, he only warned and taught them a lesson. Year after year passed. Millions of years passed quickly. Hanju's actions in Xianxia spread to all living beings. He was called a virtuous sage. As for the legend of killing God Xianxia, it began to fade. No one dared to take revenge on him. Killing God Xianxia and the virtuous sage were completely different people. Slowly, Hanju obtained the respect of all living beings in Xianxia. Statues of him were erected in all worlds. Hanju came to the palace where Xianxia's clone was. Xianxia's clone had nearly 800 trillion years of strength. Previously, the immeasurable destruction venerable had been destroyed by Hanju. In order to maintain the situation, Xianxia's immeasurable destruction venerable had no choice but to create a new one. This clone was still named Immeasurable Destruction Venerable. Now, tell me, should I kill or help Xianxia? Hanju's voice floated into the ears of the immeasurable destruction venerable, startling him so much that he opened his eyes. He immediately stood up in fear upon seeing him. "Dark Forbidden Lord?" Immeasurable destruction venerable asked in a low voice, pretending to be calm. Even his main body panicked when facing the Dark Forbidden Lord. This was an existence that had cursed the ninth chaos to develop mental demons. How could he not panic? Hanju asked, "Answer my question." Immeasurable destruction venerable was silent. He didn't understand what he meant. Was he humiliating him? Hanju stared at him with a calm gaze. The calmer it was, the less confident immeasurable destruction venerable became. The difference in strength between them was too great. Immeasurable destruction venerable didn't even have a chance to escape. Immeasurable destruction venerable gritted his teeth and said, "You saved Xianxia's living beings. They should be grateful to you. Although you have sinned, your contributions outweigh your mistakes." Hanju smiled and asked, "Sincere?" "That's right." Immeasurable destruction venerable said helplessly. He had no choice but to bow his head. Even Tao creators didn't dare to act recklessly in the face of existences stronger than them. Perhaps the Tao creator would not die, but Hanju could threaten his great Tao world. Hanju shook his head and laughed before disappearing. Immeasurable destruction venerable was even more nervous. He looked at Xianxia, afraid that Hanju would destroy him. However, Xianxia was calm, and he couldn't find Hanju anymore. "Dark Forbidden Lord, what do you want?" Immeasurable destruction venerable frowned in confusion. What was the deeper meaning of that question? Hanju continued to wander in the chaos after leaving Xianxia. His actions in Xianxia were only to release his nature. Everyone had a bad side and a good side to them. Mortals promoted the good path to protect themselves. How could invincible people decide their own good and evil? This was a question that Hanju was curious about. After this, he lost interest in killing and felt that it was meaningless. As for benefiting all living beings, it was even more meaningless. All living beings couldn't spy on the truth of the long years. They were only a fragment of time and were all concerned about themselves. Even if they knew that the virtuous sage was the killing god, they could not change anything. They might even feel that it did not matter. From a later point of view, as long as the sins of history did not affect them, they could ignore this sin. It was worth celebrating as long as they benefited in the past and brought them a good life. From this point of view, good and evil was only suitable for mortals and for those with similar strength levels. Facing power that surpassed this level, they still had to return to the point where the strong were respected and the strong preyed on the weak. Hanju thought as he moved forward. How to plan for everything in existence was something he, an invincible person, should consider. He didn't want everything he knew to be like this forever. That would be too boring. Suppression was not feasible. Just like the ninth chaos, suppressing the development of the chaos did not consolidate his status forever. Perhaps a fortuitous encounter like the system would appear in the future. Who could predict it? Hanju could control everything, but the basic rule power of the blank domain was on par with him. This power might give birth to a new creation in the future. The battle between the primordial chaos and the chaos erupted again when Hanju left Xianxia. Han Huang made a move. He suddenly descended to the highest battlefield and reversed the situation, forcefully suppressing the chaos. Everyone below the Great Tao Sage realm died. Some early and mid-stage Great Tao Sages even had their bodies and souls destroyed. Han Huang was ruthless. Previously, the Great Tao Sages would leave a way out when they fought. To put it bluntly, the Great Tao Sages on both sides treated the Great Tao immeasurable calamity as a trial and not a battle of life and death. Humph, that's enough. Two Great Tao world lords appear. Han Huang, who was like a war god, looked down at the chaos and smiled disdainfully. With that, the clones of the immeasurable destruction venerable and the chaotic consciousness appeared behind him. All of you retreat. Although I don't know why you support the primordial chaos, I want to personally deal with them. Han Huang frowned and glanced coldly at the two Tao creator clones behind him. The formless transcendent deity only smiled. He looked at Han Huang as if he was looking at a junior, so he did not care. The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity was very unhappy, but he was absolutely loyal to Hanju and didn't dare to refute. How arrogant! Immeasurable Destruction Venerable was furious. He was suppressed by the Dark Forbidden Lord and could vent his anger on Han Huang. The three of them were already at the half-step creation realm. They were naturally terrifying when they fought. The entire chaotic space began to shake and the 3,000 great Tao shattered one after another. Even Hanju, who was far away on the other side of the chaos, saw the surrounding space tear apart. Hanju would not act before the ninth chaos made a move. It was a good opportunity to train Han Huang. The battle between the three half-step creators continued year after year. Many worlds welcomed their end and shattered one after another. Countless wandering living beings appeared in the chaos. This was a dark era. All living beings didn't know the battle of the great Tao sages. They could only feel the suffering. Millions of years later, Hanju's origin lifespan had already reached 470 million years, and he had accumulated another 2 creation heavens chosen attempts. He could give the creation of mortals, but that creation still could not compare to the creation heavens chosen. The creation heavens chosen came from his ultimate origin world. The stronger he was, the more impressive the creation heavens chosen was. Hanju could already sense the existence of the system after he became a creator lord. It was like a mark that was imprinted on his dominator origin. He could strip it away, he felt that there was no need. The current system was like a dharma but treasure. He couldn't abandon a dharma treasure just because it was powerful. Moreover, Hanju and the system were more like partners. They strengthened each other, and he still wanted to go further. The system was formed by the creation will of the blank domain. After countless enhancements from the inheritors, it was finally where it was today. It was essentially a creation rule, just like the innate great creation of his descendants. It only existed in a way that Hanju was familiar with in his previous life. The game system was easier for him to accept, understand, and master. Unknowingly, Hanju arrived at a corner of the chaos. There was an extremely huge tree here that connected countless space-time dimensions. It was regarded as a forbidden land by all living beings. Fusang Divine Tree. This was the Fusang tree that Hanju had once nurtured. It left him in order to transform. She had transformed after all these years with the primordial ancestor god's help. However, no matter where she went, the power that controlled space and time would follow, causing many worlds to collapse. She had even been expelled by the supreme rules and had no choice but to return to her true form. Hanju regained his original appearance and approached the Fusang tree. He shed his divine light. Because his cultivation realm was too high, the sleeping Fusang tree didn't sense his arrival. "How are you?" Hanju asked. With that said, the leaves of the Fusang tree began to tremble, causing countless past and future space-time to tremble. "Master, why are you here?" The Fusang tree asked in surprise, its tone mixed with panic. Hanju smiled. "Can't I come?" "No, The high and mighty Fusang tree was as nervous as a mortal meeting an immortal. "Do you still want to transform?" Hanju said bluntly as the Fusang tree was hemmed and hawed. He didn't want to beat around the bush. The Fusang tree was stunned. "Of course I want to, but—" Before she could finish speaking, it suddenly changed. The huge tree body emitted a dazzling light. These lights quickly condensed and landed in front of Hanju, forming a graceful figure. It was a woman with black hair and snow-white skin. Her facial features were devastatingly beautiful, and the coldness between her brows had Li Yao's bearing. This was normal. Tao Comprehension Sword and the Fusang tree were both deeply affected by Li Yao. At first glance, the transformed Fusang tree looked like Li Yao's younger sister. Hanju raised his hand and plucked a leaf from the Fusang tree. It turned into a green robe and covered the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree turned around and discovered that its main body was still there. It seemed to have been stripped out, but she could clearly feel that she could control the tree. This feeling was extremely strange. The Fusang tree seemed to have become her birth dharma treasure. She was very surprised. Hanju said, "From now on, you are in charge of controlling spacetime. It's chaotic spacetime now. In the future, you will be in charge of all spacetime in the endless era. I give you absolute divine authority over spacetime. The Dominator brush suddenly appeared in front of him, and he waved it at the Fusang tree. In an instant, the Fusang tree's cultivation level soared, shaking the void. Divine senses attacked from all directions, wanting to spy on the Fusang tree, but Hanju easily isolated them. In just a few hours, the Fusang tree's cultivation was already comparable to a half-step creator. She wouldn't be destroyed as long as space and time were not destroyed. The Creator Lord decided everything. After the Fusang tree woke up, it felt its creation and was in a daze. She knelt down excitedly after being stunned for a while. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Yes, that's all. Hanju turned around and continued forward. The Fusang tree hurriedly asked, Master, I betrayed the hidden sect previously. Why didn't you blame me and even give me such power? Hanju didn't even turn around. I can do whatever I want. I can treat whoever I want well. Just be grateful that I raised you. I can take back everything I gave you today at any time. How you control this power depends on your performance. The Fusang tree bit her lips and immediately stood up as she looked at Hanju's departing figure, flying towards him. Master, I'm willing to serve you. There's no need for that. I'm sincere. You're so powerful now. Perhaps cultivating with you is the right path. After hundreds of millions of years, I'm no longer curious about the chaos and all existence. I only want to cultivate well. As for the order of spacetime, I can multitask. All right, then follow. Hanju replied casually. To the current him, there was no burden. He had indeed never blamed the Fusang tree. He could even understand and pity it. If it were him, he would also never be able to transform. The people around him had no choice but to make a living. The Fusang tree did not betray him. She only left him. In the past, Hanju and the hidden sect relied on the Fusang tree's spirit chi to cultivate. The Fusang tree didn't owe them anything, and they had no reason to blame her. The Fusang tree felt relieved and smiled brightly after obtaining Hanju's agreement. She went forward and walked side by side with him. Master, what realm are you at now? You should have surpassed the Great Tao Supreme Realm, right? I've witnessed your battles. You once destroyed all living beings in the chaos and revived them. The Fusang tree kept asking questions, making Hanju feel that Han Qinger was beside him. Yes, I've already surpassed it. Above the Great Tao Supreme Realm is the Tao Creator Realm. Now, there are only 5 Tao creators in the entire chaos. To become a Tao creator, one has to create a great Tao world like the chaos. Hanju replied casually. The chaos is so big. You can grow from a mortal to a creator in less than 500 million years. You're really impressive. The Fusang tree sighed, its eyes filled with anticipation. She also wanted to become an existence like Hanju. Just like that, the two of them chatted as they traveled the chaos. Above the 3,000 Great Tao, the outcome of the 3 half-step creators was finally decided. Han Huang won and repelled the 2 Tao creator clones. The weak chaos can't withstand a single blow. Let's end it. Primordial chaos, listen up. Slaughter all the chaotic living beings and eliminate the providence of the chaos. Then, break through the chaos and welcome the arrival of the primordial chaos. Han Huang's voice resounded throughout the chaos. Even mortals could hear it. It was soul-stirring. The Fusang tree sighed. Master, he's really powerful. As expected of your son. It's all right. Not bad. Hanju smiled. Actually, he was also very satisfied. This time, Han Huang did not use the ultimate origin power to repel the 2 Tao creator clones. What did that mean? Han Huang could defeat the combined forces of the chaotic consciousness and Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable at the same realm. After all, Han Huang was a primordial fiend celestial. Their foundation was far inferior to his. They only took advantage of their age. A terrifying roar resounded throughout the chaos not long after Han Huang's declaration ended. Primordial despair. This ferocious beast, personally nurtured by Han Huang, was born for the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Not only could it speed up the death of all living beings, but it could also devour providence. When the providence was sucked dry, the power of the chaos would decrease greatly and Han Huang could easily shatter the chaos. Han Huang still had selfish motives. He wasn't thinking about the endless era, but about creating the primordial chaos. The true way to activate the endless era was to gather the providence of the chaos and use absolute power to shatter the basic rules of the blank domain and change it. This idea was suggested by the ninth chaos, but it was actually wrong. Hanju knew how strong the basic rules of the blank domain were after becoming a creator lord. Not to mention the chaotic power, it was impossible for a Tao creator to shatter the basic rules of the blank domain. He had to resonate with the basic rules and comprehend them if he wanted to become a creator lord. Reaching the perfected Tao creator realm was the end. It'd be useless no matter how he cultivated in the future. What he needed to do was to sense the blank domain. The ninth chaos had never been able to comprehend it. In the end, it was still because his potential was not good. The limit of his comprehension ability was the Tao creator realm. But he did not realize this. After all, he was the strongest. In his opinion, his potential had already increased to the strongest. He was opening a new realm. The only person who could create the endless era was Hanju. It depended on his intentions. It depends on whether you can satisfy me. Ninth chaos. I've always been looking forward to the final battle between you and me. I hope that you can make me satisfied. If you perform well, I'll create an endless era and leave a way for the chaos to survive. If you disappoint me, the chaos will become history. Hanju smiled slightly. The Fusong tree thought that he was looking at Han Huang, so it kept sighing at how powerful he was. Hanju clearly saw 7 powerful forces attacking from the blank domain, including the ninth chaos clone. The 9 great chaos prepared to descend into the chaos and fight together. According to the previous development pattern, this would be a turning point. Primordial origin would appear when Han Huang could not win. The appearance of the 2 primordial fiend celestials forced the ninth chaos to appear. 7 powerful forces rushed over and descended on the 9 extremes orthodoxy with unstoppable force when the primordial chaos began to slaughter all living beings in the chaos. Less than 1,000 years later, the 9 extremes orthodoxy launched a counterattack against the primordial chaos. The 9 great chaos killed the primordial army and stopped its attack. The 9 extremes orthodoxy brought hope to the chaos. More and more wandering living beings and the chaotic factions crushed by the primordial chaos began to join them. The 9 extremes orthodoxy seemed to have become the chaos' only hope. The names of the 9 great chaos also began to spread. The legend of the chaos fighting the primordial chaos appeared out of nowhere and spread throughout the chaotic void. Hanju and the Fusong tree traveled the various worlds. Occasionally, they would encounter battles between the chaos and primordial chaos, but they couldn't hurt them. It had to be said that the current primordial chaos was too dangerous. There was actually a group of cultivators who wanted to kill the 2 of them. The outcome was naturally a horrible death. On this day, Hanju and the Fusong tree came to a world. This was the territory of the Tao heavenly race. It was like the heavenly Tao human race. Even the architectural style of the cities was similar. As expected of a race created by Pangu and the Tao ancestor. A system notification appeared in front of him as Hanju walked in the endless crowd. The main Tao field has been successfully upgraded. The second Tao field has been successfully upgraded. The third Tao field has been successfully upgraded. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to unlimited strength. It has expanded the internal space of the Tao field. The various spirit chi in the Tao field have increased by 1,000 times. The Tao field can block all prying eyes. Unlimited strength? In other words, even a creator lord couldn't barge into the Tao field. The current Tao field had already become the most stable place in the blank domain. Although the system and Hanju complemented each other, the system existed for an extremely long time. The energy accumulated would naturally exceed his realm. Hanju didn't care too much and continued forward. The endless Tao heavenly race was completely unaffected by the flames of war. The cultivation levels of the people here were all very high. They were born in the immortal realm. Just in this city, Hanju discovered hundreds of primordial chaos sages. The Fusang tree was also very interested in the Tao heavenly race. She had not noticed that such a human-like race had actually appeared in the chaos. It was too impressive. Perhaps because she was born on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, she had a naturally favorable impression of the humans. At this moment, great pressure descended, causing everyone on the street to stop and look up. No one panicked. They only looked up calmly, already used to it. Tao heavenly race, listen up. Prepare yourselves in a year. Next year we will go to the chaotic 9 extremes orthodoxy. Everyone, be it men or women, old or young, fight. This was Hong Jun's voice. The Tao heavenly race did not panic. Instead, most of them revealed excited and expectant expressions. Han Ju could already see where the Tao ancestor's true body was. This fellow split his soul into billions of parts. Hong Jun was one of them. His main soul hid in the blank domain and relied on a Karma Dharma treasure. This Karma Dharma treasure was an ultimate Tao treasure. Ordinary Tao creators couldn't deduce him. In the past, Han Ju still treated the Tao ancestor as a potential threat. Now he no longer cared, so he couldn't be bothered. Master, should we go take a look? The Fusang tree asked expectantly. The 9 extremes orthodoxy was like the sun in the sky. The Tao heavenly race actually dared to attack them. This battle would definitely be explosive. Han Ju smiled. Sure. He also wanted to see the 9 chaos strength. You can follow the Tao heavenly race. I have something to do and have to leave. See you on the battlefield. With that, Han Ju disappeared. The Fusang tree hurriedly searched for his aura, but she couldn't find him no matter what. Helpless, she could only listen to his arrangements. Ancient primordial world. Primordial origin was still meditating and absorbing the primordial power of this world. Your cultivation is not bad. You're indeed worthy of the name of the primordial fiend celestial. A voice sounded, startling primordial origin. He immediately became vigilant when he saw who it was. You are... Primordial origin frowned. Han Ju's cultivation realm was high. Other than familiar people, even if others saw him, they would subconsciously forget him. Huang Zuentian was very capable. Even if he was possessed by primordial origin, he still sealed his memories of Han Ju, causing primordial origin to not know his relationship with him. Han Ju raised his hand and waved, directly stripping Huang Zuentian from primordial origin's body. Primordial origin's body instantly began to collapse. His flesh and blood collapsed like mud, startling him so much that he hurriedly cast a spell and forcefully recovered his body. However, without Huang Zuentian's soul, he could not control this primordial fiend celestial's body. Huang Zuentian was also stunned when he opened his eyes and saw Han Ju. He thought that he was under an illusion. At this moment, primordial origin's body suddenly stabilized. The discomfort disappeared. His body split into 2, one fused with Huang Zuentian. Han Ju asked, Huang Zuentian, do you want to kill him? Huang Zuentian came back to his senses and looked at his hands in disbelief. His heart filled with shock. Impossible. What kind of method was this? What was Master's cultivation level? He asked carefully, why do you want me to choose? Han Ju smiled. Don't worry. It's really me. We don't need the secret signal anymore. Now, I'll kill him as long as you want him to die. Huang Zuentian took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He said, what if I don't want him to die? Previously, the reason why he wanted to kill had primordial origin was that the threat was too great. But now, it seemed that the threat already disappeared because of Han Ju. From now on, you will all be primordial fiend celestials. Your bodies are equivalent to twin brothers, Han Ju replied. Huang Zuentian looked at primordial origin. At this moment, this fellow's face was filled with fear, shock, despair, and other complicated expressions. Primordial origin thought that even if he was not the strongest, he was still the top existence. However, he was filled with helplessness facing Han Ju. He didn't even know what this fellow had done just now. It was too unbelievable to turn the primordial fiend celestial's body into 2, right? Didn't that mean that he could use Huang Zuentian's body to create countless primordial fiend celestials? The more primordial origin thought about it, the more afraid he became. Why was there such an existence? Hanju looked at primordial origin and said, Han Huang is my son. You wanted to evolve into a primordial fiend celestial and failed. It's not because of him, but because of me. The chaos only allows one primordial fiend celestial. My son was also nurtured in his mother's womb for millions of years because of my existence. Primordial Origin's eyes widened. Huang Xuantian was the same. This matter was too shocking. Didn't the chaos recognize the divine might heavenly sage as a chaotic fiend celestial? The endless era is about to arrive. The old rules will eventually die. There will be more than one primordial chaos in the future, Hanju said slowly. The reason why he saved Primordial Origin was that he felt that he was too similar to him. Primordial Origin silently wanted to become a primordial fiend celestial. He was too patient. Of course, Hanju would always pay attention to him. He would get rid of him if he became a threat. From the looks of it, it was almost impossible. The primordial fiend celestial and the ultimate origin fiend celestial were far too different in strength. Primordial Origin couldn't calm down. He had all sorts of thoughts, but he knew one thing. The person in front of him could easily control his life. He was clearly already very strong. It had been a long time since he was so helpless and afraid. The difference in strength between them was too great. Primordial Origin adjusted his state of mind and bowed respectfully. No matter what, Hanju had given him a new life. He should do this. Hanju said, "What you want to do next is up to you. I'm also looking forward to your performance." With that, he vanished. Primordial Origin was stunned. He and Huang Xuantian looked at each other and fell silent. At first glance, the two of them seemed to be looking in the mirror. There was a long silence. Huang Xuantian said, "Can you change your appearance? I don't mind giving you half of my body, but I mind you wearing my appearance." Primordial Origin came back to his senses and immediately changed his appearance to another face. They still looked somewhat similar, like brothers. Huang Xuantian smiled in satisfaction. This was also good. If Primordial Origin looked completely different from him, but their bloodlines were the same, wouldn't the children born in the future be chaotic? It was better to pretend to be brothers and become a family in the future. Huang Xuantian had long agreed with Primordial Origin. The previous conflict was only because Primordial Origin had possessed him. The two of them fought over a body. There was no choice then, but they didn't need to fight anymore now. It seemed that Huang Xuantian had given in, but without Primordial Origin, Huang Xuantian could not have reached this point. "What are you going to do next?" Huang Xuantian asked. He was also thinking about this question. Primordial Origin replied, "Of course, we'll join forces and help Han Huang. The three primordial fiend celestials will create an endless era together. This is the righteous path. We only have this path to choose." After witnessing Hanju's ability, he knew that he couldn't become enemies with Han Huang unless the father and son turned against each other. He had been paying attention to the chaos. The appearance of the 9 great chaos turned the tide. The primordial chaos began to lose. Perhaps this was the reason why Hanju saved him. There was no free lunch in the world. There was always a cause and effect. Huang Xuantian felt relieved and smiled. That makes sense. When are we taking action? Of course, it's when Han Huang can't hold on. Let's stabilize our current bodies for now. We can spar and train our combat strength. Sure. Huang Xuantian was eager to try. His combat talent had never been good. At least, he could not compare to peerless geniuses of the same realm. But he might be able to change this now that he had become a primordial fiend celestial. With unparalleled strength, who was willing to endure and compromise and fight for power. In the center of the chaos, the void was dilapidated with countless corpses floating around. A terrifying figure crawled in the void, chewing on tens of thousands of feet tall bodies. It was primordial despair. It had a python-like figure and 9 legs. It was completely black and its body was surrounded by primordial purple chi. It had 9 pairs of scarlet eyes and its eyeballs rolled in different directions. Its eyes were filled with greed and hostility. In the distance, a great Tao sage trembled. He was locked onto by primordial despair's eye and could not move. His body was covered in coldness. What kind of monster is this? The great Tao sage's voice trembled. He had lived for billions of years and experienced countless storms. He had even participated in the crusade against the divine might heavenly sage, but he had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Although the divine might heavenly sage was strong, he would not torture the enemy. This monster's eyes froze his soul and dermic powers, preventing him from escaping. He could only watch as it chewed on the tens of thousands of freedom and primordial chaos disciples under him. His heart bled. This was his fortune. What terrified him the most was that he didn't know when primordial despair would eat him. He could only pray that a mighty figure from the chaos could save him. But what cultivation level was that? He was a great Tao sage. Even a great Tao supreme couldn't immobilize him with his gaze. What did that mean? Primordial despair might have surpassed the great Tao supreme realm. At this moment, primordial despair swallowed all the huge corpses and slowly flew towards him. This great Tao sage looked extremely tiny in front of the monster. No dash, the great Tao sage roared with a hint of hope. However, no mighty figure appeared to save him. The primordial despair swallowed him. The moment it entered his mouth, the great Tao sage recovered his main body. His figure was also huge, like Buzhou Divine Mountain and like a demon. This was not his doing. It was a force of primordial despair that forced him to reveal his true form before chewing him and making him die in pain. Terrifying chewing sounds echoed in the void. Occasionally, there would be cracking sounds and the sound of water bubbling. It was extremely terrifying when they merged. In the distance, someone was watching this scene. It was Hanju. He touched his chin and muttered. He has the primordial fiend celestial bloodline. Could this fellow be that brat's son, right? He observed carefully and was even more certain now. Primordial despair was Han Huang's son. Han Huang's bloodline was too high level. Goddess Mingji couldn't withstand it, so he could only give birth himself. This was very normal in the chaos. Not many races needed men and women to give birth to offspring. Many mighty figures liked to reproduce themselves to preserve their bloodline potential as much as possible. Primordial despair looked like a ferocious beast, but it actually had its own intelligence. It was like a 3- or 4-year-old child wandering in its curious world. The living beings it ate were like ants in its eyes. Eating them did not make it feel guilty, and it was not very excited. As it devoured living beings, primordial despair also became stronger bit by bit. Most importantly, wherever it went, providence would be devoured by it. It was equivalent to constantly shattering the territory of the chaos. Interesting, Hanju thought silently. In that case, primordial despair was equivalent to his grandson. Hanju transformed, and his entire body turned black. He landed on the fellow's head. He transformed into the dark forbidden lord. Primordial despair did not sense his existence and continued forward. The terror of primordial despair had already spread in the chaos. The 9 Extremes Orthodoxy was organizing a plan to suppress it. From time to time, Hanju would feel divine sense sweep over them, but no mighty figure dared to approach primordial despair. A world appeared in front of him. It contained multiple universes and billions of galaxies. From a macro point of view, it looked like a ball of light. Primordial despair opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the world in one gulp. Then he chewed hard. This mouthful of dead mortals was unknown. Hanju didn't interfere. Even the humans who advocated morality would not blame children who burned ants' nests. Several hundred years later, finally, a large number of auras approached and besieged primordial despair. More than 20 great Tao supremes, more than 100 great Tao sages, including a few auras that Hanju was familiar with. Shi Dudao, Jing Tiangong, Ancestor Shitian, and the other calamity life controllers. Hanju was amused. He could let them fulfill their dreams and see the dark forbidden lord. Shi Dudao sized up his companions as he flew. The lineup was very powerful. However, every mighty figure's expression was not good, because the powerful enemy they faced had left behind a terrifying legend in the chaos. Already some great Tao Supremes had died in the mouth of the evil devil. Stop watching. We have to go all out in this battle. We can't let our guard down. Ancestor Shitian's words pulled Shi Dudao's attention back. The Life faction had been depressed for a period of time after Li Daokong had gone to support the primordial chaos ever since Huang Xuantian disappeared, so Ancestor Shitian had no choice but to support Shi Dudao as the new Life Lord. The current Life faction chose to support the chaos. In the end, the Calamity Life Controller was also a great Dao Providence divine authority of the chaos. It was closely related to the chaos, and they had no choice but to support it. As for Li Daokong, in their opinion, he was extremely stupid. For the sake of their so-called fellow-disciple relationship, he even risked his life. Shi Dudao said, "That primordial despair is too strong. Ancestor, do you have a way to deal with it?" He could already see primordial despair. Just looking at it from afar made him shiver. This was the first time he felt fear just by seeing the other party's figure. Ancestor Shitian's expression was solemn. He did not answer. How to deal with primordial despair was the greatest problem the chaos encountered now. The 9 great chaos restrained Han Huang and the top disciples of the hidden sect. However, even so, primordial despair still made the chaos unable to devour it. Jing Tiangong sighed. It might be different if the Dark Forbidden Lord was here. Didn't the 9 extremes orthodoxy claim to be closely related to him? Now that the great Tao immeasurable calamity is here, why hasn't the Forbidden Lord appeared? In the long years, this former elder of the Jie school had encountered too many storms. He would think of the Dark Forbidden Lord every time he was about to collapse. He had been looking forward to the moment when darkness enveloped the chaos. This was also the anticipation of all Dark Forbidden Lord believers. "It's not time yet," Shi Dudao snorted. "O Dark Forbidden Lord, he had long made a move. How could you guess his trap?" Shi Dudao had always guessed that Han Ju was the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage and the Dark Forbidden Lord were one positive and one negative. One was white and the other was black. They had the power to control the sun, moon, and universe in their hands. Now, the Primordial Lord was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's son. The chaotic 9 extremes orthodoxy believed in the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was not an exaggeration to say that the great Tao immeasurable calamity was controlled by the Dark Forbidden Lord. This method was too amazing. It was precisely because of this that Shi Dudao did not feel so much pressure. In his opinion, he would not die no matter which side he supported. "Master will protect me." Ancestor Shitian shook his head. He was no longer able to persuade these 2 juniors. He didn't know what the Dark Forbidden Lord had given them to make them so loyal. Soon, the mighty figures of the chaos arrived near primordial despair. They were 1 billion kilometers away. This distance was already very dangerous. The terrifying aura emitted by primordial despair was enough to make them shiver. They knew that they might die, but they had no choice but to fight. "There's someone above it!" a freedom sage exclaimed in disbelief. All the cultivators' gazes landed on the top of primordial despair's head. They saw an indiscernible black shadow sitting on it. His body seemed to be burning with black flames. It was extremely strange. "That is..." Shi Dudao and Jing Tiangong widened their eyes and trembled. They were excited. Ancestor Shitian frowned. The leader's great Tao Supreme was one of the 10 absolute prodigies of the first chaotic assembly, Zhousong's great Tao Heaven. The current Zhousong's great Tao Heaven was already at the perfected great Tao Supreme realm. He was a peerless mighty figure whose name shook the chaos. He opened the world, connected the yin and yang, knew the past and present, and was almost omnipotent. Several previous 10 absolutes accompanied Zhousong's great Tao Heaven. They were all very nervous. Could the existence sitting on the head of primordial despair be the primordial fiend celestial Han Huang? Don't panic. Han Huang is still fighting the 9 great chaos. This person is definitely not Han Huang. Prepare for battle. Zhousong's great Tao Heaven wore a red patterned black robe with exquisite patterns embroidered on it. His clothes were domineering and gorgeous. His voice brought peace to all the mighty figures. Primordial despair's 9 eyes spun crazily. Its huge body, which was larger than any star, slowly moved. It only needed to move to crush the intruders. The mighty figures dodged and surrounded him. The Freedom Sages quickly cast spells and placed formations. The great Tao sages took out the chaotic numinous treasures and set them as pillars for various array formations. The great Tao Supremes came to the top of primordial despair and used their mystical powers together. Terrifying dermic powers gathered together and shattered space. Endless spatial lightning descended like a thunder prison suppressing primordial despair. The vast light flood formed by dermic powers descended. Enduring the dermic powers of several great Tao Supremes, primordial despair's body did not tremble at all. Its eyes were still rolling crazily. All the mighty figures who looked at it were frozen in their dermic powers and souls, unable to move. In less than 3 breaths of time, most of the Freedom Sages and Great Tao Sages who wanted to set up the array formation severed their mystical powers one after another. The array formation shattered. Han Ju watched the battle with interest as he sat on primordial despair's head. It had to be said that this kid's combat talent was very strong. He had inherited Han Huang's might. From this point of view, Han Ju and Han Huang were still 2 different living beings, be it bloodline or thoughts. Han Ju was also a primordial fiend celestial in the past, but he still liked to have children with his Tao companions. After all, his heart was human. He was a human at the beginning and was a primordial fiend celestial who evolved from humans. He would also take care of his children. Han Huang was different. He was an innate primordial fiend celestial and did not think highly of his wife and children. He treated them as tools. The primordial fiend celestial might not understand love and kinship at all. They didn't need it either. Boom! Primordial despair suddenly opened the huge mouth of the abyss. The unstoppable suction force sucked the Freedom Sages and Great Tao Sages into its mouth. These prey returned to their true forms as soon as they entered its mouth. They were all huge, but in front of it they were still tiny. The familiar chewing sound sounded again, filling the entire void. The Great Tao Supremes were so frightened that they immediately began to save the immobile cultivators. It was a one-sided battle. Their dermic powers couldn't hurt primordial despair at all. At this moment, Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven suddenly appeared behind Han Ju. He formed seals with his right hand and struck out with his palm. A golden light seal burst out from his palm and quickly expanded, like a dazzling sun crashing into Han Ju. Boom! The golden seal shattered and Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven was drowned by the light. Many mighty figures in the distance were shaken until their senses lost their effect. Everyone looked over when the strong light dissipated. Gasp! Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven knelt behind Han Ju. He was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He was trembling. Zhou Song looked at Han Ju's back in disbelief. A terrifying killing intent locked onto him, preventing him from healing his injuries. You? Who are you? Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven asked with a trembling voice. He had fought Han Huang before. Although he was not Han Huang's match, he would not be defeated so quickly. He didn't even see how the other party attacked. Who do you think I am? Han Ju smiled and asked with his back facing him. He still had an impression of this prodigy. He had performed well in the first chaotic assembly. One had to know that in the first chaotic assembly, although Han Huang had obtained the eternal peak, it was not an arbitrary advantage. Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven gritted his teeth. Other than Han Huang, there's actually an existence like you in the primordial world. Could you be? He did not continue, because that name had too much influence. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Because the Creation Emperor Court supported the chaos, the mighty figures thought that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage would not interfere. If this was really the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, he would really be in despair. In the first chaotic assembly, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage had suppressed all the geniuses at that time, including him. Once he said the name of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, all the cultivators present would lose their will to fight. He knew that he was invincible, so why struggle? No, he couldn't let this go. Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven roared, "Calamity Life Controller, come and kill this evil devil." He could only place his hopes on the Calamity Life Controller. The living beings of the Life faction were all Calamity Life Controllers and were related to the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. They each had different special abilities. In any case, he was dead. It was better to strive to pose a threat to the divine might heavenly sage. Everyone, stop! Shi Dudao suddenly shouted, causing the Calamity Life controllers who were preparing to attack to look at him. Shi Dudao knelt down in the void and shouted respectfully, Shi Dudao greets the Dark Forbidden Lord. Jing Tiangong knelt down as well. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. Ancestor Shitian sighed and did not stop him. Half of the members of the Life faction knelt down. The others looked at each other and were restless, not knowing what to do. Dark Forbidden Lord? Zhou Song's great Dao Heaven was stunned. He had naturally heard of the legend of the Dark Forbidden Lord. There were countless of them. Even the Nine Extremes Orthodoxy, which was at its peak, respected the Dark Forbidden Lord. Not the divine might heavenly sage? This did not make sense. The Nine Extremes Orthodoxy supported the chaos, so why did the Dark Forbidden Lord support the primordial chaos? Hanju smiled. This little fellow has a huge appetite. Leave quickly if you don't want to die. I won't restrain it. With that, primordial despair roared, as if expressing anger. Don't ignore it. Shi Dudao immediately understood and left with the Calamity Life controllers. Primordial despair continued to devour the other mighty figures, scaring them away. In less than a breath of time, only the sound of primordial despair chewing the corpses could be heard. Zhou Song's great Dao Heaven stood rooted to the ground. He did not expect this attack to end so quickly. He was utterly defeated. The Dark Forbidden Lord actually supported the primordial chaos. Oh no, everything was over. Zhou Song's great Dao Heaven was ashen. Primordial despair continued forward after swallowing the chewed prey in his mouth. Seeing that Hanju had no intention of killing him, Zhou Song's great Dao Heaven couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do to me?" Hanju didn't answer. Zhou Song's great Dao Heaven was still unable to move. The pressure was too strong, causing his soul and dermic powers to compress in his body, preventing him from moving. He even lost his sense of the outside world and could not use the Dharma treasures or other methods hidden in the distance. Primordial despair continued forward. The rumors of the Dark Forbidden Lord's appearance quickly spread. This news was too shocking. The Nine Extremes Orthodoxy was the most affected. In the palace of the Nine Extremes Orthodoxy, Zhao Shuangxuan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Why does the Dark Forbidden Lord support Han Huang? His gaze landed on the nine-headed divine spirit. The mighty figures of the other Nine Extremes Orthodoxy also looked at him. It was the nine-headed divine spirit's suggestion to praise the Dark Forbidden Lord. The primordial ancestor god also snorted. He hated the Dark Forbidden Lord the most, so he was very unhappy with the Nine Extremes Orthodoxy's method of beautifying him. Although the nine-headed divine spirit was loyal to the ninth chaos, he did not tell him many things. Yu Yuan said, "We have to suppress the Dark Forbidden Lord. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The nine of us from the chaos move immediately." He had only inherited the first chaos will and was not the true first chaos. The other chaos agreed. The furious Zhao Shuangxuan immediately agreed. They had to hurry up and attack before the news spread to the rest of the chaos. Primordial Hall. Han Huang sat at the head of the table and heard Li Daokong's story. There was a special communication method between Calamity Life controllers. He already knew of the Dark Forbidden Lord's appearance. The disciples of the hidden sect also discussed. Why is the Dark Forbidden Lord supporting us? Speaking of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he stirred up the heavenly Tao back then. Junior Huang, you have to be careful if you don't know the Dark Forbidden Lord. This fellow likes to stir up trouble the most. If you help us today, you can become our enemy tomorrow. Yes. I've often been cursed ever since the Darkness sect became popular. The Dark Forbidden Lord's goal is primordial despair? It's very likely. Primordial despair is so powerful. But why can we spy on primordial despair but not see the Dark Forbidden Lord above it? Everyone discussed. They were excited, panicked, and uneasy. The name of the Dark Forbidden Lord was too resounding. In fact, the Dark Forbidden Lord rarely made a move, but he could not stop the many disciples of the Darkness sect. They fabricated all sorts of exaggerated legends and raised the Dark Forbidden Lord's strength infinitely. Han Huang did not interrupt but pondered silently. He had never seen the Dark Forbidden Lord and could not even capture him. What did that mean? This meant that the Dark Forbidden Lord was very likely stronger than him. Damn it! Why did so many peerless mighty figures appear after the great Tao immeasurable calamity began? First, there were 4 half-step creators, then the 9 chaos, and now the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Huang felt that he had lost control of the situation. He had underestimated the depths of the chaos. If not for the hidden sect's help, primordial chaos would probably have lost. Han Huang stood up and said, "I'll go personally. All of you continue to sit and guard the place. Li Daokong will be in charge while I'm not around." With that, Han Huang disappeared. In the broken void, the advancing primordial despair stopped. 9 pillars of light that were unknown in height appeared in front of it. All of them emitted a terrifying aura as they approached it. The 9 chaos. They all had the strength of half-step Tao creators. If the ancient desolate divine spirit was still alive, he would probably lose his mind. So many existences stronger than him. Dark Forbidden Lord. Why are you helping the primordial chaos? Zhao Shuangxuan's voice sounded, clearly suppressing his anger. Han Ju replied, "Why should I tell you what I want to do? Don't you know what our 9 extremes orthodoxy has done for you?" Zhao Shuangxuan's eyes turned red. Han Ju asked casually, "I know. What does it have to do with me? A group of dogs that I've never seen before come in front of you and wag their tails and stick out their tongues. Do you really think they like you? Isn't it because you have something to gain? How arrogant! You're courting death." Zhao Shuangxuan shouted angrily. He erupted with his full aura and charged. The other 8 chaos walked side by side. With every step, his aura increased greatly and broke through layers of alternate space. The 9 great chaos attacked forcefully. After hearing Han Ju's words, they were completely infuriated and used their killing moves. Primordial despair suddenly opened its mouth and roared as it spat out a terrifying black wind. It swept through the dilapidated void and mixed with spatial fragments, drowning the 9 great chaos. Zhao Shuangxuan was at the front. He quickly waved his divine spear. He used the great Tao Providence divine authority to resist primordial despair's ferocious power. Zhou Song's great Tao heaven watched this scene with hopeful eyes. Could the 9 great chaos that had recently shocked everyone suppress the Dark Forbidden Lord? One had to know that even Han Huang could not defeat the 9 great chaos combined forces. Zhao Shuangxuan quickly arrived in front of Han Ju. Primordial despair's power was indeed terrifying, but it was not enough to crush them. The other 8 chaos appeared around Han Ju. The 9 great chaos surrounded him and raised their palms together. In an instant, the space around Han Ju was sealed. No one below the Tao Creator realm could shake this imprisonment power. He went all out the moment he attacked. It seemed that the 9 great chaos were not reckless. Zhou Song's great Tao heaven was pleasantly surprised to see their speed and aura. There was a chance. Boom! A strong light burst out. The violent dermic powers pressed down on primordial despair, causing it to howl in pain. Zhou Song's great Tao heaven could not move and had no choice but to forcefully withstand the aftermath. His flesh and blood were torn apart, leaving only a golden skeleton. Space shattered and space and time flowed. All sorts of phenomena appeared, causing the void to become illusory. After the strong light dissipated, Zhao Shuangxuan was moved. The other chaos were also shocked. Their dermic powers didn't touch Han Ju at all. An unknown force appeared around him and easily negated their power. How can this be? Zhao Shuangxuan exclaimed in his heart. The 9 great chaos had a tacit understanding. They teleported out and pulled away, not daring to approach Han Ju anymore. With this exchange, they knew that they were not the Dark Forbidden Lord's match. They had used their full strength just now. Zhao Shuangxuan's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Dark Forbidden Lord, what do you want?" The reason why he was so angry and lost his composure was that he felt betrayed. After all, we've sacrificed so much. Even if you're unwilling to join us, you shouldn't be our enemy. Everyone would have wishful thinking, especially when they had given something. Hanju smiled. I'll tell you since you're so persistent. I'll open the endless era. To be precise, it's the dark era. Stop fighting. He stood up and slowly raised his right hand. He clenched his fist gently. In an instant, with him as the center, darkness swept in all directions. Before the 9 great chaos could react, the dilapidated void in front of them turned into a black space. They became the only light left in this void. Soon, the entire chaos fell into darkness. The sky of all the Kiliacosm worlds turned dark and all the suns lost their light. Darkness descended. This was only Hanju's method. It changed the vision of all living beings and didn't make all those who shone disappear. In that case, the rules of the chaos would be chaotic and involve too many aspects. Go back. Let the chaos and primordial chaos join forces to challenge me. Hanju smiled disdainfully. An invisible impact erupted and sent the 9 great chaos flying. This was not Hanju's last-minute action. It was a change he made to his plans after traveling the chaos. If the great Tao immeasurable calamity developed as he knew, it would be less interesting and unnecessary. Han Huang would still bear the infamy of the old era even if he shattered the chaos and established the endless era. In that case, his father, will help him. The primordial fiend celestial stirred up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Another ancient and unknown primordial fiend celestial, the dark forbidden lord, came to destroy everything and finally place the honor on Han Huang. During this process, Hanju could still fight a final battle with the 9th chaos. The script had already been drawn. All the living beings in the primordial chaos were not the dark forbidden lord's match. The 9th chaos personally arrived and died. Han Huang fought with his life on the line. In his despair, the divine might heavenly sage descended. The father and son joined forces and repelled the dark forbidden lord, becoming an eternal legend. Be it the dark forbidden lord or the divine might heavenly sage, he was the one posturing. Zhou Song looked at Hanju's back in shock. The combined forces of the 9 great chaos were so weak. Impossible. What realm was he at? Could it be there really existed another profound realm above the great Tao supreme realm? Hanju sat down and stretched slowly. Are you serious? A cold voice sounded. Han Huang walked out of the darkness and transformed into the primordial fiend celestial's main body. Purple flames burned around his body. He was majestic and oppressive. Primordial despair began to wail upon seeing him. Its voice was weak and completely different from the previous roar. Han Huang ignored it and stared at Hanju. Hanju, who was like a black shadow, looked so evil. He was almost one with the dark void, but his scarlet eyes were extremely eye-catching. Hanju smiled and asked, "You want to fight me alone?" Han Huang suddenly waved his palm. The divine might great heaven palm rumbled, but it was negated by an invisible force. He frowned. Hanju also frowned under the black flames. "Brat, aren't you afraid of hurting your son?" Hanju felt a hint of dissatisfaction and snorted. "You dare to call yourself the strongest with the power of trash? Han Huang, you're not worthy of the primordial fiend celestial name at all." Scram! Boom! Han Huang felt an indescribable force collide with him, causing his consciousness to dissipate. His body was destroyed and his soul flew back, unable to stop. The primordial fiend celestial should not only be violent destruction. You are not the only primordial fiend celestial. When the primordial chaos and chaos join forces, I will take your life and kill all your relatives and all the living beings related to you. The dark forbidden lord's cold voice echoed in Han Huang's ears. He didn't have time to be angry. The terrifying power made him extremely uncomfortable. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt a hand pressing down on his back. He finally stopped. He opened his eyes with difficulty. The dermic powers in his body were gone and were condensing again. He turned around and saw that the person helping him was the evil heavenly emperor. "Your Majesty, you?" Han Huang looked surprised. The evil heavenly emperor had a complicated expression and sighed faintly. In the past, he had guessed that the dark forbidden lord was Hanju. Later, it was said that Hanju was a chaotic fiend celestial and that the Dark Forbidden Lord was someone else. Although that was the truth, he always had a trace of fantasy. Now that he saw Han Huang being beaten up by the Dark Forbidden Lord, he completely believed that it was someone else. Hanju wouldn't be so ruthless to his children. Damn it! That fellow is too arrogant. Recalling the Dark Forbidden Lord's words, Han Huang fell into a rage and could not restrain himself. He was shocked. How could there be such a powerful existence? He was stronger than his father. Although he had completely lost to his father in the simulation trial, and the pressure at that time was also extremely shocking, it was far less terrifying than the Dark Forbidden Lord just now. The Dark Forbidden Lord was the same as his father. He belonged to another realm and was even stronger. Darkness descended. The Forbidden Lord had appeared. The entire chaos fell into an unprecedented panic. Although the primordial chaos and the chaos had fought for a long time, there were always places that were not affected. However, this time the entire chaos was covered in darkness. From the overlord forces to the countless mortal worlds, they were all uneasy. The news quickly spread. The chaos was about to change. In the void, the Calamity Life controllers gathered on a meteor. Ha ha ha! It's here. The era that belongs to the Dark Forbidden Lord has arrived. Jing Tiangong. Gather the Darkness sect immediately, and gather the believers of the Dark Forbidden Lord to serve him, Shi Dudao ordered excitedly. Jing Tiangong immediately accepted the order and left with his subordinates. Shi Dudao looked in the Dark Forbidden Lord's direction, his eyes filled with fanaticism. He had always believed in the Dark Forbidden Lord and focused on him. Although Hanju used the mystical destiny book to change the understanding of all living beings, he only drew a clear line between him and the Dark Forbidden Lord. Shi Dudao only thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord was another layer of identity of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Even if it was later said that the two of them were not the same person, he still guessed that the two of them were related. It was even possible that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was only the reincarnation of a wisp of the Dark Forbidden Lord's soul. There were too many such methods. How many mighty figures had split into countless souls and reincarnated? This also explained why the Divine Might Heavenly Sage rose so quickly. Even if the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was not the true Dark Forbidden Lord, the two sides were definitely related. Now, these guesses were meaningless. No matter what relationship the Divine Might Heavenly Sage had with the Dark Forbidden Lord, what he needed to do was serve him. He would do whatever the Dark Forbidden Lord asked him to do. From now on, all Calamity Life controllers will respect the Dark Forbidden Lord. Understand? Shi Dudao looked down at all his subordinates and said in a low voice. Ancestor Shitian sighed and did not stop him. He had already lost his ambitions and only wanted to follow the crowd. Reality proved that these juniors were more motivated. Entering the darkness might not be a path of no return. Ancestor Shitian also wanted to constantly become stronger and break through the shackles. His past obsessions were no longer important. In the following years, the primordial chaos and the chaos had yet to unite. However, the darkness sects quickly gathered, and their momentum continued to increase. The 9 Great Chaos and Han Huang returned to their respective nests and began to recuperate. The 9 Great Chaos had their own backing, so they did not want to find Han Huang for the time being. As for Han Huang, his pride did not allow him to take the initiative to ask the enemy for help. In the 3rd Dao field, Xianxia had just returned and was talking to the other women. That Dark Forbidden Lord is too strong. Huanger almost died. I have to tell you about this, Qingwaner said worriedly. Xianxia believed that Hanju was not lying to her. If he said that he was invincible, he was invincible. As for the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was just a clown. It's fine. Let that brat suffer a little. He didn't even tell me about the wedding. Since he doesn't care about his parents, why would he need their help? Xianxia snorted. She wanted to kill Goddess Mingji, but her heart softened when she thought of Han Huang. As for her curse, it was nothing. Han Huang was like his father. It was common for him to enter seclusion for 10 million years. Perhaps when Goddess Mingji recovered her appearance, Han Huang would not have the time to see her. Tao Comprehension Sword said nervously, "It's better not to cause trouble. Tell all the disciples to return. It's safer to hide in the Tao field." They had spied on the power of Han Huang and the 9 Great Chaos before, making them sigh. However, such an expert was like an ant when facing the dark forbidden lord. Only those who saw it with their own eyes knew the difference. Just thinking about it shocked them. That was an invincible figure. The previous Han Huang was too far apart. Even Han Ju was different from him. Although he could kill the enemy forcefully every time, he couldn't be as terrifying and relaxed as the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Dark Forbidden Lord didn't even attack, and Han Huang and the 9th Chaos almost died. Fairy Xianxia said, "Indeed, I can't tell Han Ju. The Dark Forbidden Lord is not a rising star. We heard of him back in the heavenly Tao. The immeasurable calamity seemed to have ended because of Su Qi, but it was actually the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse that pushed everything." Qing Wan'er felt that it made sense. Xian Qingjun smiled. "Don't worry, he must have sensed his cultivation level. Even if he's in seclusion, he can't ignore the outside world. If he can attack, he will." They nodded upon recalling Han Ju's experiences. At the same time, they thought of another possibility. Han Ju didn't appear. Could it be because he was not the Dark Forbidden Lord's match? Apart from Xing Hongxian, they all thought of this, but they did not point it out to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the blank domain under the majestic divine tree, the shadows of the 9th Chaos and the 1st Chaos sat opposite each other. The 1st Chaos said, "Our clones are not the Dark Forbidden Lord's match. He's so arrogant. He must be confident. You have to be careful. He cursed you before. Now, he must be coming for you." The 9th Chaos snorted. "He's just a dark worm. He might think that I'm severely injured and in seclusion. Little does he know that I'm waiting for him to appear. Are you going to attack?" "There's no hurry. Since he wants the primordial chaos and chaos to join forces, it's just nice. If we succeed, my relationship with the divine might heavenly sage will also ease. Perhaps we can still join forces to deal with him. From his attack on Han Huang, I know that he doesn't have a good relationship with the divine might heavenly sage, but he's afraid of making too many enemies, so he's only severely injured and not killed." The 9th Chaos said slowly. A breeze suddenly blew over. The divine tree trembled and dozens of leaves fell. The billions of stars on the leaves shrank and condensed into figures that floated behind the 9th Chaos like petals. The 1st Chaos asked, "What do you want to do?" The 9th Chaos replied, "Let's test the Dark Forbidden Lord's strength first. His current cultivation level is immeasurable, but with such confidence, he's at least not an early-stage Tao creator. He's very likely reached the mid-stage or even the late stage, but the possibility of the latter is very small. Although I often enter seclusion, it's impossible for me to ignore the possibility of letting the juniors reach the late stage." From the beginning to the end, he believed that the Dark Forbidden Lord was not his match. He had only used some supreme treasure to hide karma. The 9th Chaos waved his right hand gently. The dozens of figures behind him shot into the depths of the blank domain like arrows and vanished without a trace. "Dark Forbidden Lord, since you want to use the great Tao immeasurable calamity as a chessboard to fight me, then give it a try. It just so happens that I also have a method to kill creation." The 9th Chaos muttered to himself with an extremely indifferent tone. The 1st Chaos was silent, but he was not confident. Was the Dark Forbidden Lord really only at the mid-stage Tao creator realm? At the same time, the formless transcendent deity sent you a dream. Do you accept? Han Ju, who was above primordial despair's head, accepted the dream. The formless transcendent deity was naturally here for the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju asked him to calm down and continue watching. The formless transcendent deity was a little worried after the dream ended. Could it be that the divine might heavenly sage was not as strong as the Dark Forbidden Lord? Otherwise, why would he wait and see? Since I've chosen this path, I can only walk it to the end. The formless transcendent deity thought silently. He had no choice now. The risk of joining the Dark Forbidden Lord was too great. Even if the Dark Forbidden Lord accepted him, he would not be able to obtain much in the future. It was too late to take sides now. Furthermore, the Dark Forbidden Lord might not have a chance of winning. After thinking, the formless transcendent deity fell into a deep sleep again. Just as Hanju said, he waited for the calamity to change. Hanju didn't encounter any more trouble after darkness descended. Primordial despair also didn't encounter any more prey. It became anxious and uneasy. It often roared, adding to the darkness. Hanju sat on his grandson's head and read the emails. Ever since the appearance of the Dark Forbidden Lord, the activity in his circle of friends had become more and more frequent, but there were fewer battles. It still required time for the primordial chaos and chaos to join forces. Hanju could wait. The news of the Dark Forbidden Lord defeating Han Huang and the 9 Great Chaos quickly spread in the chaos. This matter could not be hidden. Only by being honest could the two sides let go of their hatred. The stronger the Dark Forbidden Lord was, the greater the hope of the primordial chaos and the chaos working together. In the primordial hall, Han Huang flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed everyone. However, no one was angry. They continued to persuade him patiently. Han Huang actually wanted to challenge the Dark Forbidden Lord alone. Under Li Daokong's instructions, Dao Sovereign had already gone to find the 9 extremes orthodoxy. Han Huang was very angry about this, but he only flew into a rage and did not stop him. His fellow disciples understood that he was not angry, he just needed to vent. Han Huang indeed needed to vent. Anyone would collapse when facing the Dark Forbidden Lord. After venting for a while, Han Huang sat down and said dispiritedly, "In that case, let's join forces. I'm prepared to enter seclusion. I'll leave the matter of the primordial chaos to you. As for primordial despair, ignore it for now to prevent more casualties." Everyone nodded in agreement, but they did not notice the panic in Han Huang's eyes. That's right, panic. This was the first time Han Huang had such an emotion. Only he knew that primordial despair was not a slaughtering, ferocious beast at all. He was the son he had created. However, he had sealed primordial despair's intelligence so that it could fully perform its duty. How many mighty figures' main bodies also looked like ferocious beasts? They were terrifying. It was just that they had transformed and looked sage-like. Han Huang was frustrated and immediately disappeared from the hall. The personal disciples of the hidden sect began to do their own things. Thousands of years later, the primordial chaos and chaos started working together, and all Dark Forbidden Lord believers gathered and formed a darkness sect that was not inferior to the 9 extremes orthodoxy. At this moment, the various factions realized that the Dark Forbidden Lord had not appeared out of nowhere, but had long been plotting. Under their noses, the Dark Forbidden Lord's influence was actually so great. The mighty darkness sect began to search for the Dark Forbidden Lord. No matter which faction dared to stop him, they would be attacked by them. They actually had several great Dao Supremes but few great Dao sages. The disciples were mostly in the freedom and primordial chaos realms. Primordial despair's ferocious aura was extremely powerful, so it was not troublesome for the darkness sect to find the Dark Forbidden Lord. Shi Dudao and Jing Tiangong became the darkness sect's leaders. With life as the pillar, the internal rules of the darkness sect quickly formed. Shi Dudao didn't dare to rashly disturb Hanju, so he gathered first. When they were close to primordial despair, Shi Dudao and Jing Tiangong rushed over alone. Looking at the terrifying primordial despair, they were very nervous, afraid that without the Dark Forbidden Lord, they would be swallowed by the monster. Probably not. The Dark Forbidden Lord would definitely not abandon them. The two of them mustered their courage and flew over. Primordial Despair immediately became excited when he saw them. Just as Primordial Despair was about to eat the two of them, Hanju pulled them in front of him, causing them to disappear from Primordial Despair's eyes. From the beginning to the end, Primordial Despair didn't sense Hanju at all. He set up a barrier above its head, preventing it from seeing them. "Greetings, Forbidden Lord." The two of them knelt in front of Hanju and bowed respectfully. They were extremely excited. After hundreds of millions of years, they could finally talk to the Dark Forbidden Lord face to face. It was not a dream or a fantasy. Hanju was also very glad to see them. Their loyalty made him feel incredulous. Hanju said, I've always seen your efforts. Today I'll preach the Tao to you first. I hope that you can satisfy me in this great Tao immeasurable calamity. Without another word, he made them enter a state of Tao comprehension. Their thoughts were pulled into the illusion where the dark forbidden Lord preached the Tao to them alone. Han Ju looked at the darkness sect in the distance. It was mighty. Although it was a mob in his eyes, such a force could indeed stir up trouble in the chaos. Darkness had descended for so long, but the chaos and primordial chaos still didn't do anything. Han Ju was a little impatient. In that case, the darkness sect would push it. Han Ju sent a dream to all the members of the darkness sect and taught them the mystical power to kill enemies in their dreams, including Shi Dudao and Jing Tiangong. He wanted to bring true despair to the chaos and make all living beings lose the last pure land of dreams. 5,000 years later, Shi Dudao and Jing Tiangong left with the darkness sect. They were not suitable to stay beside primordial despair. Soon, the darkness sect began to appear in every corner of the chaos. They frantically visited the enemy in their dreams. Every time they did so, they would be teleported in front of them, causing the darkness sect to be scattered everywhere. When someone wanted to kill them, they could also use this mystical power to teleport in front of other enemies and become unfathomable. The chaos fell into panic again. Zhao Shuangquan realized that he couldn't wait any longer. He brought the 8 chaos to visit Han Huang. At this moment, Han Huang was meeting 2 people who called themselves the Primordial Fiend Celestial. They were Primordial Origin and Huang Zuintian. The 2 of them wanted to continue waiting, but when they saw the Dark Forbidden Lord appear, they had no choice but to enter the calamity early. The Dark Forbidden Lord was too strong. Han Huang was not his match at all. Huang Zuintian and Primordial Origin naturally had to appear. Han Huang frowned. After hearing Primordial Origin introduce his background, killing intent flashed across his eyes. Previously, Primordial Origin had sent him a dream and said that he wanted to fight a final battle. He did not expect creation to make a fool of him. The 2 of them actually wanted to join forces. I believe you're a Primordial Fiend Celestial, but what about Huang Zuintian? How did you become a Primordial Fiend Celestial? Han Huang's sharp gaze landed on Huang Zuintian. He could sense the aura of his own kind. This was an unprecedented feeling. He was both excited and conflicted. Huang Zuintian said, "Of course, it's thanks to Primordial Origin. He used my body to survive previously. Now, he naturally has to repay me." Han Huang looked at Primordial Origin again and asked, "You can create another Primordial Fiend Celestial?" Primordial Origin saw through his thoughts. No, Huang Zuintian was only lucky. The chaos can't withstand so many Primordial Fiend Celestials. We can exist because of the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Let's join forces and destroy the Dark Forbidden Lord together to create an endless era. At that time, there will be more than one Primordial Fiend Celestial. We won't be the only Primordial Fiend Celestials. Perhaps the Primordial Fiend Celestial race will be born because of this. The Dark Forbidden Lord is very strong. Even I can't say clearly how strong he is. Even if the 3 Primordial Fiend Celestials join forces, I'm afraid." Han Huang frowned. He did not refuse. In fact, he had been worried about this recently. If he could obtain the support of Primordial Origin and Huang Zuintian, it would naturally be a good thing. He said that because he was afraid that Primordial Origin would die. When this fellow visited him in his dreams, he was extremely arrogant and confident. Primordial Origin smiled. "I naturally know that the Dark Forbidden Lord is definitely an existence that surpasses the Great Tao Supreme Realm. Above should be the Tao Creator Realm. This is a realm that surpasses the chaos." "Tao Creator?" Han Huang frowned even more and muttered to himself. Huang Zuintian said, "Shi Dudao is a loyal believer of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Now, I can't control the Life faction anymore. I can only remind you to be careful. There's a very strong force hidden in the Life faction." Han Huang said, "The most troublesome is still the Dark Forbidden Lord. As for the Darkness sect, they'll disband after we kill him." Huang Zuintian felt that it made sense and did not refute. The true trouble was still the Dark Forbidden Lord. As long as he destroyed the Dark Forbidden Lord, everything would be fine. Huang Zuintian thought of Han Ju. If Han Huang asked Master for help, no, Master did not make a move. Perhaps this was a test for them. The three of them continued to talk. After a while, Zhang Yi sent a voice transmission to Han Huang, saying that the 9 chaos had arrived. Han Huang immediately sent a voice transmission and let them in. The 9 great chaos have arrived. It's a good opportunity for you to get to know each other. We can only rely on ourselves to deal with the Dark Forbidden Lord. The other great Tao Supremes are all cannon fodder, Han Huang said. Primordial Origin and Huang Zuintian had no objections. Soon the 9 great chaos arrived. Their gazes landed on Primordial Origin and Huang Zuintian. The 9th chaos clone narrowed his eyes and said, Primordial Origin. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Primordial Origin was a chaotic fiend celestial and was once Pangu's last opponent. It was enough to show his qualifications and status among the chaotic fiend celestials. He was the oldest existence in the chaos and had naturally seen the 9th chaos. Primordial Origin frowned. It's you. Who are you? Back in the battle of the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials, it was the 9th chaos who instigated him to fight Pangu, but he also said the pros and cons. Therefore, even if he was defeated, he could not blame him. However, after so long, the 9th chaos was still alive. This made Primordial Origin think of many things. The 9th chaos chuckled. There's no need to ask about the past. Now, I'm one of the 9 great chaos and fighting to protect the world. Primordial Origin frowned. He suddenly thought of something. He had already changed his appearance. His body had changed and his soul had transformed into a primordial fiend celestial. Why could the other party still recognize him at a glance? Could it be? Primordial Origin thought of something and was afraid of the 9th chaos. Han Huang gave them a seat and everyone sat down to chat. In the dark void, Su Qi slowly walked forward. Behind him was a vast and boundless rolling mist of misfortune. After so many years, his bad luck had already accumulated to an extremely strong level. Ordinary great Tao Supremes did not dare to approach him. As he harmed more and more living beings, his bad luck would constantly become stronger. It would be much faster than normal cultivation and there would be no realm barrier. This time, Su Qi prepared to deal with the Dark Forbidden Lord who terrified the Chaos and Primordial Chaos. He originally wanted to support the Primordial Chaos. Now that the Dark Forbidden Lord had severely injured Han Huang, he naturally had to make a move. Dark Forbidden Lord, I want to see if your darkness can block my monstrous misfortune. Su Qi smiled confidently. His confidence was accumulated through battle achievements. His bad luck could only be expelled by the rules of the chaos itself. Of course, it was only expelling. He could already sense primordial despair. He was shocked, as expected of something created by Han Huang. No wonder he was chosen by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Su Qi accelerated and quickly arrived in front of primordial despair. Terrifying bad luck drowned him. At this moment, primordial despair was still napping. Sensing bad luck, it suddenly opened its 18 eyes. Misfortune made it uneasy. It let out a deafening roar and attacked Su Qi. Han Ju, who was taking a nap, was also woken up. With his cultivation, he didn't need to sleep. He just wanted to. He had long sensed Su Qi's arrival. He did not stop him. He also wanted to test his current strength. Su Qi could not hurt primordial despair no matter how he attacked. The mist of misfortune landed on primordial despair, making it feel despair and discomfort. Not long after, primordial despair's surface began to burn and smoke rose. Bad luck is so powerful. It can actually injure the primordial fiend celestial's body. Han Ju was a little surprised. Although primordial despair was not a true primordial fiend celestial, his body was definitely considered one. This was also the reason why he was so invincible. Su Qi's cultivation was not very strong, but the strength of the bad luck far exceeded his strength. If he continued to let it be, Su Qi's bad luck could destroy the chaos. He wondered if bad luck could hurt the blank domain. Han Ju suddenly felt that Su Qi had unlimited potential. He could nurture him well in the future. Behind Han Ju, Zhou Song's great Tao Heaven was also watching the battle. Zhou Song's great Tao heaven was sealed here and couldn't move. Han Ju didn't especially deal with him. Just like that, he suffered. Su Qi? He can actually injure primordial despair. He was not so strong back then. Zhou Song's great Tao heaven was both surprised and disappointed at Su Qi's performance. It was very uncomfortable to be surpassed by someone who was originally inferior to him. Zhou Song's heart sank again after watching for a while. Although Su Qi could injure primordial despair, it was only an injury. It was impossible to kill it, let alone the Dark Forbidden Lord in front of him. The Dark Forbidden Lord was much stronger than primordial despair. Su Qi did not seem to sense his existence. The Dark Forbidden Lord was sitting in front of him, but he knew that if not for the Dark Forbidden Lord's willingness, no one would be able to see him. This method was extremely strange but also very brilliant. Primordial despair suddenly opened its mouth. A terrifying suction force finally locked onto Su Qi and pulled him into its abyssal mouth. Su Qi was shocked and wanted to cast a spell to escape. However, this suction force actually contained the rules of space and sealed the space around him, preventing him from jumping out. Oh no! Su Qi knew that something was wrong. Just as he was panicking, his vision blurred and he appeared beside Zhou Song's great Tao heaven. He was also kneeling and could not move. Su Qi widened his eyes and noticed Zhou Song's great Tao heaven beside him. It's you. What's happening? Su Qi struggled with all his might but could not stand up. He couldn't even move his hands and could only open his mouth to speak. Zhou Song's great Tao heaven sighed. Stop struggling. Look ahead. Su Qi looked forward. It was dark ahead, and he could not see anything. At this moment a figure appeared. It was Han Ju. He deliberately let Su Qi see him. Your bad luck is not bad, but it's only not bad. Kneel here and watch me destroy the chaos, Han Ju said casually. His voice was cold. That killing intent locked onto Su Qi, causing him to fall into endless fear. This was an uncontrollable emotion. Dark, Forbidden Lord. Su Qi gritted his teeth. No wonder he did not see the Dark Forbidden Lord earlier. It was hidden above primordial chaos head. Han Ju ignored him. Zhou Song sighed. Bear with it. You can't escape. Su Qi did not question his words. Zhou Song's name was famous in the chaos, but he actually ended up in such a sorry state. It was obvious how strong the Dark Forbidden Lord was. Primordial despair immediately roared unhappily after it discovered that Su Qi had disappeared. The prey it had finally encountered had disappeared. Anyone would be anxious. Han Ju looked into the distance. He could see Han Huang, primordial origin Huang Zuintian, and the 9 great chaos discussing how to deal with him. He would push for the great Tao immeasurable calamity when they came to deal with him. This great Tao immeasurable calamity did not need to last for hundreds of millions of years or even longer. Soon, the primordial chaos and the chaos announced their cooperation. At the same time, they publicized how terrifying the Dark Forbidden Lord was and how harmful he was to the chaos. The members of the Darkness sect were still slaughtering living beings everywhere. It also increased the determination of all living beings to deal with the Dark Forbidden Lord. 5,000 years later, the primordial chaos and chaos gathered all the great Tao sages in a void. This was the path to stop primordial despair. Han Huang, primordial origin Huang Zuintian, and the 9 great chaos. A total of 12 transcendent experts stood side by side. All of them had powerful auras and could not suppress each other, shaking the dark void. Zhao Shuangxuan said, the great Tao immeasurable calamity was originally a battle between the chaos and the primordial chaos. That Dark Forbidden Lord challenged the chaos and the primordial chaos and wanted to destroy the great Tao immeasurable calamity. It's really detestable. Although the Dark Forbidden Lord is strong, we can definitely kill him if we join forces. Everyone present was a mighty figure, so there was no need for them to talk about the morals of fooling all living beings. Han Huang added, primordial chaos. The Dark Forbidden Lord must die. Otherwise, when the Dark Era arrives, be it the chaos or the primordial chaos, they will no longer exist. This is the final battle. There is no second chance. Failure means death. All of you have to do your best. If you want to escape, do you really think the Dark Forbidden Lord will bypass you? think about those darkness sect disciples. Who are they? They have no ties or are products outside the great Tao like the Calamity Life Controller. Our providence is all connected to the chaos. We will all die if the chaos and the primordial chaos are destroyed before the endless era arrives. Han Huang and Zhao Shuangxuan began to mobilize their auras one after another. Seeing that the two mortal enemies had such tacit understanding, the mighty figures present were completely relieved. They were afraid that Han Huang and Zhao Shuangxuan were not sincerely cooperating. They did not want to be wary of each other when fighting primordial chaos. After they finished speaking, the 12 leaders led by Han Huang and Zhao Shuangxuan advanced. The Great Tao Supremes and Great Tao Sages followed closely behind. All of them took out their Dharma treasures and tensed up. For half-step creators rushed over from different directions. They were the clones of the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, and Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable. They did not say anything else and directly joined Han Huang and the others. Everyone looked in the same direction. Their gazes passed through countless universes and saw primordial despair slowly advancing. It yawned and spat out a blood aura that made people do evil, forming a bloody mist that covered the universe. The solemn atmosphere enveloped the chaotic and primordial army. A circle of light appeared around the group as mighty figures stepped out. The ultimate god of punishment, the Holy Mother of Order, the divine robed Taoist, and other great Tao divine spirits appeared, including the divine punishers. There were hundreds of them. The primordial ancestor god also came. He stared coldly at the ultimate god of punishment, hiding his killing intent. Han Tuo Etian Chi Fa, and the other original 5 great divine punishers also came. However, they did not join the hidden sect but followed the chaos. Dong! A bell sounded and the strong light tore through the darkness. A graceful figure comparable to primordial despair appeared. Around her were tiny figures densely packed like stars. Creation Emperor Court. Emperor. Han Ling arrived with 10 million Emperor soldiers. Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bahen brought all the great Tao sages of the Creation Emperor Court with them. No one exclaimed. All the mighty figures silently accepted all of this. Every time a faction arrived, their morale would increase imperceptibly. The Northern Chaos Holy Lord, the Tao Heavenly Race, the West Extreme Abyss, Shi Tian, Transcendent, and other factions arrived. More and more, the number of great Tao sages exceeded 10,000. They all gave up on the back and rushed over to participate in the final battle. The members of the Darkness sect no longer felt any pressure and continued to harvest the lives of living beings in the chaos. All of this was seen by the mighty figures, increasing their hatred. They had to eliminate the dark forbidden lord first before dealing with those lackeys. The chaotic heavenly dog shivered and said to Murong Chi, "I suddenly feel that Master Chicken is wise." Before Murong Chi could speak, Guanbubi glared at him and said, "We've cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. Why? Isn't it for today, to fight for a chance for all living beings?" "Yes. In the story sect master told me, this is a huge nest." Zhang Yi smiled excitedly. Most of the hidden sect disciples had the same expression, especially the chaotic fiend celestials. Their blood boiled and they wished they could be the first to attack. On the other side, Han Yao sighed. "I didn't expect the primordial chaos and the chaos to join forces. It's all thanks to the dark forbidden lord." "Humph! Nonsense." Han Yi snorted and looked at Han Huang. They could finally fight side by side again. Han Yi gripped the world-piercing divine origin bow. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. As everyone who should come arrived, Han Huang began to speed up. He transformed into the primordial fiend celestial's main body and was even larger than Han Ling primordial origin, and Huang Zuentian transformed as well. They were not inferior to Han Huang. From their figures, they were clearly fiend celestials of the same race. This shocked the mighty figures. Could they also be? The mighty figures couldn't care less. This was a good thing. They finally saw primordial despair after passing through layers of universes. Han Ju deliberately appeared and let them see him. Su Qi. Li Daokong frowned. The hidden sect disciples were instantly furious. "You're courting death. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial immediately attacked. The other dozens of chaotic Fiend Celestials of the hidden sect followed closely behind. The other disciples hurriedly caught up, afraid that they would suffer. Seeing this, Han Huang immediately ordered, "Kill!" He leaped and pinched out the ultimate origin soul oblivion in his hand. He waved the divine punishment light blade at the dark forbidden lord above primordial despair. Roar! Primordial despair suddenly roared angrily. Terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, visible to the naked eye, shattering layers of space and time. Han Huang was caught off guard and was sent flying. He soared and collided with the 3,000 Great Tao in the blink of an eye. How is that possible? How can this fellow be so powerful? Han Huang thought in disbelief. Primordial despair was created by him. He wasn't the only one. The chaotic Fiend Celestials were all sent flying. More than 10,000 Great Tao sages also attacked later. Is this all you've got? And you still want to protect the chaos? Dream on. Han Ju's disdainful voice sounded. It was the dark forbidden lord's voice. It was cold, mocking, and disdainful. The mighty figures of the chaos and primordial chaos trembled in fear and anger at primordial despair's power and the dark forbidden lord's arrogance. Primordial despair was naturally not so powerful. He only obtained a trace of Han Ju's power. We have no way out. Put down our fear and fight to the death. The ultimate god of punishment's voice sounded. He had greater influence than Han Huang and Zhao Shuangquan. After all, he was the highest existence in the chaos, the leader of the gods. Great Tao divine spirits and divine punishers began to mobilize their divine power. The 3,000 Great Tao and the 7 supreme rules trembled. Countless powers poured down and landed on all the Great Tao sages present. Han Ju watched with relish and was not in a hurry to attack. Clearly, the 9th chaos was supporting them from behind the scenes. Otherwise, even a Great Tao divine spirit would find it difficult to borrow such a strong power of rules. The ultimate god of punishment even summoned 50,000 divine authority generals. The chaotic consciousness clone summoned 100,000 destruction authority generals. More and more figures surrounded primordial despair. Swish! The sound of air being torn apart sounded. A red arrow was shot at Han Ju. It was so fast that even primordial despair didn't have time to react. Unfortunately, just as it was about to touch Han Ju, it dissipated and didn't cause any damage. What? Han Yi was moved. He had used his full strength, and it was an unexpected arrow. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Jiang Yi appeared behind Su Qi. Zhao Shenyuan reached out to grab him, while Dao Sovereign and Jiang Yi used the power of the Great Tao World to attack Han Ju. The 2 Great Tao Worlds shrank in their palms and shot out with their palms. Like Han Ye's arrows, they automatically dissipated when they were about to touch Han Ju. Dao Sovereign and Jiang Yi's hearts beat wildly when they saw Han Ju's scarlet eyes. Oh no! I can't bring him away, Zhao Shenyuan said anxiously, his tone revealing unprecedented panic. Dodge! Dao Sovereign immediately ordered. The 3 brothers suddenly moved. However, the moment they did so, they were hit by a terrifying force and fell through the spatial river, disappearing into the spatial turbulence. Han Ju turned around and discovered that countless mystical powers were attacking from all directions. Dazzling light of all colors filled the dark void. Primordial despair opened his mouth and suddenly sucked in all the mystical powers. The million-foot-tall divine authority generals and destruction authority generals were really as tiny as ants in the face of primordial despair. The ultimate god of punishment and the chaotic consciousness avatar continued to cast spells, creating more and more divine authority generals and destruction authority generals. They rushed up one after another. The scene was spectacular. Han Ju watched the battle with relish as he sat on primordial despair's head. Let all living beings see your ability. Han Ju's voice sounded. He used the dream-entering mystical power to cover all living beings. From now on, anyone who entered the dream could watch the battle. For a time, the entire chaos stirred. After the news spread, more and more living beings entered their dreams to watch the battle. Even many disciples of the Darkness sect stopped what they were doing to watch the battle. They wanted to see the Dark Forbidden Lord's true strength. Han Huang, primordial origin, and Huang Zuintian, the three primordial fiend celestials, attacked primordial despair. They used their mystical powers and wanted to suppress it. Primordial despair, who had obtained the power of the Lord, was extremely violent. As his figure trembled, he emitted endless negative karma that transformed into waves that swept in all directions. Han Huang and the other two were forced back. Han Ling appeared above and bent down to look down at primordial despair. She was like a god looking down at the evil devils in the mortal world. Emperor soldiers swooped down like a rain of arrows, targeting Hanju. Primordial despair's 18 eyes looked up. Blood-colored pillars of light shot out. There were countless of them, and they destroyed one emperor soldier after another. In less than 2 breaths of time, 10 million emperor soldiers were all destroyed. The situation was grave. The dark forbidden lord had yet to make a move. Just primordial despair alone made the chaos and primordial chaos helpless. Han Huang was furious. He couldn't approach the dark forbidden lord. He was going mad. He had no choice but to use the mysterious power that he had not used for a long time. Ultimate origin power. Hanju felt that someone was borrowing his power and ignored it. What would happen if Han Huang used the ultimate origin power? The current Hanju was a creator lord. Han Huang's expression changed drastically. It actually failed. In the third Dao field, Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun, Dao Comprehension Sword, and the other Dao companions were watching the battle. It's not optimistic. They can't do anything to primordial despair even with so many mighty figures attacking together, Dao Comprehension Sword said worriedly. Xing Hongxian frowned at primordial despair. For some reason, she had a subtle feeling. Although this fellow was ferocious, she couldn't hate him no matter what. Could it be because primordial despair was created by Han Huang? From the looks of it, the difference is indeed huge. Only someone at your level can turn the tide. Xian Qingjun sighed. The chaos was filled with capable people. In the past, Han Huang fighting all the living beings alone was already shocking enough. He didn't expect the dark forbidden lord to appear and for him to be so strong. As the women discussed, the final battle changed. Casualties began to appear on the chaos side. Primordial despair stretched out a long tongue. Like a torrent of fate, it swept into the void and directly swept away dozens of great Dao sages. It swallowed them and chewed ruthlessly. This scene frightened countless living beings awake from their dreams, and they did not dare to watch the battle anymore. Qing Wan'er also felt extremely uncomfortable and retracted her gaze. This sudden change truly made the chaos feel despair. The 3 primordial fiend celestials and the 9 chaos surrounded primordial despair, but they didn't cause any damage. They would definitely lose at this rate. Zhou Song smiled bitterly. The difference is too great. Su Qi was silent. He was not in despair, because he had always had hope. That was his master. As long as his master took action, the trouble that the chaos and primordial chaos could not resolve would definitely be resolved. You're just worms. And you want to compete with me? You're courting death. Dao creators above the great Dao supremes. How long are you going to watch the show? Han Ju's voice sounded, moving the mighty figures fighting. Dao creators? Was that a realm above the great Dao Supreme? Han Huang's expression darkened. Could it be that there were many existences at that realm? Humph! A cold snort shook the Dao hearts of all the great Dao Supremes. The darkness above was torn apart. A pair of eyes countless times larger than primordial despair appeared. They were like the eyes of the heavens, cold and dignified. Dao Creator, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable. Primordial despair did not care about the Dao Creator. He was still frantically harvesting the great Dao sages, forcing them to continue dealing with him before they could be shocked by Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable's appearance. Shi Tian's creator, immeasurable destruction venerable. I didn't expect you to be the first to stand out. Han Ju's indifferent identity reveal shocked everyone from Shi Tian. So, Shi Tian really had a Dao creator. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable snorted. Dark forbidden lord, you want to change the great Dao immeasurable calamity? This is a path that leads to death. The eyes disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. a huge palm that was as vast as the chaos landed. This scene reminded Han Huang of his father in the simulation trial. Indeed, he was on the same level as his father. The Tao creator's power shocked all living beings. They even forgot their surprise. Even Han Huang, primordial origin, Han Ling, and the others looked up at the terrifying hand that was comparable to chaos. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable's huge hand stretched towards primordial despair, as if it wanted to grab him out of the chaos. The huge primordial despair was even smaller than a speck of sand in front of this hand. This was the first time primordial despair was afraid. It let out a low roar and trembled. Su Qi and Zhou Song raised their heads and were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of power was this? Could cultivation really reach this level? This was the thought of all the mighty figures present. Han Ju didn't stand up. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the sky. In an instant, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable's huge hand seemed to be grabbed by an invisible force and distorted. Then, it shattered and dissipated like smoke. This scene pulled all the mighty figures back to their senses. Impossible! Even the Tao creator above the great Tao couldn't do anything to the dark forbidden lord? Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable did not say anything. At this moment he was also very shocked, but he was too embarrassed to show it in front of all living beings. Primordial despair went mad again after the Tao creator's threat disappeared. His tongue, which was larger than the galaxy, quickly swept over dozens of great Tao sages and swallowed them. The mighty figures became nervous again. Don't stop. Kill. Your target is primordial despair. Leave the dark forbidden lord to us. Zhao Shuangchuan shouted angrily. He wanted to use his anger to suppress his panic. How could the people below fight if they panicked? For a time, the chaotic battle erupted again. However, facing the powerful and invincible dark forbidden lord and primordial despair, even if the mighty figures tried their best, it was useless. The living beings watching the battle in the dream became more and more afraid and desperate. Was the chaos really about to perish? In the blank domain, the Tao creators gathered under the divine tree where the ninth chaos was cultivating. Han Ju's clone also came. He was summoned by the ninth chaos in his dreams. So he left the clone in the third Tao field and rushed over. He was a creator lord. His clone was like his main body. The ninth chaos couldn't see through it. The chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable, and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity all came. They were all silent as they looked at the ninth chaos. Han Ju was expressionless, but he was teasing in his heart. I'll watch as you plot against me. The ninth chaos said. The greatest danger to the chaos has arrived. That dark forbidden lord is far stronger than ordinary Tao creators. Ordinary Tao creators. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable's expression was ugly. He saw Han Ju's gaze and was even more humiliated. The formless transcendent deity asked, "Can you deal with him?" The ninth chaos said, "I'm not confident." The ninth chaos emotions were extremely complicated. He had always underestimated the dark forbidden lord, but he was shocked after seeing him easily break through the creation power of Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable. Impossible. One had to know that even the ninth chaos couldn't do it so easily. That huge hand was not a mystical power. It was the hand of Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable's supreme treasure. With his body as a supreme treasure, it was very difficult to destroy it in one strike. Since it's so dangerous, I should hide in the Tao field. Everyone knows that my Tao field is very impressive. I can still survive. Han Ju frowned. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction, Venerable said angrily, "How can you retreat at such a critical moment? How long can you hide? That dark forbidden lord is hiding so deeply. He will find your great Tao world sooner or later." Han Ju's great Tao world had always been in the blank domain. All the Tao creators knew. The formless transcendent deity was puzzled. Could it be that Han Ju really wanted to hide? Thinking about his past, it was really possible. But if that was the case, what would happen to the formless transcendent deity? The chaotic consciousness said in a low voice, "We have to fight." We will join forces to fight the Dark Forbidden Lord. I suspect that if the Dark Forbidden Lord opens the Dark Era, he will definitely be stronger, even strong enough to kill a Tao creator. The Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity remained silent. The ninth chaos said, "That's right, that's indeed the case. To be honest, I've been trying to surpass the Tao creator realm, but I haven't succeeded. The Dark Forbidden Lord probably has the same goal. I don't know how he succeeded. What I can confirm is that it's related to the Dark Era, a higher realm." The four Tao creators' hearts were heavy. Hanju was also acting. The ninth chaos scanned them and said, "I'll give you one last chance to choose if you want to participate. If you succeed, I'll tell you the method to attain a higher realm. Choose." The chaotic consciousness and Shurtion's immeasurable destruction venerable chose to participate. The formless transcendent deity and the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity looked at Hanju, showing their cards. Hanju said, "You guys fight first. I need time. I'm about to break through. I will have a higher chance of winning when I successfully break through." Breakthrough? The Tao creators looked at him in surprise. The ninth chaos thought to himself, is he going to break through to the late stage? How fast? He had never fought with Hanju, but since the latter could suppress the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity, he must be at the mid-stage. As for the late stage, how could he be so fast? Now, Hanju could only break through to the late-stage Tao creator realm. How long had the chaos been born? The ninth chaos had stayed in the Tao creator realm for so long. Just a minor realm took 1,000,000,000 years or even longer. How long had Hanju been born in this life? There was a limit to his potential no matter how stunning it was. The formless transcendent deity and the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity could only choose to participate. The ninth chaos didn't make things difficult for him. Hanju left. The ninth chaos said, "Let's go and think of a way to move the Dark Forbidden Lord out of the chaos to fight." The four Tao creators had no objections. They rushed to the chaos together. Speaking of which, this was the first time they fought side by side. Their emotions were extremely subtle. They realized that their supreme era was about to end. It was already like this now. When the endless era arrived, there would definitely be more rising stars and more Tao creators. Especially after the ninth chaos successfully broke through, the Tao creator realm would no longer be the strongest and their status would naturally decrease. Thinking of this, they felt pity. After fighting openly and secretly for so many years, it was meaningless. On the other side, more and more great Tao sages died in the primordial despair's mouth. His cultivation level of despair also rapidly increased. Devour was always the fastest way to become stronger. The three primordial fiend celestials and the nine chaos were still thinking of ways to deal with the Dark Forbidden Lord, but they couldn't touch Hanju at all. At this moment, Hanju suddenly stood up. He sensed the aura of the Tao creators. Finally, he waited for a long time. He could fight the five Tao creators alone. All the mighty figures fighting instantly became nervous upon seeing the Dark Forbidden Lord stand up. The Dark Forbidden Lord was preparing to attack? The scene of the Dark Forbidden Lord easily destroying the chaotic giant hand was still vivid in their minds, making them shiver. The three primordial fiend celestials attacked again. They used their strongest mystical powers and attacked with all their might. Boom, the three primordial fiend celestials were forced back. Their bodies were destroyed, leaving only their souls flying to the end of the dark void. Han Yi, did you notice that the Dark Forbidden Lord didn't kill you? Han Yao and Han Yi attacked primordial despair together and sent a voice transmission. Han Yi frowned. He had also noticed this. No matter how those top mighty figures attacked the Dark Forbidden Lord, they did not die. What was the destruction of the body to a great Tao Supreme? What was the Dark Forbidden Lord trying to do? Han Yi didn't think that the Dark Forbidden Lord had good intentions and definitely had ulterior motives. What was he coveting? All of you can continue fighting primordial despair. I'll give it some power. As for me, I have to deal with the creators of the chaos, Shurtion, consciousnessless, transcendent, and purity great Tao worlds. They are the strongest existences and stand above all living beings. If the chaos is destroyed, they can also revive all living beings with a flip of their hand. However, if I appear again, that means they are dead. Next is you. No one can save you then. Hanju's voice echoed in the void and in the dreams of all living beings. All living beings began to pray that the 5 transcendent existences must win. Hanju disappeared. Primordial despair's aura soared and became even more violent. Its long tongue swept out for countless kilometers and swept away hundreds of worlds and more than 10 great Dao sages. Li Daokong, Long Hao, and Murong Qi went to the top of primordial despair and prepared to save Su Qi. However, they could not move him no matter how many spells they cast. Su Qi and Zhou Song's great Dao heaven seemed to have fused with primordial despair and could not be separated. How can this be? Li Daokong was moved. He hated him and wanted to extract Su Qi's soul and give up his body, but he couldn't do it. The Dark Forbidden Lord's power not only sealed Su Qi but also protected him. Su Qi smiled bitterly. Give up. You should think of a way to kill primordial despair. I will naturally be saved when the Dark Forbidden Lord dies. Li Daokong and the other 2 did not insist and immediately moved out. Zhou Song sighed. Your hidden sect is really united. They tried to save Su Qi several times, but no one cared about him. Su Qi smiled. Do you want to join us? I can introduce you. After so many years, they could not escape or cultivate. They could only chat and build a good friendship. Depends. Zhou Song sighed. His eyes filled with worry. Primordial despair became stronger after the Dark Forbidden Lord left. After obtaining the power of the Lord, it was definitely invincible now. If a Dao creator did not appear, no one would be its match. It was useless to attack together. Countless Emperor soldiers, Divine Authority Generals, and Destruction Authority Generals were like a torrent restraining primordial despair's attention. Even so, the great Dao sages couldn't do anything to it. The pressure of the battle became stronger and stronger, causing the space at the edge of the chaos to begin to collapse. The River of Destiny and the River of Spacetime appeared and twisted with the 3,000 great Dao, ready to be destroyed at any time. Outside the chaos in the blank domain, the 5 Dao creators stood side by side. The 9th chaos was in the middle. A black shadow appeared in front of them. With every step, the black shadow doubled in size and quickly surpassed all the Dao creators. The chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity felt immense pressure. Even the 9th chaos had a heavy heart. It was so close, but he still couldn't see through the other party. He didn't understand where the other party got the guts to challenge them. Could it be that he had already surpassed the Dao creator realm? This quickly appeared in the 9th chaos mind. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord had existed longer than him and had only been hiding? It was not impossible. Otherwise, why couldn't he sense the Dark Forbidden Lord's rise? One had to know that the other Dao creators had not sensed his existence before. The more 9th chaos thought about it, the more uneasy he became. It had been a long time since he felt this way. There was no point in thinking about this now. He could only fight. If the Dark Forbidden Lord dared to come, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The 9th chaos completely put away the disdain in his heart and stared at the Dark Forbidden Lord with all his attention. Dark Forbidden Lord, it's not too late to turn back now. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable shouted in a low voice. He panicked, but with so many Dao creators around him and the 9th chaos, he felt that his chances of winning were still quite high. Since ancient times, the Dao creators had never joined forces. This battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. Hanju looked at them and smiled. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Why would I turn back? With that, darkness spread to the entire blank domain with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, the blank domain fell into absolute darkness. Red flames burned around Hanju, causing him to appear in the darkness. The 5 Dao creators were moved. What method was this? They could sense that they couldn't escape this darkness. In other words, they could only fight. The most hot-tempered yin-yang purity nirvana deity was the first to attack. He flashed behind Hanju, and the endless power of space and time drowned the latter, pulling him into the spatial vortex. The other Dao creators attacked one after another. the chaotic consciousness transformed into the figure of the Destruction Authority General. This Destruction Authority General had 9 eyes and an extremely terrifying aura. With a punch, his dermic powers condensed into a crimson ball of light that was like the sun and collided with Hanju. The formless transcendent deity drew out the door with his hand. The door quickly rose and opened. The wind of time that was enough to destroy the chaos swept out. In the wind were countless shadows. They were all Tao seekers from ancient times. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable condensed a huge hand again and pressed down on him. The 9th chaos appeared in front of Hanju. The two of them stood facing each other, one big and one small. They were extremely close. A terrifying aura erupted. In an instant, endless afterimages burst out, as if countless dark forbidden lords and the 9th chaos were fighting. They shattered the spatial turbulence and severed the huge wind, crushing Shi Tian's huge hand. Hanju deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the Tao creator realm to enjoy the fight. But even so, he quickly suppressed the 9th chaos. Boom! The 9th chaos body was shattered by countless shadows. The figures were reversed as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. The 9th chaos was the strongest Tao creator, after all. He pulled out a wooden sword from above his head with his right hand. This wooden sword seemed to be made of bones. He waved the sword and slashed. Billions of vitality burst out. Countless trees, surging waves, and layers of mountains scattered the shadows that filled the sky and collided with Hanju. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity descended from above. Transcendent rule condensed under his feet and formed a dazzling light. However, before he could step on Hanju's head, it was blocked by an invisible force. The chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, and the yin-yang purity nirvana destruction deity were no threat to Hanju at all. His opponent was still mainly the 9th chaos. It had to be said that the 9th chaos was indeed very strong. It was much stronger than the yin-yang purity nirvana deity. After suppressing his cultivation realm, Hanju's dermic powers were actually still higher than the Tao creator. Even so, he couldn't easily suppress the 9th chaos. The 9th chaos itself was considered top-notch. At least all the living beings in the chaos could not compare to him. Even the chaos was created by him. Hanju didn't use the mystical power exclusive to the divine might heavenly sage. He only used the rules to fight. It was the same for the 9th chaos. To them, mystical powers were only for show. The true core was the rules themselves. Hanju suddenly stopped. His body shook and he broke through the spatial turbulence of the yin-yang purity nirvana deity. 7 supreme rules condensed into 7 dragons of different postures that coiled around his body. There were 9 supreme rules in the ultimate origin world, but he only used 7 in order not to expose his identity. There were 7 Tao creators. 7 was enough to deal with the 9th chaos. The 9th chaos raised his hand and grabbed at the void. He actually extracted the 7 supreme rules around Hanju and squeezed them into his palm. Then he struck out. A terrifying pressure overturned the other 4 Tao creators. Hanju appeared behind the 9th chaos and turned into darkness to devour it. In an instant, Hanju pulled the 9th chaos into an endless dream and experienced billions of lifetimes. When the 9th chaos broke through the dark dream, the other 4 Tao creators had just stabilized themselves. Hanju fought very happily. The 9th chaos didn't disappoint him. According to his estimation, he, who was at the perfected Tao creator realm, needed 1% of a breath of time to kill the 9th chaos. If it was the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, he could insta-kill him 10 million times. Of course, this was only killing, not destroying. The Tao creator could revive infinitely. Victory and defeat were never decided by life and death. Seeing the 9th chaos being killed by Hanju one after another, the 4 Tao creators were shocked. So the Dark Forbidden Lord had really surpassed the 9th chaos. They couldn't care less. They had to continue fighting even if they had to stall for time. Perhaps when the living beings of the chaos defeated the primordial despair, the endless era would arrive. The 9th chaos would take the opportunity to break through and surpass the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju could naturally think of their plan. Unfortunately, this plan was wrong. The endless era could only be led by the Creator Lord. In the depths of the chaos, the violent primordial despair began to rampage in the chaos. Countless figures followed closely behind it. Countless mystical powers and great Tao smashed into it, but they couldn't slow it down. Along the way, primordial despair had devoured countless worlds and living beings. Its size had already increased by 100 times compared to the beginning of the battle. The entire heavenly Tao was only the size of its eye. Boom! Han Huang collided with primordial despair and hugged its mouth with both hands to prevent it from opening it. At this moment, Han Huang, who had transformed into the primordial fiend celestial, was also peerlessly majestic. Only he dared to act recklessly. Primordial despair clearly remembered him and was unwilling to hurt him. Primordial despair's 18 eyes landed on Han Huang, revealing a puzzled expression. Han Huang was stunned when he saw its gaze. Primordial despair suddenly shook his head and sent Han Huang flying after being stunned for a moment. Primordial despair's intelligence was still too low. It was now instinctively excited. In its eyes, this was a gluttonous feast. Han Huang stopped and looked at primordial despair with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, primordial despair was only following the orders he had arranged and did not betray him. However, its stance on this matter had changed, but it did not understand. A sword light that illuminated the heavens descended, wanting to cut primordial despair into two. However, the light of negative karma shot out from one of primordial despair's eyes and easily destroyed it. Li Daokong frowned, his eyes filled with anger. He thought highly of himself, but this battle had been fought for a long time. All his attacks had failed. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Li Daokong, we have a way." Li Daokong turned around and saw that Dao Sovereign and the other two who had been sent into the spatial turbulence by the Dark Forbidden Lord had returned. "What way?" Li Daokong frowned. Dao Sovereign sent him a voice transmission, causing his expression to change drastically. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he fell into a dilemma, his expression changing. Zhang Yi asked impatiently, "How is it? Have you decided?" The battle was still ongoing. There was not so much time for them to be conflicted. Li Daokong looked at primordial despair. The 9 great chaos were once again reduced to ashes by primordial despair's long tongue. "All right, I agree." Li Daokong gritted his teeth. Dao Sovereign nodded. Then, the 4 of them gathered and meditated facing each other. They began to cast spells to place a formation. Their auras reached a unified state. No one was stronger or weaker. The battlefield was chaotic. Some were fighting, some were recuperating, and some were afraid, so no one cared about them. The main group of the chaos and primordial chaos had been closely following primordial despair. In the distance, the cultivators of the various factions were scattering the various worlds along the way. Many mortals could not react in time and were taken away by their dharma treasures. This was an unprecedented calamity that targeted all living beings indiscriminately. At this moment, no matter which corner, no matter how low a mortal was, they would be terrified as long as they had intelligence. All sorts of civilizations were suffering the despair of the Dark Forbidden Lord's dream. Technology civilization, slave civilization, cultivation civilization, alternate deity civilization, high martial civilization, and so on became extremely weak in this calamity. Han Ling blocked in front of primordial despair. Countless emperor soldiers flew out from the endless divine light behind her. Primordial despair's eyes landed on her. He suddenly stopped just as he stuck out his tongue. Primordial despair was stunned for a moment before looking at the other living beings. He waved his tongue and swept away several great Tao sages. Han Ling frowned under her mask. She sensed that something was wrong. This was not the first time. Primordial despair almost hurt her a few times but stopped in time. Why was that? Could it be that he had a portion of Han Huang's will? No one knew how Han Huang created primordial despair, and he was unwilling to say. Boom! A terrifying pressure came, startling all the living beings. Even primordial despair stopped and slowly turned around. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Zhang Yi, and Li Daokong meditated facing each other. Their bodies emitted a strong light, forming a huge pillar that connected the supreme rules. The pillar of light was like a crack in the door that was slowly opening. A terrifying figure appeared in the pillar of light. "What's that?" Xianxia was surprised. He felt the power of space and time. He suddenly thought of something and his expression changed drastically. Could it be that fellow? How did he find Tao Sovereign and the other three? Xianxia was puzzled. How lively! I still caught up to this battle that established the endless era. A cold voice sounded with a hint of madness. The sudden arrival of the mysterious expert made the entire battlefield silent. That terrifying aura made them think of the Tao creator who had attacked earlier. Another Tao creator above the great Tao. Which side did he belong to? The mighty figures heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Tao Sovereign and the other three. It was an ally. Li Daokong looked up and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure he's helping us?" Those words gave him a bad feeling. Tao Sovereign said, "Yes, it should be." "Should?" Li Daokong's expression instantly darkened. The pillar of light became larger and larger, and the mysterious expert's figure was also revealed more and more. From his figure, he was probably in human form. He was extremely majestic and was even larger than the three primordial fiend celestials present. For the first time, primordial despair was filled with fear. He roared at the mysterious expert in a low voice as his 18 eyes stared in the same direction. Soon, a man in silver armor and a miniature world above his head stepped out. He was handsome and dignified. Countless divine weapons of different sizes and forms floated behind him. As he stepped forward, the silver pieces on the armor swayed and emitted a soul-stirring sound. The weak cultivators were all entranced and their consciousness fell into chaos. All the living beings watching the battle in the dream were fine. With Hanju's power isolating them, this silver-armored man was not enough to threaten them. "I am Heavenly Venerate Soon. Remember my name. I am here to save you," the silver-armored man said proudly, looking down on primordial despair. He raised his palm and struck. Countless divine weapons soared into the sky and drew countless beautiful arcs in the dark void. It was like a sea of stars descending. It was unstoppable and extremely fast. All of them landed on primordial despair, causing him to wail. For the first time, cracks appeared on primordial despair's surface. Blood flowed out like a chaotic sea, looking abnormally miserable. "Tao Creator!" Han Huang stared at Heavenly Venerate Soon and clenched his fists. Another Tao Creator. How many Tao Creators were hidden in the chaos? He wasn't the only one. The other mighty figures standing at the top of the chaos also had mixed emotions. Thinking back, they suddenly felt ashamed. They thought that they were invincible. Even if there were opponents, they couldn't surpass them much. They did not expect. Heavenly Venerate Soon's attack was extremely domineering, causing primordial despair's body to begin to dismember. This pleasantly surprised all living beings. The chaos was saved. Primordial despair felt the pain and completely went berserk. It roared and rushed towards Heavenly Venerate Soon. Its aura was still increasing. Heavenly Venerate Soon looked surprised and immediately said disdainfully, "The power of a Tao creator. No wonder. However, your body can't withstand such a powerful force. You will die today no matter what you are." Heavenly Venerate Soon raised his right hand, and strong light burst out from it. The river of spacetime surged out with the light. This river condensed into a divine staff. The top was like a crescent moon and its body was like a tree root cast from molten iron. The divine staff hung upside down and blasted towards primordial despair. Spacetime took the form of a silver-colored torrent and drowned primordial despair with an unstoppable domineering force. In the torrent, primordial despair's body dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was rapidly aging. Soon, only skin and bones were left, looking extremely terrifying. All living beings were overjoyed. Was he going to win? At this moment, primordial despair's flesh began to recover. His recovery speed was even faster than before. In less than 2 breaths of time, primordial despair recovered to his peak and his aura was even stronger. Roar! Primordial despair roared and spat out a terrifying black pillar of light. It dispersed the spatial torrent and attacked Heavenly Venerate Soon. Heavenly Venerate soon frowned and raised his left hand to block this force. I underestimated you. Heavenly Venerate soon snorted and used his mystical power again. The mighty figures of the entire battlefield retreated and handed primordial despair to Heavenly Venerate soon. Heavenly Venerate soon was a genuine Tao creator. He easily suppressed the primordial despair, but he couldn't completely kill it. Han Huang's emotions were extremely complicated. Why was this happening? The existence he created was actually stronger than him. Even if he had obtained the power of the Dark Forbidden Lord, why had he increased so much in such a short period of time? Could it be that the Tao creator was really a natural chasm? As long as he crossed it, he could look down on all the realms below? In the blank domain, in the dark domain covered by the power of the Lord, the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, Shirtion's immeasurable destruction venerable, and the Yin-Yang purity nirvana deity were all wrapped in the black aura and bound into a row, unable to move. They could only look at the ninth chaos fighting the dark forbidden lord. However, the situation was not optimistic. The ninth chaos was completely suppressed. The dark forbidden lord was high and mighty. His right hand grabbed the void and used endless mystical powers from afar. All sorts of dark mystical powers he had temporarily created landed on the ninth chaos. The ninth chaos had already been destroyed countless times and was still fighting bitterly. At this point, the ninth chaos had already given up on defeating Hanju. He only wanted to stall for time and give the chaos a chance. The power of the Creator Lord transformed into countless black heavenly pillars and descended, suppressing the ninth chaos. The ninth chaos soul dissipated and condensed again, attacking Hanju from behind. The power of the seven supreme rules condensed in the ninth chaos palms into an extremely strong force. A strong light burst out and countless great Tao runes exploded, drowning Hanju. In the next second, the strong light and great Tao runes shrank and landed in Hanju's hand. He could crush the power of the seven supreme rules at any time. The ninth chaos was shocked. He must have broken through. He was definitely not a Tao creator. The ninth chaos stopped at this moment. Hanju asked teasingly, "Why did you stop?" The ninth chaos asked in a low voice, "Have you already surpassed the Tao creator realm?" "That's right." Hanju didn't hide anything. At this point, there was no need to. The ninth chaos was silent. Hanju smiled. "If you give up, your chaos will die. You will also die." The ninth chaos indeed panicked, but he was still thinking of a way. "You can kill me, but let all the living beings in the chaos go," the ninth chaos said in a low voice. The four Tao creators were shocked, not daring to believe that the ninth chaos would bow its head. Surpassing a Tao creator, they were also in despair. No wonder they couldn't defeat the Dark Forbidden Lord even after they joined forces. Why was this happening? Who was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Hanju smiled. "The chaos must be destroyed. You..." The ninth chaos was furious. He hated the Dark Forbidden Lord to begin with. Seeing how domineering he was, he no longer had any illusions and immediately attacked. Hanju stopped pretending and raised his hand. The power of the Creator Lord completely erupted. The ninth chaos transcendent rule dissipated as soon as it condensed. He was caught in front of Hanju. "Ninth chaos, you're actually not wrong. It's just the difference in strength. If I'm inferior to you, you'll also eliminate me and make me your subordinate, right?" Hanju stared at the ninth chaos and said coldly,